Chapter 325 Running Away from Your Problems is a race you'll never win. Chapter 325 Running Away from Your Problems is a race you'll never win. Christopher and Colbert, who were running alongside the other applicants, were observing who among them had the qualities their young master was looking for. After running nonstop for an hour, the Wanderers decided to be more resourceful in the race to increase their chances of getting a slot in the 69th Battalion. Before they left the Freedom Garrison, Xylen Leventis had made a declaration. Those who use other methods of travel aside from running will be disqualified. The first 100 people who will reach the gates of Star Kingdom will become my subordinates. So all of you start running. His words were straightforward and crystal clear, but if you thought about it, there were plenty of loopholes in his declaration. The first loophole is that aside from running, no other methods of travel were allowed. This meant that they couldn't ride any vehicles or use any other forms of transport to bring them to their destination. But there was another thing that the battalion commander didn't say. He never said that using skills was not allowed. Since 13 didn't specifically say that no one could use skills during the challenge, it meant that the Wanderers were free to use them whenever they wanted. As long as they didn't use any methods of travel aside from running, they wouldn't be disqualified. So, after the 1 hour mark, the Wanderers unleashed their powers in order to advance or hinder the other Wanderers from reaching their destination. Some used acceleration skills in order to boost their speed, allowing them to take the lead in the competition. Others used terrain-affecting skills, which made the path behind them difficult to traverse. Colbert, who was more devious than Christopher, noted the faces of the Wanderers who had tried to prevent others from catching up to them. Damn, if only teleportation was allowed. A Wanderer, who was in his early 20s and seemed to have the rank of initiate, clicked his tongue in annoyance. Although it was a rare ability, there were Wanderers who could teleport short distances consecutively, allowing them to travel faster. But, fearing that they would be disqualified, they had no choice but to play fairly. 13 had given Christopher and Colbert 2 orders. Scout promising individuals that could be useful in certain situations. He had no plans to form a conventional group of people under his wing. What he needed were capable individuals who would be able to survive on any battlefield. This long-distance competition was the perfect way to see the abilities and fitness levels of the aspiring Wanderers who wanted to be part of Xylen's team. It was not only Christopher and Colbert monitoring this competition. The central government and the Leventis family were also looking for capable individuals whom they could invite to join their army. After the 5 hour mark, the thousands of applicants who had initially started had been reduced to around 600. Some of them even formed teams, grouping up with people who complemented their abilities, giving them an edge over the others. They picked on the stragglers and the soloists, making sure that they would fail the competition. Ha. We E4 mafias will definitely dominate this competition. You're right, brother. But, damn, my lazy bum didn't expect that I would be forced to run this long. Just endure it. As long as we reach the finish line, we can laze around as much as we want. Eating, drinking, and earning money just by doing nothing? Say no more, bro. Say no more. That's the dream. Just make sure to stick together. We are the strongest if we combine our strengths. The 5 Wanderers, who looked like bodybuilders, all ran side by side, as if they were a football team ready to mow down any stragglers who were unlucky enough to meet them. Colbert took note of these 5 people who called themselves the E4 Mafia, planning to tell Xylen about them later. While Colbert was paying attention to the dubious characters in the race, Christopher was looking at the people who were doing the competition fairly. As someone who also worked hard in everything he did, he couldn't help but feel sad when he saw some Wanderers huffing and puffing but still persevered to reach their destination. Several of them were just walking at the moment, but others were already crawling on all fours, showing their desperation. Just like Colbert, he took note of these people as he passed by them during the race. 13 had given the 2 of them orders, and they would accomplish them no matter what. Several hours passed, and finally, the first person to pass through the Star Kingdom's gates finally arrived. It was a teenage boy with short gray hair and gray eyes. His ability was superhuman speed, allowing him to run faster than others. But when everyone realized that he was just an adept, their interest in him waned. Adept was the rank above rookie, but the boy was already in his late teens. This meant that he didn't perform well in his missions in Solterra and only managed to pass the missions because others completed them for him. These people were looked down upon by high-ranking wanderers. In their point of view, people who were like the young man were just leeches. Congratulations. You are the first to arrive. Michael Leventis, who had come to the site, greeted the young man. Can you tell me your name? Do I even need to tell you my name? The teenage boy replied. I'm sure you've already checked for it in your database, right? Michael smiled. While your name is indeed in the database, I didn't take a look at it. I'm only looking for results, and not the background of the person. So, can you tell me your name? Pietro, Pietro replied. My name is Pietro. Michael nodded. Once again, congratulations, Pietro. You are the first to become my nephew's subordinate in this race. The other wanderers who are in the lead are still 4 hours away from reaching this place, so rest and eat for now. We will transport you back to the Freedom Garrison once the others arrive. Pietro nodded and accepted Michael's offer. As he sat down on a chair, he looked at his name, which shone in gold letters on the giant TV screen that was erected beside the gates of the Star Kingdom. Right now, his name was at the very top, but he wasn't too happy about it. On the contrary, he was feeling anxious, for he feared that Xylen Leventis would be disappointed in him after he became one of his subordinates. Pietro wasn't really a strong wanderer. Whenever there was conflict, the first thing he did was run away. That was the only thing he could do. Run as fast as he could, run as often as he could. When he became a rookie, he saw a note on his status page that said, "Running away from your problems is a race you'll never win." Pietro knew that there were only two beings in the world who could leave such notes in the status pages of wanderers. They were none other than Laplace Demon and the One. Those who became rookies would be assessed by these two omnipotent individuals, and they would leave comments about their performance, telling the wanderers the truth, which many didn't want to face. Pietro was tired of running away. So when he saw that Xylen Leventis, who had joined the central government, was recruiting soldiers to fill up his battalion, he didn't hesitate to go and see if he would have a chance to serve under the legendary rookie, who had performed many amazing feats that even the monarchs of Pangaea didn't dare to do. It was not just Pietro who felt this way. Everyone who joined the recruitment hoped that they would be chosen by Xylen and become his subordinates. Serving under such a person would not only give them bragging rights, but it would also help them understand how he accomplished multiple feats that many thought were impossible to do. I will no longer run away. Pietro made an oath as he looked at his name, which was shining on the TV screen. I am tired of running away. The wanderer, who always ran away from his problems, finally decided to change. He didn't know if he would find the answers by joining Xylen, but one thing was sure. Chapter 326, Say No More Brother, Say No More. Chapter 326, Say No More Brother, Say No More. Several hours later, the wanderers who were able to pass the selection process cheered as they whirred past the gates of the Star Kingdom. However, not everyone was feeling happy. After all, if there were winners, then there were also losers. Bro, we failed. A man, who was in his mid-20s, knelt on the ground as he fought the tears that were threatening to fall from his eyes. We were too weak. Another man, who was of the same age group as the man kneeling on the ground, commented. We shouldn't have run through that drive-thru to order takeout. I shouldn't have been tempted by that waitress' sweet talk. I'm sorry, brothers. It's all because of me. The members of the five-man team huddled together as they tried to console each other. They were a group of friends who were part of a guild called E4 Mafias and played army-type simulation games. They were part of the 300th group that passed through the gates, which meant that they were no longer qualified to become part of Xylen's army. Freeobnovel.com, however, during their time of great sadness, a bootlicker, Air, one of 13's trusted subordinates, extended an olive branch in their direction. I saw how you performed earlier, Colbert said as he looked at the macho men, who were older than him. So, if you don't mind, would you like to join my team? You are, that guy who stood beside Xylen Leventis on the stage during the recruitment, one of the men said after recognizing Colbert. Yes, my name is Colbert Riggs. Colbert introduced himself. As you know, I am one of the captains serving under Xylen Leventis. He has given me full authority to scout for individuals that I think have the same mentality as me. The five-man team glanced at each other before looking at Colbert with solemn looks on their faces. Is plausible deniability your best friend? One of the men asked. Yes, Colbert answered in a heartbeat. What do you do with the Blue Falcons? The tallest among the brothers asked. Colbert didn't reply and only smiled evilly because he was one of those Blue Falcons in the past. But he was now a changed bird, Air Bootlicker, so he decided to not give any comments. Fortunately, the devilish smile he gave made the five-man team think that he would not hesitate to roast these blue birds to oblivion and throw a grenade at their charcoal bodies for good measure. "It's our job to bend and break the rules," Colbert said in order to change the topic. "But we will use this expertise to serve our battalion commander. We will do the dirty work for him, and he will overlook everything. Does that sound like a sweet deal to you guys? Say no more, brother. Say no more." The tallest among the men patted Colbert's shoulder and smiled. "We're in." The six wanderers shared knowing grins with each other before they followed Colbert, who was about to recruit other similar-minded people among those who failed to be part of the first 100 that passed through the gates of the Star Kingdom. While this was happening, Christopher was also busy recruiting people. He recruited those who fought tooth and nail despite not being strong enough to finish the competition with flying colors. Ones who were dead last and well aware of it, but still continued to run regardless of the result. The only thing on their mind was to reach their destination. Christopher took note of these people. 13 had given the two of them special orders. Both of them could recruit 50 people each. The ones they picked would become part of their own troops and would report directly to them. 13 was only given a 200-men quota, but he had negotiated with the central government and asked if it was possible to add 100 more men to become his subordinates. This proposal was accepted on the condition that the lodging, food, and other expenses of the extra 100 people would be shouldered by 13. Naturally, he agreed to this condition, which was also why he had done the bidding war for the first 100 slots of his battalion. This was done to gain extra funds to properly equip and accommodate the 300 soldiers, who would become his sword and shield against the challenges he would be facing in the future. The next day, the 200 wanderers were transported to the Freedom Garrison by the Leventis family, as per their agreement with 13. In exchange for their help, they were able to find dozens of skilled individuals who all accepted Michael's offer to become retainers of the Leventis family. 13 told his grandpa and uncle that if they wanted the Leventis family to rise up in the future, it was time to expand their forces. Right now, Arthur was still a thorn in the eyes of the public, and he appeared like he usually did. However, after the battle in the Arcadia archipelago, the shackles that bound him had been shattered by 13. So, when his no-good grandson used this event as an opportunity to recruit talented retainers, he didn't hesitate to agree and sent Michael to the site to screen those that had caught their eye. The teenage boy stood on the stage alongside Christopher, Colbert, Alexis, Paul, and 4 other people, whom he designated as captains. Pietro, who had finished first in the competition, was one of these captains. He now stood behind the teenage boy, whose small back made him feel as if there was nothing to fear. "Once again, congratulations on becoming part of the 69th Battalion," 13 declared. "And since you are here, I will tell you our battalion's name. From this day onwards, all of you will be called the Green Lanterns." A round of applause reverberated in the surroundings as they welcomed the name that was given to them. "I'm glad you are happy with the name. So to commemorate this day, I will present to you your army uniforms," 13 said before nodding in Christopher's and Colbert's direction. The two then unboxed 2 of the boxes that were piled up at the corner of the stage and looked at their contents. But after seeing what was inside the box, both of their bodies stiffened before exchanging a glance with each other. A second later, the two helplessly shook their heads as they took out the military uniforms that 13 had prepared for them. "Come forward as I call out your names," Christopher said. "Pietro." Pietro stepped forward and accepted the uniform that was handed to him by Christopher. But, after seeing it, he couldn't help but wonder if there was some kind of mistake. The uniform in his hands was light green in color, making those who saw it look at their battalion commander in confusion. After seeing their confused expressions, 13 chuckled and said something that made the corner of Pietro's lips twitch. "The uniforms look great, right?" 13 said with a smile. "But that's not all. These uniforms actually glow in the dark. You'll be like those glow bugs in Solterra that light up at night." The wanderers who heard their commander's words glanced at each other in dismay. The military uniforms were supposed to camouflage them on the battlefield, but the one they would be given was the complete opposite of it. With the bright, light green uniforms, they would stand out regardless of whether it was night or day. They were like walking targets to their enemies. Attention would definitely be on them because no matter what they did, they wouldn't be able to hide from their line of sight. Am I really going to be fine? Pietro thought as he looked at the uniform in his hands. 13 chuckled internally, because he knew what everyone was thinking. However, what they didn't know was that the uniforms that the Wanderers thought were too eye-catching would become a symbol of hope not only for the central government, but also for the people who would be fortunate enough to see 13th Battalion on the battlefields of both worlds. Chapter 327 Off to Greener Pastures, Part 1. Chapter 327 Off to Greener Pastures, Part 1. A week had passed since 13 completed recruiting for his 300-man battalion. They had become the hottest topic among the 65th up to the 68th battalions, who were sharing the Freedom Garrison with them. The high-ranking officers referred to Xylen Leventis as the mascot of the central government, while they referred to his troops as clowns. Sneers, jeers, and look of mockery would always fall upon the 69th Battalion every time they did their usual morning runs, which would last for an entire hour before they returned to the base. Truth be told, 13th subordinates, with the exception of Christopher and Colbert, were feeling embarrassed. They couldn't help but feel like all the hard work and money they spent to join the legendary rookies team was all for naught. The soldiers in the garrison treated them like a joke, and even those with the strongest willpower among them felt that they had been cheated. With each day that passed, they felt themselves growing more and more depressed at the thought that this wasn't what they signed up for. Every morning at 5, they would be woken up to take their morning run. When they returned, they would eat breakfast and then take a shower. After that, they would start their combat medic training. At first, they were surprised because they were expecting to be trained as soldiers. Despite their reluctance, they obediently listened since they couldn't possibly disobey their superiors' orders. They would be given a few hours of rest and then do firearms training after lunch. When the training ended, they would then undergo training simulations of driving helicopters, cars, tanks, and other vehicles that were used by the military. Even the mafia boys, who originally thought they could slack off, found themselves unable to laze around. Sneaking was simply impossible, with 13 personally overseeing their 5-man team's training, making them weep bitter tears. So, just like every day for the past week, they were running on the streets, wearing their light green uniforms and light green shades. These shades prevented them from getting blinded by their own comrades' uniforms, which would definitely cause an aneurysm to those who looked at them for a long period of time. 13 knew what his subordinates were thinking, as well as what the central government was thinking. But only Christopher and Colbert knew how their young master operated. Xylen Leventis would never do things without a reason. The bidding war, which he did in order to raise funds to gear his men properly, would soon be put to good use. The race, which allowed the first 100 people to cross the gates of the Star Kingdom, allowed him to see who among the remaining wanderers didn't have a give-up mentality. Lastly, Christopher's and Colbert's hand-picked individuals who resonated with them the most, allowing them to gain their respect and loyalty. Even the light green clothes that the other officers and soldiers in the Freedom Garrison laughed at had a special purpose. Only the system of cannon fodders knew that the Magians and Djinns were colorblind to one color and one color only. And that color was none other than light green. In their eyes, it was similar to the color of the ground, making it hard for these monsters to detect them with their sight. Even the ones with dark vision couldn't distinguish these colors, making it the perfect camouflage when fighting against Djinns and Magians. Also, the military uniforms that his troops were wearing had built-in features that weren't present in the regular uniforms issued by the military. It had the option to change from its bright green color to black, but he didn't tell them about this option for now because it was best to use it when the enemy least expected it. Once the uniform changed its color, the military gear would become waterproof and retain thermal heat coming from its user's body if they were subjected to cold weather. But when it's hot, the suit would activate its cooling functions, allowing the wanderers to feel normal temperature at all times. It also allowed them the option to swim underwater without problems because of the special technology that was used to create it. 13 had shared this technology with the Leventis family, allowing them to better equip their people. And now, this same technology was being used by the soldiers who were being laughed at by the military. Truth be told, the one who was laughing was none other than 13. He knew that there were spies from the monarch clans and prestigious families, as well as from other influential families within his battalion, but he didn't care. The teenage boy wanted these people to think of him and his subordinates as a joke. Because the moment a real fight started, the ones who would be laughing would be none other than him and the members of the 69th Battalion. As soon as they returned to the base, 13 saw his superior waiting for him at the gates. "Sir." 13 and his subordinate saluted the old man who held the rank of colonel. At ease, the highest commanding officer of the Freedom Garrison, Brett Fisher, said with a smile, "I just came to inform you that we will be holding a meeting. The other officers are already in the conference room, and we are just waiting for your arrival." 13 was surprised because he didn't expect his commanding officer to come and personally wait for him instead of ordering someone else to pass him this message. "Understood, sir," 13 replied before glancing at his captains. "Handle the rest." Christopher, Colbert, and the other captains nodded their heads in understanding. 13 then followed his superior to the conference room and made sure to walk 2 steps behind him. The two didn't say anything to each other, but the teenage boy could tell that the colonel held no malice or hostility against him. When they arrived at the conference room, the battalion commanders of the 65th to 68th Divisions stood up and saluted Colonel Fisher, as expected of their rank. After the general saluted back to them, he sat at the head of the table and waited until everyone was seated properly. "I called all of you today to discuss the mission that was sent to me yesterday by the Field Marshal," Colonel Fisher said. "As you already know, the dimensional gates on the continent of Cygni will be opening soon. The central government plans to send much of our manpower to help deal with the Jinn invasion. As you may or may not already know, the evacuation of that area has been ongoing for the past 6 years. All the non-combatants have been evacuated to Sirius, as well as here in Aldebaran. However, the Griffin clan and the 3 prestigious families, Latte, Gates, and Bishop, plan to stand their ground and protect their domain. The cities that had been abandoned by its residents have been fortified to serve as fortresses for the upcoming invasion. The Field Marshal has decided to send the 1st up to the 30th Battalion to help them defend the continent. But if any other battalions are willing to volunteer, we will make the preparations to send you there as well." The battalion commanders glanced at each other because they believed that this was the perfect opportunity to show off their might. Only 13 looked uninterested in volunteering to join the expedition team that would go to the Cygni continent. Just as the colonel expected, all the officers, with the exception of 13, agreed to volunteer for the mission. "Understood," Colonel Fisher nodded. "I will inform the Field Marshal that the 65th up to the 68th Battalion will also participate in the mission." Everyone dismissed. The officers saluted and left the room one by one. But there was one person who didn't leave the room, making Colonel Fisher arch an eyebrow as he looked at the teenage boy, who was looking back at him with a faint smile on his face. Chapter 328 Off to Greener Pastures, Part 2. Chapter 328 Off to Greener Pastures, Part 2. "Sir, I would like to be given permission to mobilize my troops to the Rigel continent," 13 stated. "The Rigel continent." Colonel Fisher frowned. "That continent has already been overrun by Jinns and Magians. Why would you want to go there? Are you planning on joining the effort to recapture it? That is a fool's errand, my boy. My battalion has just been formed and lacks the experience to handle an invasion in its initial stages," 13 replied. "A few Tier 5 up to Tier 7 gates will open in Cygni after a year, but that's not really a cause of concern, is it? What everyone is waiting for is the opening of the 12 Tier 8 gates 3.5 years from now. There might be no genocide-level gates detected, but those 12 gates can be considered a genocide-level threat since they will all open at the same time. With that said, I plan to use the next 3 years to train my troops in the Rigel continent." Colonel Fisher looked at the teenage boy solemnly. "You do know that there are rank 9 sovereigns on the Rigel continent, right? Are you sure about this? The central government will not send reinforcements even if you ask for it. Wait, are you perhaps thinking of going to Dvalin first before heading to Rigel?" 13 nodded. "Yes, sir." A sigh escaped Colonel Fisher's lips before he sat down and made a gesture for the teenager to do the same. Ever since the Rigel continent has been overrun by Jinns and Magians, the Elrod clan, the Rhodes, the Riggs, and the Nightshade families have tried to reclaim it over and over again with very little success. Even if you go there, there's no way that you will be able to change anything. Of course, I heard about your legendary achievements in Solterra, and I do believe that it is true. But the Rigel continent has already been occupied for decades. It will not be easy to fight them on their home turf." 13 smiled. "Sir, I just want to let my recruits see what a continent that has been overrun by jinns and magents looks like. Antares and Rigel have fallen. Soon, it will be Signy's turn. Perhaps, after a decade or two, it will be Sirius or Aldebaran that will suffer the same fate. I want them to understand what the world will look like if it is overrun by jinns and magents. That will break any illusion that the same thing can't happen to other places. Colonel Fisher sighed for a second time before lightly tapping the table with his hand. Just tell me one thing, Xylen, Colonel Fisher said. You're not going there for a suicide mission, right? Of course not, sir, 13 stated. I'm just a rookie with 300 soldiers, and the strongest among them are only in the initiate rank. I would not dare to challenge monsters that were way out of our league. The colonel closed his eyes as he pondered 13's request. A few minutes later, he reluctantly nodded his head. I'll tell the field marshal about your request, Colonel Fisher said. But there's no guarantee that he will approve it, okay? Thank you, sir. You may go. After saluting his superior officer, 13 left the conference room and headed back to see his subordinates. As soon as he left the room, Colonel Fisher glanced at the wall and shook his head helplessly. You heard him, so what's your answer? Colonel Fisher asked. A projection appeared on the wall, revealing the field marshal of the central government, the second in command of the army and had the rank of throne. He was none other than Rihanna's father, Tristan Summers, who was looking back at the colonel with amusement. Grant his request, Tristan replied. My daughter always tells me that Xylen Levinus doesn't do anything without a good reason. Since he wants to go to Rigel, then let him go to Rigel. Besides, he is right about one thing. The true threats to humanity will appear 3.5 years from now. I don't know what he's planning, but I do hope that he will create another miracle like he did in Valbera and Arcadia. Colonel Fisher nodded his head in understanding. Will we lend them one of our battleships? He is planning to go to Dvalin first after all. No. Colonel Fisher shook his head. Our battleships will be transporting our men to Signy and help with the evacuation. We can't spare him one. Then, how will he get to Rigel? Colonel Fisher asked. The field marshal chuckled after hearing the colonel's question. Are you perhaps forgetting something? Tristan asked back. That boy is a scion of the Levintus family. I'm sure he can make the necessary arrangements to transfer his people. Besides, he also has a good relationship with the Remington clan. I'm sure he'll think of something. The colonel did something unbecoming of an officer of his rank and scratched his head. Sir, I don't want to say this, but I think there's something fishy about this arrangement, Colonel Fisher said. My gut instinct is that the boy is planning something big, and he's just making it sound like he's just going to take a stroll in a djinn-infested continent. Tristan laughed out loud because he had the same thought as his subordinate. After half a minute of laughing, the field marshal pressed his hands together and smiled evilly. Whatever he is cooking, let him cook, Tristan replied. We didn't see what he did in Solterra, but it is possible to monitor what he is doing here in Pangaea. Isn't it about time that we let our mascot do his magic? Maybe, just maybe, he will be able to give us a surprise or two, which will work in our favor. 13, who had no idea what the field marshal and the colonel were talking about, appeared before his men who were still eating in the cafeteria. He didn't mention anything about the meeting and simply ordered his own food. After taking his usual seat, he and Tiona still eating in the cafeteria. He didn't mention anything about the meeting and simply ate silently. It's still a bit early to initiate my plan, but it's within acceptable parameters, 13 thought. While everyone is going to Signy to earn glory and merits, I'll take my people to greener pastures. 13's former host had left many cursed artifacts in Solterra and Pangaea. In order to prevent others from being harmed by their curses, he hid them in places that would not be found by ordinary people. These cursed items were peak gold grade artifacts, which was the highest grade in Pangaea, only second to mythical ranked equipment. The good thing about these items was that since they were cursed, anyone could use them. Even ordinary humans who accidentally came across these artifacts would be able to use their powers. Of course, there was a catch. Anyone who wore them would be cursed. Some artifacts even had the power to dominate a person, making them the artifact's puppets. 13 wanted to reclaim the artifacts that used to belong to his former host and put them to good use. Since any item he equipped and wore would be overrun by his restrictions, the curses that were placed on them wouldn't work on him. The teenage boy had 4 objectives in going to the Rigel continent. The first one was to reclaim the cursed artifacts. The second one was to train his subordinates. The third one was to gather resources. And last, but not the least, he planned to make connections with the people living on the man-made island, Xylen, which was only 200 miles away from the Rigel continent. This was the bastion created by the Elrod clan, the Rhodes, the Riggs, and the Nightshade families. They only had one goal, and one goal only: to reclaim their lands and get rid of the jinns and magents who took their homes, their loved ones, and possibly their future, away from them. Chapter 329, You Are One of My People. Chapter 329, You Are One of My People. 2 months had passed since 13, and Colonel Fisher had their talk. When the other battalion commanders and the spies, who had managed to become part of the 69th Battalion, heard 13th's announcement, all of them were caught completely by surprise. Instead of going to the Signy continent to help defend it from the Jinn invasion, he chose to go to the Rigel continent, which had already been overrun by these monsters. Of course, his subordinates subtly asked him for the reason why they were going there, but the only thing he said was, "The grass is always greener on the other side." They thought that their battalion commander was just teasing them, but now, they couldn't even laugh about it. Currently, the 69th Battalion was on board an aircraft carrier, which belonged to the Leventis family. This aircraft carrier was accompanied by 6 destroyer-class warships, and they were headed to the man-made island called Xylen. They had left the port a week ago, and if they kept traveling at the same speed they were now, they would arrive at their destination in 6 to 8 days. Since the Aldebaran continent was separated from the main continent, the Remington clan, and the 3 prestigious families of Aldebaran, which were composed of the Leventis, Smith, and Lockwood families, had their own naval forces. The Leventis family had sent half of their navy forces to accompany 13 on his expedition toward the Rigel continent. To everyone's surprise, Michael Leventis was also accompanying them. As the second-in-command of the Leventis family, his words held great significance, making the Wanderers think that Arthur Leventis thought highly of his grandson. Well, they weren't wrong, because ever since the battle in the Arcadia archipelago, the patriarch of the Leventis family had no choice but to take his no-good grandson's words seriously. The high-ranking officers of the central government knew that Xylen would ask for his family's help. They just didn't expect that Michael Leventis would accompany him on his trip as well. Originally, Arthur only planned to give 13 a single destroyer for his trip to the Rigel continent. But after his grandson said that if he didn't send more ships with him, Arthur will regret it so much that he will suffer constipation for a year, the old man decided to have a heart-to-heart talk with Xylen. After hearing what the teenage boy had to say, Arthur almost sent the entire naval army of the Leventis family, including himself, on this mission. However, 13 told him that doing that would certainly backfire. Chapter 330, Let's Just Play Along to Make the Old Fart Happy. Chapter 330, Let's Just Play Along to Make the Old Fart Happy. Yes, Colbert replied to Alexis' question. I am a member of the Riggs family, but I'm just a bastard that one of the Branch families sired because he got horny one night. Fortunately, my father wasn't a total scum and at least tried to support my mother after getting her pregnant. But he made a mistake. He thought that giving me the Riggs family surname would make up for his past blunder. But it only brought me pain because I was never treated as one because, in their eyes, I wasn't worthy of their name. Christopher patted his friend's shoulder, and the latter just smiled back. Although the two of them didn't always agree on some things, the two of them had already recognized each other as comrades through the years. It's fine now, Colbert said. I'm sure that sticking with the young master will benefit me more than just trying to flatter my relatives. I'm the legendary rookie's left-hand man, and it can't get anything better than that. Actually, the cousins who ignored me in the past approached me not long ago and asked me if I could get the young master's autograph. Everyone's circumstances can change, and mine did after being with the young master. Colbert then pointed at Alexis and Paul with a smirk. It was very obvious why the two of them spent a lot of gold coins in order to become part of 13th's army. It takes one to know one. Colbert hinted. I know why the two of you are here, and, frankly, I don't really care. I'm sure that the young master feels the same way as I do. So, just do whatever you want to do. You will soon realize that he is a bigger man, teenage boy than we'll ever be. So as your senior, allow me to give the two of you some words of wisdom. Alexis and Paul looked at Colbert with calm expressions on their faces, as if they weren't affected by his words. However, they were also curious about what the person who knew about them wanted to say to them. Even if the entire world abandons you, he alone will not, Colbert said softly. So, in your darkest moments, don't hesitate to take his hand. Trust me, you'll be happier on this side of the fence than the side you are currently on right now. Christopher nodded his head in agreement because this was the truth, and nothing but the truth. When he was still a retainer of Terence Leventis, Christopher understood that he was just one of the many disposable tools that his former young master could use in order to reach his goal. But 13 never made him feel as if he was just a tool. He didn't think of him as a burden. He didn't think of him as someone that could be discarded in order to save his life. In whatever battles Christopher faced, in front of him would always be Xylen's small back, which seemed capable of carrying the entire world with room to spare. So, the first thing he did when he returned to Pangea was to beg Arthur and Michael to discharge him as Terence's retainer because he only wanted to serve one person in his lifetime, and that was none other than Xylen Leventis. He was prepared to be punished, to be whipped, to be insulted, and even starved because he knew that what he was asking for was too much. However, he chose the thorny path because he believed that at the end of it, he would see the person whom he would lay down his life for without hesitation. Just as the 6 captains were about to continue their talk, a blaring siren reverberated in the surroundings, making all of them leave the room in haste to go to the command center to better understand the situation. When they arrived at the bridge of the ship, 13 was already there, so all of them saluted at the same time. 13 saluted back before making a gesture for them to look at the projection that was being shown in front of them. "It looks like our welcoming party has come to pick us up," 13 commented as he looked at the aircraft carrier in front of them, which was accompanied by over a dozen warships. "They don't look friendly, though," Christopher commented, which made 13 chuckle. "Relax, if they really want to blow us up, we wouldn't stand a chance," 13 replied. "I'm sure they're just trying to intimidate us and let us know that we have entered their home turf. But we're still several days away from Xylen," Piper said. "Isn't it too early to greet us?" "The Xylen Federation's ships are the fastest ships in the world," 13 replied. "I'm sure that it only took them a day or two to reach our location from their island fortress. It seems that they are too excited to meet us. Or too excited to know the real reason why we're here," Michael mused as he fixed the glasses on his face. He had informed the Xylen Federation beforehand that they would be making a stop on their island fortress before going to the Rigel continent. Although not all of the monarch clans and the prestigious families got along with each other, they did their best to keep their skirmishes in the dark and away from the views of the public. "I see Old Man Benedict on the deck of the aircraft carrier," 13 smirked when he saw the old man, who he had met at the party of the Remington clan. "I wish Grandma was here. If she was, she'd probably slap him to oblivion." The corner of Michael's and Colbert's lips twitched after hearing 13's words. Although Benedict Riggs was not the patriarch of the Riggs family, he was still among the top 5 most influential people in it, who could make decisions for the entire family. In Colbert's eyes, the old man was someone who could order his death with just a word. But, after seeing how Xylen casually called the one, who was known as the berserker of the battlefield, Old Man Benedict, he felt as if the anxiety he was feeling about meeting his family again disappeared completely. "Make sure to be respectful to him when we meet him, Xylen," Michael stated. "We can't afford to make Benedict Riggs lose face, especially in front of his subordinates, as well as his peers." "All right, I'll behave," 13 nodded. "But, since he is the one that came to meet us, instead of the Elrod clan, proves that they have no intention of barring us from entering their domain. But, I'm sure, old man, Sir Benedict will try to intimidate and make things difficult for us. Let's just play along to make the old fart happy. It will be a pain to clean up his corpse if he suddenly dies due to an aneurysm." Michael sighed before shaking his head helplessly. He really hoped that his nephew wouldn't say anything to embarrass the old man, who wouldn't even bat an eye if he was facing Arthur Leventis on the battlefield, despite the disparity in their ranks. Chapter 331, Tell Me a Lie. Chapter 331, Tell Me a Lie. Since they were intruding on the territory of others, Michael ordered all the ships to come to a complete stop. However, he also made sure to tell all personnel to be combat ready, just in case something unexpected happened. The fleet from the Xylen Federation also stopped a good distance away from them, but the formation of their ships made it so that the naval forces of the Leventis family wouldn't get through them without their permission. "Sir, the officer in charge of the aircraft carrier wants to talk to you," one of Michael's officers reported. Connect the line, Michael ordered. A second later, a man whom 13 had never seen before appeared on a projection in front of them. Michael, it's been a while since we last saw each other, the captain of the ship said with a smile. It's been 3 years, Dominic, Michael replied as he adjusted the glasses on his face. You look the same as ever. Dominic Riggs was the highest commanding officer of the Riggs Naval Fleet, which was stationed in the Xylen Federation. He and Michael had been good friends for many years. As do you. Dominic smirked before glancing at the teenage boy standing beside his friend. I finally get to see the most famous rookie in the world. Tell me, Xylen Leventis, do you plan to create another miracle and rid the Rigel continent of the Jinns and Majins who have conquered it? 13 shook his head. With all due respect, sir, I'm just a rookie. It's impossible for me to do the impossible. But you've done impossible things before you even became a rookie, Dominic replied. Since you're a rookie now, wouldn't that make you even more powerful? Sir, if rookies alone can make a difference, the Rigel continent wouldn't be in its current state. I hope you don't have any expectations of me, because I will tell you now that you will be greatly disappointed. You shouldn't say things like that, Xylen, Dominic stated with a solemn look on his face. You are no ordinary wanderer, and everyone knows it, especially after the world has come to learn about your adventures. News of your arrival has already spread in the Xylen Foundation, giving people hope that you might be able to create a miracle to reclaim our lands. Although it is too much of me to ask you, I hope that you won't say anything to destroy that hope by choosing your words wisely. Even if you can't do it, just smile and say that you'll just go and take a look to see if there's something you can do about it. By the way, some of the wanderers you saved in the Valbera Archipelago, the Desolate Mountain, and the Arcadia Archipelago are from the Xylen Federation. They are also looking forward to meeting you again. This time, 13 nodded and didn't say anything. If his existence could somehow give the cannon fodders hope, then he would not say anything to break it. The Desolate Mountain that Dominic spoke of was the place where Mikhail appeared when he was sent to Solterra for the first time. There were over 2,000 wanderers sent to that place, and all of them were endlessly dealing with rank 1 monster swarms until 13 appeared to help them clear their mission. The Desolate Mountain's difficulty paled in comparison to the Valbera Archipelago and the Arcadia Archipelago. However, it didn't change the fact that it was still an extremely dangerous mission, for it was a battle of attrition between the wanderers and the monsters whose number surpassed theirs 1,000 to 1. It was one of the legendary feats under 13's belt, and only those who experienced it firsthand were able to share it with the world. Dominic then raised his hand to salute 13. Please, allow us to escort you to the Xylen Federation, Dominic stated. 13 saluted back. Thank you, sir. We are in your care. After exchanging pleasantries, the wall of ships of the Riggs family parted, allowing Michael's forces to advance. They rearranged the formation of their fleet so that the 2 aircraft carriers moved close to each other. An hour later, an old man jumped from the Riggs aircraft carrier, casually landing on the Leventis aircraft carrier. Brad, get your sorry ass over here now, Benedict Riggs shouted. I'm here to talk. Since the ships were moving at high speeds, the gusts of wind blowing across the deck were enough to send anyone flying. But Benedict stood as if he was just enjoying a passing breeze while waiting for Xylen to appear. Sir Benedict, please come inside, Michael said through the ship's speakers. Xylen might get blown away if he steps onto the deck right now because of the strong winds. Benedict frowned, but in the end, he still left the deck in order to meet the boy whom he had seen at the Remington clan's party several years ago. A few minutes later, the old man and the teenage boy sat in the command room, facing each other. Behind 13 were his 6 captains, and seated by his side was Michael. Although he was certain that Benedict wouldn't harm the boy, Xylen's uncle didn't want to take any chances, so he accompanied him in this meeting. Boy, what are you planning? Benedict asked. Also, don't give me that crappy answer that you just want to train in the Rigel continent. The moment I saw you at the party, I instantly realized that you are a wolf in sheep's clothing. Tell me the truth. Why are you coming to the Rigel continent? I plan to do a lot of things, 13 replied. What kind of things? Benedict inquired as he rested his chin on the back of his intertwined hands. Collect monster parts, 13 replied. The corner of Benedict's lips twitched because his ability to tell if the person he was talking to was lying or not didn't sound. This meant that 13 was telling the truth, but he still felt something fishy, So he asked him more questions. Aside from collecting monster parts, what else do you plan to do in the Rigel continent? Train my men, of course. Aside from training your men, what else? See what kind of jinns and magians inhabit the Rigel continent. And what will you do with that information? Make a strategy for how to deal with them effectively. Benedict asked 13 a lot of questions, and the teenage boy answered all of them without telling a single lie. After asking for the umpteenth time, Benedict was starting to doubt whether his ability was working on the boy or not. Tell a lie, Benedict ordered. I'm more awesome than you'll ever be, 13 replied in a heartbeat. The corner of Benedict's lips twitched once again because his skill didn't activate. This meant that the boy in front of him really thought that he was more awesome than him, which gave Benedict a very strong urge to slap the boy silly. Boy, will your expedition in the Rigel continent benefit the people of the Xylen Federation? Benedict inquired. Absolutely, 13 answered. In what way? In many ways. Are you messing with me? No, Benedict glanced at Michael with a fed-up expression. Tell me a lie, Benedict stated. You're more handsome than me, Michael replied. Finally, Benedict's ability activated, but he wasn't the least bit happy about it. He felt as if he was being insulted by the uncle and nephew pair, who were both laughing at him in their hearts. Benedict's purpose for talking to Xylen was to ask the questions that the higher UPS of the Xylen Federation wanted to know the answer to. However, 13 was like a slippery eel, only answering him with half-truths. Fine, Benedict sighed. No matter what you plan to do, I'll find out about it eventually. Do you know why? I'm guessing that Sir Benedict is going to accompany me to the Rigel continent? 13 said. That's right. Benedict didn't deny and directly admitted that he was tasked to monitor whatever 13 was going to do on the Rigel continent. So, if you do anything fishy, I'll give you a good spanking. 13 didn't reply, but he was laughing internally. He already expected that the Xylen Federation would do something like this to monitor his movements, and he was fine with that. FreeWebNovel.com. It didn't matter if Benedict or several others joined him in his journey. Actually, having a champion as his chaperone wasn't a bad thing. Not only would he get a strong bodyguard, but it would also allow him to form connections with one of the high-ranking members of the Riggs family, who had a deep history with his grandpa and grandma. Benedict observed the teenage boy with a critical gaze, but the more he looked at him, the more he felt that the boy was up to no good. But, for the time being, he gave him the benefit of the doubt, as he stayed on the ship until Michael's fleet finally arrived in the Xylen Federation after a week of travel in the sea. Chapter 332 Greedy by Nature. Chapter 332 Greedy by Nature. So this is Xylen Federation's headquarters, Christopher muttered. One of the places in the world that no ordinary people can casually visit. Who would even want to visit this place? Colbert looked at his friend like he had heard something weird. This artificial island isn't meant to be a tourist attraction. It's a place where they train everyone who wishes to reclaim the Rigel continent, blindly hoping that a powerful wanderer would emerge among them. Are you talking about creating another throne or monarch? Pietro asked. Colbert shook his head. No, they are hoping that someone like the young master will appear. If monarchs and thrones were enough to reclaim the Rigel continent, we would have reclaimed it long ago. There was a time when an elite raiding team composed of 40,000 people, accompanied by the 5 monarchs, the 10 thrones, and the powerhouses of the central government, tried their hand to reclaim the Rigel continent. Even with that lineup, all of their efforts failed since they were up against 10 rank 9 sovereigns with millions of higher-ranked monsters guarding them. In the end, after losing more than a third of their expedition forces, they were forced to retreat. Since then, no expedition force of that same magnitude has tried to recover the Rigel continent. Only the Elrod clan, the Rhodes, Riggs, and Nightshade families decided to continue fighting. What Colbert didn't know was that it was also this incident that made Arthur Leventus, who wanted to use that opportunity to become a monarch, bring all the elites of the Leventus family. Unfortunately, they suffered countless losses in that great battle. It was also then that Lady Callista contracted the poison that plagued her body. The poison not only made her rank degrade, but it also nearly ended her life as the poison seeped into all of her bone and muscle tissues. We will restock here for 3 days before we head to the Rigel continent, Michael said as he fixed the glasses on his face. I've received word that a party will be held for your arrival tomorrow night, Xylen. Make sure to behave yourself. Uncle, why do all of you tell me to behave myself? 13 blinked innocently. I'm very well behaved, you know. Michael didn't answer as he fixed his glasses for the umpteenth time. He had known his nephew long enough to know that behaving was something that didn't exist in Xylen's dictionary. I advise you to tell your soldiers to remain on the ship and not wander around, Benedict, who was standing beside 13, stated. We don't get guests very often, so there's a possibility that some of our brats will get excited and try to mess with your people. 13 nodded because he agreed with the old man's advice. The 6 of you, make sure to pass my orders to everyone, 13 said as he glanced at his 6 officers, who managed their own platoons. Tell them to not leave the ship and to not wander around Valen unless I order them to do so. Do I make myself clear? Sir, yes, sir. The 6 captains called out to their subordinates and passed 13's message to them. Tonight, the 2 of you will be invited to have dinners with the patriarchs of the prestigious families, Benedict stated. The number 2 of the Elrod clan will also be there. How about the number 1? 13 inquired. He will meet you tomorrow. Benedict smirked. I want to see if you can remain composed after you see him. I doubt he'll be as ugly as Arundel, 13 replied. I guess I'll take your word to heart, uncle, and see if I won't be able to stay composed after seeing Wendell Elrod, the monarch who governs the Elrod clan. 13 knew that it was only a matter of time before he met one of the monarchs, but he didn't expect that he would meet one on this occasion. My son already told you, right? Benedict whispered in 13's ears. You are no ordinary wanderer. Even someone of his stature would like to meet you in the flesh instead of looking at your image through a projection. After saying those words, Benedict bid goodbye and went to inform the other patriarchs about the answers he got from interrogating 13. He had used a recording artifact, which saved him the trouble of narrating his conversation with the boy word per word. A few hours later, just before sunset, Michael and Xylen left the aircraft carrier to have dinner with the patriarchs of the prestigious families. Colbert, who was inside his room, sat on his bed while holding a crystal orb in his hand. Suddenly, the orb glowed faintly, which made Colbert slowly put it on top of the bed. A flash of light shot out from the crystal orb and revealed a projection on the screen. A handsome man with long blue hair looked at Colbert with a smile. Congratulations, Colbert Riggs, the man stated. You have been chosen to contribute to the Dvalin Federation. As long as you provide us with important information, I am willing to reward you generously. Thank you, sir. Colbert bowed respectfully to the man, who was the strongest wanderer in the Dvalin Federation. I am happy to be of service to you and the Dvalin Federation. Good. The blue-haired man nodded. I'm sure that the Riggs family will be very happy to see you contributing to their greater good. Wendell Elrod, one of the monarchs hailed as one of the 6 strongest people in the world, smiled faintly. It doesn't matter what kind of information it is, Wendell stated. It could be as trivial as what he ate for breakfast, lunch, or dinner. Make sure to report anything that you find interesting, not leaving a stone left unturned. Do this, and your efforts will be recognized and rewarded without fail. You are one of Xylen Leventis' most trusted confidants, so I'm sure that you will be able to give us fast and reliable information compared to the other spies that have infiltrated the 69th Battalion. Are you willing to accept this task, Colbert Riggs? Yes, Your Excellency. Colbert nodded his head respectfully. Your will is my command. Wendell nodded. As it should be. I am looking forward to your contribution, Colbert. Do not let us down. After saying those parting words, the light of the crystal orb dimmed. It looks like the young master is right, Colbert said as he picked up the unresponsive orb from the bed. But to think that instead of a big fish, a whale had taken the bait. I guess it's time for me to have a side hustle. Colbert chuckled as he placed the crystal orb in a wooden box. 13 had asked him to become a double agent because the teenage boy already had a plan in mind. He didn't mind if his left-hand man took on a side hustle in order to gain benefits. In fact, he even asked Colbert to squeeze them dry. The dozens of spies from the other families who managed to join Xylen's battalion were also under the same orders. All of them were tasked to report the teenage boy's every movement. This exchange of information allowed them to gain many benefits from the families who wished to spy on 13's movements. What they didn't know was that 13 was already aware of the silly little plans of these powerful families. 13 knew that humans were greedy by nature, so he would use their greed in order to gain what he needed from the pockets of the very people who were greatly underestimating his scamming abilities, which he learned from a certain old bandit thousands of years ago. Chapter 333, Is It Free? Chapter 333, Is It Free? 13 and Michael entered a classy restaurant that was patronized by the most influential people on the man-made island of Xylen. They had been invited to a dinner with the patriarchs of the 3 prestigious clans, along with a few of their most trusted subordinates. Of course, the Elrod clan had also sent a few of their representatives to welcome Michael and the boy whom they'd been wanting to meet personally. When the waiter opened the door to the VIP room, 13 saw 12 people sitting around a round table filled with many delicious delicacies. The teenage boy gave them a brief nod of greeting before walking toward the 2 empty seats, which were reserved for them. Those who were already inside the room watched the teenage boy as he walked with confidence. A faint smile could even be seen on his face as he brushed off the intimidating stares that were being sent in his direction. Compared to Arundel, the Artemians, and everything that he had faced in Solterra, the people inside the room looked very cute. Michael also walked with confidence and sat beside his nephew. This wasn't his first time meeting these people, so he had already gotten used to their greeting. Not bad. The patriarch of the Rhodes family, Ronald Rhodes, commented. 13 smiled at the middle-aged man with gray hair and eyes, who was looking at him with an amused expression on his face. The teenage boy then glanced at the 2 other patriarchs, whom he recognized thanks to the information he gathered from the internet. Ronald Rhodes, Hugo Riggs, and Spencer Nightshade. They were the 3 patriarchs of the 3 prestigious families who had supported the monarch, Wendell Elrod, in the construction of the man-made island, Xylen, and made it their base of operation to reclaim their homeland from the Djinns. Let's eat before the food turns cold, Spencer said. It will not be too late to have our talk after all of us are feeling full and content. His words were met with approval, so everyone ate and made casual small talk with each other. An hour later, when their tables were cleared of food, the real talk finally began. Benedict, who was also with them, had already shown everyone his recorded interrogation of Xylen. Since most of their questions had already been answered, they decided to use a different approach to try and pry answers from the teenage boy who had decided to go to the Rigel continent, contrary to everyone else who was preparing for the invasion in the Signy continent. Do you wish to ask us anything about the place where you want to go? Hugo Riggs, the current patriarch of the Riggs family, asked. I don't want to brag, but we have compiled all the information about the Djinns and Magians that inhabit half of the continent. Are you interested? Is it free? 13 asked innocently. My salary from the central government is not that big. So, if you want to take my entire savings, I'm sorry, but I have to pass. Don't worry, I'm not going after peanuts, Hugo stated. In exchange for the information, I want some body parts from the otherworlders who were taken from the Arcadia archipelago. The Leventis family refused to share even a single corpse, so I'm wondering if we can strike a deal right here right now. Hugo smiled faintly. We want 4 high-ranking corpses of these beings called Artemians. It's not a bad deal, considering it will be exchanged for the years of painstaking effort that we used to compile the Djinn bestiary that will be helpful for whatever you plan to do in the Rigel continent. The Xylen Federation's Djinn bestiary not only noted the name of the Djinn, but also included other useful information. Information like the location of where they could be seen in the continent, their weakness, and their sphere of influence, as well as their habits, were also detailed. All of this precious information was gathered through the countless sacrifices of the wanderers who had risked their lives to obtain such information. Michael frowned because he didn't expect that the patriarchs would propose such a thing. The body parts of the Artemians were being held in an underground vault somewhere in the Leventis family's domain. Ever since they heard that the Leventis family was seen in the Arcadia archipelago, everyone developed a great interest in seeing what these Artemians looked like. But even after the central government, the monarchs, as well as the prestigious families, asked for a sample, Arthur only presented them with a single corpse, and that was of a rank 5 Artemian sovereign. This sample was currently being studied by the central government in the hopes that they would be able to gain some useful information about them. I don't have the authority to agree to this condition, 13 replied. As you may already know, my father was kicked out from the Leventis family. Also, my grandpa and I are really not close. But you're close enough with Michael, right? Spencer commented. So how about it, Michael? Can you give us 4 samples in exchange for helping your nephew with his field trip in the Rigel continent? Michael pondered for a bit before nodding his head. Will you be fine with samples of rank 5 sovereigns? That's fine, Ronald nodded. Then I will arrange it. Michael agreed to the condition because this wasn't a big deal to them. Their researchers had already collected enough blood and tissue samples of the Artemians, so letting the other families have a few of them would not really hinder their research. After striking the deal, the atmosphere in the room became more lively as 13 answered the questions that were being asked to him. The only one who didn't talk much was the representative of the Elder clan, who seemed content in listening to the discussion in the room. For hours later, 13 and Michael returned to the port where their ship was currently docked. In his hand was a data chip that contained information about the monsters in the Rigel continent, which would help his subordinates greatly in their upcoming mission on the Jinn-infested continent. Chapter 334 You Can Count on Me. Chapter 334 You Can Count on Me. 13 walked on the aircraft carrier's hallway while looking at the data chip in his hand. Truth be told, even without the data chip, 13 could come up with the same results. All he needed to do was look at the monsters, and he would be able to search for them in his own database. As long as there were no new breeds of monsters that popped up during the 300-year period since 13 had last been in Solterra, he was confident that he could compile his own Jinn compendium that would surpass whatever the Dvalin Federation possessed. Still, the compiled information handed to him was useful, for it would allow him to explain why he knew a lot of things about the monsters in the Rigel continent. He could just say, I knew about this information because of the exchange I had with Eldrod clan, the Rhodes family, the Riggs family, as well as the Nightshade family. No one would become suspicious of him, and no one would question this information. The moment 13 entered his room, he was greeted by the sight of Tiona, who was busy watching a show on television. The Black Snake had developed a new hobby of watching documentaries about Solterra, which 13 found very amusing. 2 more days, and we will finally set sail to the Rigel continent, 13 thought as Tiona coiled around his neck and demanded his attention. The meeting he had with the patriarchs of the prestigious families ended on a good note, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. His true concern was what would happen tomorrow. According to the representatives of the Elrod clan, their patriarch wanted to meet him. However, something came up in Solterra that needed his immediate attention. Something that would force a monarch to personally take action couldn't be a simple matter. But 13 was fine in not meeting Wendell Elrod, who was one of the 6 monarchs in the world. He would deal with them once his preparations were complete. For now, he was fine with letting them do whatever they wanted to do. I'm sleepy, Tiona. Do you want to sleep with me? 13 asked. The Black Snake nodded her head to answer her master's question. It had been a long day, and frankly, he just wanted to sleep early in preparation for their upcoming expedition in the Rigel continent. FreeWebNovel.com. While 13 was planning to sleep, there were people inside the aircraft carrier who were busy talking with the elders of their families to give their report. One of these people was Alexis McKnight, who was an agent secretly sent by the Griffin clan, who was stationed in the Signy continent. They were very curious as to why the central government decided to give Xylen Leventis such a high rank despite the fact that he had just joined their organization. Also, they wanted to keep tabs on the Wanderer who was deemed to stay as a rookie for life. Behind closed doors, there were rumors spreading in Pangaea that the Laplace demon and the One had become too scared of Xylen's potential that they decided to put restrictions on his body so that he wouldn't be able to become strong in both worlds. Whether these rumors were true or not, the fact remained that 13 did have restrictions placed on his body. The young boy purposely made his information public so that it would make those who were jealous of him feel a bit better because, in their eyes, he no longer had a future. It also lowered the guard of the monarch clans, as well as the prestigious families. The last thing that they wanted to happen was for another genius like Gerald to appear in the Leventis family, which could potentially change the status quo. Before the reveal, some of them were even plotting to assassinate 13 before he became too famous and too influential. But after seeing his status page, they felt pity for the boy, so they decided to just leave him be. He might have managed to do some incredible things, but at the end of the day, a rookie would never be able to shake the foundations of their family's power. Alexis looked at the man in the projection in front of him with a solemn gaze. How long will you be staying in the Dvalin Federation? The man asked. 2 more days, Alexis replied. After that, we will head to the Rigel continent as scheduled. Did you gather any important information as of late? The only thing I know is that Xylen and the patriarchs had a meeting after dinner. We were ordered to not leave the ship, so I wasn't able to confirm who else went to their meeting. The man nodded in understanding. Just make sure to keep an eye on him. His desire to visit the Rigel continent must mean that there is something important there that he needed to see or confirm. I'm sure that the other families were thinking of the same thing. But right now, no one can casually enter the Rigel continent without getting permission from the Dvalin Federation. Those people are still unable to move on, and still stuck in their dream of regaining their homeland. The man commented with a wry smile on his face. But who am I to judge when my own continent is about to face the same fate as them? Alexis looked calmly at the man in front of him, who lorded over the Rigel continent for the past 300 years. Don't forget your mission, Alexis, the patriarch of the Griffin clan, Ray Griffin said. Don't let me down. Yes, Your Excellency, Alexis replied. You can count on me. Ray nodded before cutting off the connection. I don't understand why everyone is so concerned about Xylen Leventis, Alexis mulled as he thought about his battalion commander. Sure, he might have done a lot of amazing things in the past, but that is all in the past. He won't be making any waves again. Alexis was one of those people who believed that Xylen Leventis no longer had a future. Yet for some reason, many people still wanted to know whatever he was doing. Perhaps everyone just wanted to hear more miraculous stories, given the desperate situation that the world was facing. During these times, everyone was looking for a hero. This was why the central government had created their own hero unit, which was also making waves in both Solterra and Pangea. Whatever. As long as I'm getting paid, I don't have to worry about the specifics, Alexis thought as he laid down on his bed to finally get some sleep. He decided that he would know whether the teenage boy was the real deal or not after arriving at the Rigel continent, which would become their battalion's first opportunity to face a future that they were trying so hard to prevent from happening again. Chapter 335. It's just his way to motivate his subordinates. Since he no longer needed to meet the monarch of the Elrod clan, 13th stay in the Dvalin Federation only lasted for 2 days. After that, they resumed their journey towards the Rigel continent. However, this time, they were no longer alone. The 3 prestigious families, as well as the second-in-command of the Elrod clan, sent a few of their people to accompany 13 on his trip in the Rigel continent. Aside from the Leventis family's naval fleet, 4 other warships joined them. These 4 warships belonged to the Elrod clan, Rhodes family, Riggs family, and the Nightshade family. The Dvalin Federation had secured a small base of operation at the very edge of the Rigel continent. This is where they launched their raiding operations, hunting down lower-ranked djinns and magians near their area. The truly powerful monsters usually stayed at the center of the continent, with some of them wandering randomly from place to place as if patrolling their territory. They were also aware that the Wanderers had set up a small camp along the northern edges of the continent, but they allowed them to do as they pleased. The high-ranking djinns and magians were not afraid of the humans' regular raiding operations within their domain. After all, these Wanderers also served as a tasty snack, which they wanted to enjoy from time to time. That was why the djinns and magians tolerated them, and didn't make any move to wipe out their headquarters from the face of the land. We're almost there, the captain of the ship declared, making Michael and 13 look at the island in the distance. Michael's hand trembled for a brief moment before it regained its calmness. After seeing the Rigel continent once more, he remembered the fateful battle that happened in the past. The Leventis family had suffered great losses during that expedition. Since then, Arthur never visited the Rigel continent because there were only painful memories waiting for him in that place. Michael was one of the Wanderers who had participated in that expedition several years ago. All of them believed that if humanity worked together towards a single goal, they would be able to overcome the challenges presented to them. Unfortunately, even after doing their best, they failed to exterminate their enemies. They were even lucky that they were able to return back alive, with their retainers doing their best to hold the line, allowing them to escape. Even to this day, the Leventis family still supported the families of their elite retainers who had died in that battle. Their education, expenses, as well as other miscellaneous stuff was covered by their family. It was their way of atoning for the lives that they had lost in a battle that was bound to fail from the start. Xylen, promise me something, Michael said as he kept his gaze on the island that was getting bigger with each passing second. You will not attempt to go past the danger zone that has been outlined by the Dvalin Federation. 13 hummed. Is that a yes or a no? Michael asked. You little brat. Michael sighed because his nephew was being vague with his answer. He had promised his father that he would take care of Xylen and promised him that he would bring his nephew back alive no matter the cost. However, the teenage boy seemed unwilling to cooperate, which was giving Michael a headache. An hour later, the ships finally docked at the port that was meant for the Xylen Federation. They were still 2 miles away from the island, but this was the closest they could get without endangering themselves by triggering a sudden raid by the jinns who inhabit the continent. In order to arrive at their destination, all of them would need to enter a portal in the military port, which was connected to the island. This portal was a one-way portal, which meant that they could use it to get into the island, but they were unable to use it to get back to their ships. This was a safety measure that the Xylen Federation had made to prevent monsters from using their portal to destroy the place where their ships were docked. Everyone, the time has come, 13 stated as he faced his subordinates, who were looking back at him with complicated looks on their faces. He could see the anxiety in their eyes, and he believed that it was normal for them to feel that way. Only a handful of people remained calm, like Christopher, Colbert, and Piper, who had complete trust in him. When we get to the island, I want all of you to listen to my orders like your lives depended on it, because your life will really depend on it, 13 stated. It is time to put your training to use. I don't want any of you dying, because that is not the reason why we came here. Also, each of you will be given this device that I am holding right now. This is called Monster Dex. The Xylen Federation was kind enough to give us the data of the majority of the monsters in the island. When you see a monster, just point this device in their direction, and you will be able to see their information. The information includes their habitats, weaknesses, as well as things that they like and don't like. It is also capable of determining their rank, so don't try to fight a monster that is 2 ranks above you, unless you are with a group. But, even then, utmost caution must be exercised. We came here to get rich, to train, and not to die. If any of you die here, I will spit on your corpse and throw it into the sea to feed the fishes. Do I make myself clear? Sir, yes, sir. The representatives of the monarch clans and prestigious families almost did a double take when they heard Xylen say that their purpose for coming here was to get rich. Even Benedict, who had volunteered to watch over 13, couldn't help but glance at Michael, as if asking him if his nephew was being serious. He's just trying to lighten the atmosphere, Michael said as he adjusted the glasses on his face. It's just his way to motivate his subordinates. Benedict accepted this answer because getting rich was something that you could not do by visiting a monster-infested continent. If doing that could make them rich, then the Xylen Federation would have been very rich long ago. Green Lanterns, move out, 13 ordered. As soon as he gave the order, his subordinates climbed into their respective vehicles. Each squad, which was composed of 5 people, rode in a vehicle similar to a Humvee, which they would use to travel in the Rigel continent. The man-made port was also a military station, allowing vehicles of any type to pass through the one-way teleportation gate that led to the Rigel continent. Of course, there was also a teleporter that would also allow anyone from the continent to teleport to the port city, but the conditions for using it were very stringent. 13 rode in Michael's Humvee, which was the last one to enter the portal. As soon as they passed through the other side of the gate, 13's heart started to beat wildly inside his chest. Now that he had arrived on the island, he was one step closer to recovering the 3 cursed items that his former host had left behind, as well as a step closer to showing everyone the thing he had envisioned for the members of his battalion. Chapter 336 Greed is Good. A day after 13 arrived in the Rigel continent. Your battalion's uniform is so eye-catching, Benedict commented as he looked at Xylen's subordinates, who had finally dressed in their military uniforms. I know, right? 13 said proudly as if he was the one that raised these wanderers since they were just babies. Even the other representatives of the influential families couldn't look at them for a very long time because the light green color was blinding to their eyes. The wanderers from the Xylen Federation, who were also stationed in the military base, couldn't help but look at the Green Lanterns weirdly. However, after being looked at with such gazes for more than a month, the Green Lanterns no longer felt embarrassed because they were already numb at the attention. So, what do you plan to do today, Xylen? Benedict asked. Yesterday you ordered your people to unload their equipment and modify their Humvees. I'm sure that you are going to mobilize them today, right? That's right, 13 nodded. So what do you have in mind? Benedict inquired. If you want to hunt monsters, I can guide you to a place where lower-ranked monsters are located. Thanks for the offer, Uncle Benedict. But what I want to do right now is a bit of treasure hunting, 13 answered. Treasure hunting? Here. Yes. 13 then tapped his watch, creating a 3D layout of the surrounding area that spanned for 10 miles. This information was also included in the data chip that the Xylen Federation had given him. I plan to investigate this place to see if we can mine some precious ores and minerals, 13 stated. Uncle, are you feeling lucky today? If so, how about you point to a location on the map where we can start our mining operation? If we get something, I promise to give you 10%. 10%. Benedict chuckled. Are you sure you will really find something? At most, I am certain that you will only find rocks here in this place. Well, how about we give it a go? 13 said with a smile. Point to the place where you think there might be some precious ores that we can mine, Uncle. 13 had started calling Benedict Uncle, which amused the old man. However, since getting called Uncle by the legendary rookie gave him some brownie points, he decided to accept it as his way of forming stronger connections with Xylen. How about we choose Sector 5? Uncle Benedict said as he pointed at a location on the projection. The moment his finger came in contact with the projection, the area zoomed in, showing the topography of the land. This small mountain is only inhabited by lower-ranked jinns, so it will not be a problem for you to start digging on this place. It will be a good exercise for your subordinates. 13 looked in the direction where the old man had pointed and nodded his head. Understood, 13 commented. We will move out in an hour. The representatives of the influential families glanced at each other and shook their heads helplessly. They had just arrived on the island, and the first thing that Xylen Leventus wanted to do was to go treasure hunting. If treasures could be gained by randomly pointing to a location in the map, then the Xylen Federation would have already benefited a lot many years ago. Just as 13 stated, he and his men ventured towards Sector 5, accompanied by Michael, Benedict, and the other representatives of the Monarch clan and the 3 prestigious families. When they arrived at their destination, everyone disembarked and surveyed the surroundings. Uncle, where do you think we should dig first? 13 asked. How about right under my foot? Benedict replied in a teasing tone. Okay, we'll dig under your foot. 13 smirked. Al Capone, come here. The squad leader of the E4 Mafia, Al Capone, grudgingly walked towards 13, carrying a shovel in his hand. He originally planned to take a nap inside the Humvee, but for some reason, their battalion commander always kept a close watch on their group, preventing them from lazing around. But before he could start digging, 13 told him to wait as he set up the military equipment, which would allow him to communicate with Colonel Fisher back in the Freedom Garrison. Sir, we have safely arrived in the Rigel continent. 13 saluted as soon as he saw the projection of the colonel. Good. Colonel Fisher saluted back. So what are you doing right now? I plan to start digging for resources. If we are lucky enough to find anything, I'll give the central government 10% of the materials we get through mining. Mining? Colonel Fisher tilted his head in confusion. I thought you were going there to train? Mining is also part of the training, 13 answered. It will help them build muscles and stamina. Well, if you say so. Colonel Fisher nodded. After seeing that his witness was ready, 13 glanced at his squad leader and finally gave an order. Start digging, Al Capone, 13 said. If you get something, I promise that it will be yours. Yes, sir, Al Capone replied while sighing in his heart. The tallest and bulkiest member of the E4 Mafia started to dig, while his fellow shammers made themselves look busy by holding a blank piece of paper and glancing at their surroundings, acting very important. Benedict watched the disgruntled soldier dig and dig some more. Finally, after digging down 2 meters, everyone heard a resounding clinking sound, as if the military shovel had hit some kind of metal. Benedict looked down on the hole and saw Al Capone starting to dig carefully in the ground under his feet. Suddenly, and without warning, the old man jumped into the hole and picked up something from the ground, which made his eyes wide. In his hand was a green crystal which was emanating a faint light at its center. freewinvel.com, Imperium, Benedict said hoarsely. It is really Imperium. Imperium was a precious, or that was very important to the military, because it had many uses. It could be used as a power source for vehicles, similar to how nuclear reactors were used. The good thing about it was that it could also be used to power up weapons like cannons and special armaments that used energy-based attacks. Colonel Fisher, who saw the Imperium, stood up from his chair and looked at it with bloodshot eyes. He never expected that Xylen's subordinates would really discover something precious just by digging randomly in the ground. Sir, I believe that Imperium is mine, Al Capone said timidly because it was something that Xylen had promised to him. Since he was the one who found it, it was something that rightfully belonged to him. Uncle, if there's one here, it means there are more lying around under this place, 13 stated, which made Benedict snap out from his daze. The old man then reluctantly gave the Imperium to Al Capone, making the latter very happy. The palm-sized Imperium in his hand was already worth tens of thousands of gold coins. If he could find more, then wouldn't that make him filthy rich? The members of the E4 Mafia, who were doing their best to avoid working, immediately started digging around the place where Al Capone found his Imperium. To their surprise, they only needed to dig 2 meters deep before they got their own Imperium ores, making the representatives of the Xylen Federation ecstatic. But before they could celebrate, several trucks belonging to the Leventis family arrived at the scene. Michael didn't hesitate to give an order, and his subordinates immediately began constructing mining equipment, which made Benedict's jaw drop. "Why, you seem very prepared, Michael," Benedict stuttered as he looked at Arthur's son, who was barking orders here and there. "Didn't my nephew already say it earlier, Sir Benedict?" Michael asked as he fixed the glasses on his face. "We came here to get rich. Thank you for pointing out a good location to start our mining operations." 13, who was standing by the side, lightly patted Benedict's waist, making the old man glance in his direction. "Don't worry, Uncle," 13 stated. "You'll get 10%. Thank you for making us rich. Xylen, remember, the central government will also take 10% of your gains," Colonel Fisher said. "I'll make sure to put in a good word to the generals, as well as the field marshal about your contributions. Also, do we need to send more people to assist you? Imperium is a very precious resource. Do we need to set up a camp to protect that site from monsters?" "There will be no need for that, Colonel," one of the representatives of the Nightshade family stated. "We will be more than enough to protect this place. Of course, we will also ask for 10% for our trouble." The members of the Xylen Federation all nodded their heads enthusiastically, and some of them were already talking to their patriarchs using their communicators. The discovery of an Imperium mine was a big deal, and they wanted to mine as much as possible before the monstress in the continent got wind of what they were doing in Sector 5. While this was happening, a certain Magma Balboa, who was digging underground with Tiona, was busy spitting out Imperium from under the ground. Last night, 13 had asked him and Tiona to look for important minerals and resources that were buried deep underground. The first thing that the two found was an Imperium mine, which Rocky happily collected overnight. Since he could easily swallow minerals without disturbing the layout of the land, the mining went smoothly. Of course, he wasn't able to gather everything overnight, but he gathered enough for what 13 had in mind. The Imperium mine was big, so all Rocky needed to do was spit out all the Imperium that he gathered, which was roughly only 10% of the Imperium that could be found at the mining area, which was 2 miles away from where his master was. When 13 said that they would move in an hour, he told Rocky to start dumping the Imperium in Sector 5, then return to the mine to gather the rest. The 10% that Rocky deposited in Sector 5 would be shared by everyone, while he would get 90% of everything, which he would secretly send back to his home, using a special teleportation device that he had prepared for this expedition. What he wanted to do was to create an illusion for Chapter 337, All Part of the Plan, Part 1. Chapter 337, All Part of the Plan, Part 1. He discovered an Imperium deposit. The monarch of the Griffin clan, Douglas Griffin, asked Alexis, who was communicating with him through voice message. "Yes, Your Excellency," Alexis replied. It was technically Benedict Riggs who chose where to mine, but the one who took the initiative to look for precious resources was Xylen. The Xylen Federation and the Leventis family have already struck a deal. The latter will give 20% of the mined Imperium to the Federation in exchange for adding security to the mining area. Before this deal, Xylen promised Sir Benedict 10% of the total yield of Imperium, so the Xylen Federation will officially receive 30% of shares from the mining operation. Douglas frowned after hearing his spy's report. How long did it take you to send me this information since the discovery of the mine? Douglas inquired. 15 minutes, Your Excellency, Alexis answered. I contacted you as soon as I could. Good job. You will be rewarded for your efforts. I need to cut the connection now, but make sure to contact me if something important happens. Understood, my lord. As soon as the connection was cut, Douglas Griffin pressed a button on the control panel in front of him. A few seconds later, the projection of Arthur Leventis appeared in front of him. Good day, Arthur, Douglas said with a faint smile. I heard that your grandson has discovered an Imperium deposit. Arthur arched an eyebrow as he eyed the monarch with great interest. I just got this news from my son a few minutes ago, Arthur stated. You were the first one to contact me, and I'm sure you will not be the last. Your information network is good. So, tell me, what do you want to talk about? I'll get straight to the point, Arthur, Douglas stated. I want you to sell 70% of the Imperium that the Leventis family will gain from mining in the Rigel continent to me. I am willing to buy it 10% higher than the market price. What do you say? Arthur frowned because he didn't know if he should accept the offer or not. Their family would only get 60% of the total yield of Imperium because 10% of it would go to the central government. However, Douglas wanted to purchase 70% of their gains, which would only leave the Leventis family with 30% of the mineral that could be used to enhance their family's military capabilities. He wanted to reject Douglas' proposal, but a part of him didn't want to. The reason why he was hesitating to reject the proposal wasn't because he was afraid of Douglas Griffin, who was a monarch. The reason why he was having a hard time deciding was because he was human. As a fellow human, he understood that the Cygni continent was preparing to fight against the invading monsters from Solterra. In order to succeed, they would need vast amounts of resources, and Imperium was a resource that could potentially tilt the war in their favor. Humanity had already lost the continents of Antares and Rigel to the Djinns and Magians. If they lost Cygni as well, only the Sirius continent and the Aldebaran continent would be left. These two continents would become the last bastion of humanity against the monsters who wished to conquer their world. Seeing his hesitation, Douglas decided to throw one more condition to make Arthur agree to his proposal. If you do me this favor, I will owe you a favor, Douglas said. You can ask for this favor any time, and I will honor it as long as it doesn't go below my bottom line. Arthur, I will be honest. I need that Imperium, so please, sell it to me. Fine, Arthur replied. Send your people to pick it up in the Rigel continent. I don't have enough manpower to deliver it to you. Douglas nodded. Good. I owe you one, Arthur. While the two of them were already discussing the sales of Imperium, the spies who managed to infiltrate Xylen's battalion were also reporting this incident to their superiors. Just like Douglas, many of them were very interested in purchasing the Imperium from the Leventis family. They knew that the Dvalan Federation wouldn't let them have any because they would use it to reclaim their lands. So, after talking to their spies, they tried to contact Arthur Leventis directly. They bypassed Michael, knowing that he didn't have the authority to promise them anything. The monarch clans and the prestigious families tried to offer good terms and payments for the Imperium. Unfortunately, Douglas had already beaten them to it. When they heard that Arthur had already agreed to sell 70% of the Leventis family's shares to Douglas Griffin, all of them were disappointed. However, none of them tried to strong-arm Arthur into breaking their deal. They knew how important the Cygni continent was for the human race, so they didn't make any unreasonable demands or threats towards the Leventis family. They were just a little disappointed that their agents hadn't told them the news faster, allowing Douglas to reap the benefits this time. In the end, they left a message with their subordinates who were within 13th Battalion to report any incident like this in the future at the fastest time possible. The central government had also initiated an emergency meeting to discuss the events that just transpired in the Rigel continent. He just arrived in Rigel, and this happened. The Field Marshal of the central government, Tristan Summers, said with a bitter smile. Can't he just behave and not stir up any waves from the get-go? It's such a shame that Xylen only gave us 10%, Colonel Fisher said. But if he hadn't called me beforehand, I'm sure that we wouldn't even get 10%. The Dvalan Federation surely would have kept this incident under wraps. Imperium is an important mineral for the military, a general commented. Maybe we should use a bit of our influence to ask for 20, no 30% more. What do you think? It's no longer possible, the Grand Marshal of the central government, Lawrence Seaton, declared. I talked to Arthur Leventis before I called for this meeting. He said that Douglas has already asked him to sell 70% of the Imperium that their family will gain from their mining operations. Most of the officers of the army were participating in this meeting through projections since they were stationed all over Pangaea. Despite being nearly complete, a silence that lasted for a full minute descended upon their meeting. "Sir, why did you initiate this meeting?" one of the generals asked. "I called all of you here today to discuss an important matter," Lawrence stated. "After talking to Colonel Fisher, I finally understand one of the reasons why Xylen Leventis wished to go to the Rigel continent. He went there in order to mine precious ores and minerals. According to him, some of these rare ores form in places with high Jinn and Magian activity. The Rigel continent has been under the control of the Jinns for many years, so it is teeming with resources like Imperium and the like. The Dvalan Federation and Douglas managed to secure important resources this time because they were quick enough to act on the situation. Right now, the only force the central government has in the Rigel continent is Xylen and his 300 soldiers. If they find another mineral deposit, it's possible that the Dvalan Federation will strong-arm them into sharing these resources with them. We can't let that happen." Everyone nodded in agreement. If Xylen were to find another mineral deposit, the ones who would mostly benefit from it would be the people on the scene. Even if someone from their side were the one to discover it, Xylen was only a rookie, and the strongest member in his battalion was just an initiate. His uncle, Michael Leventis, was a champion and had enough authority to oversee such an operation. The Dvalan Federation couldn't do anything to the Leventis family, so they decided to use the peaceful route to ensure that they would benefit from the discovery. "We cannot send the hero team to the Rigel continent since their presence is needed to raise the morale of the defenders in Signy," Tristan stated. "However, we must send someone influential whom the Dvalan Federation will not brush off easily. So, I have a suggestion. How about we send the Saintess there? I will also ask the Valkyries to personally escort her to Rigel and ensure her safety. If they are there, I'm sure that the central government will have enough influence to negotiate with everyone." The Saintess was Tristan's daughter, so he had the authority to order her to go anywhere. Everyone knew that the Valkyries were a special force in the military, only accepting ladies into their ranks. The general, who was in charge of the Valkyries, was also someone who couldn't be offended by just anyone. She was someone who was referred to as a pseudo-throne since her power was greater than any champion in the world. Tristan's proposal was accepted by the officers in the army. They even stated that they should also send their own mining equipment so they could act immediately if Xylen found another mineral deposit. What they didn't know was that 13 had already anticipated that the military would act this way. This was why he made sure that Colonel Fisher was present when the Imperium was found. He understood that the high-ranking officers of the army would feel an itch in there, and wouldn't be able to sit still if such resources didn't fall into their hands. 13 also understood that it wasn't only the central government who was thinking about these things. In fact, the other monarch clans, as well as the other prestigious families, were currently debating if they should also send their people to collaborate with Xylen in order to gather the resources, which were just lying under the surface of the Jinn-infested lands of the Rigel continent. Chapter 338, All Part of the Plan, Part 2. Chapter 338, All Part of the Plan, Part 2. As all the powerhouses in the world were thinking of ways to profit from Xylen's money-making scheme, the teenage boy was currently lying in the makeshift tent that was erected hundreds of meters away from the mining site. He was currently talking with Giga, who was busy loading the Imperium that Rocky was mining in another location, to 2 portable teleporters. These teleporters were one-way teleporters, which could only send non-living things to a location. The first teleporter sent the Imperium to the underground bunker in 13's home, which was located in the Aldebaran continent. He had already informed his father about this plan, so they made preparations to gather everything they could for the growth of their family. The second teleporter sent the Imperium to a submarine that was currently on the coast of the Rigel continent. This submarine was a military submarine that 13 had asked the mechanics of the Leventis family to build. At first, they were reluctant to build it because they believed that the submarine wouldn't have enough power to activate these powerful cannons. They could be powered up by Imperium, but they would need at least a ton of the ore to make one of the cannons work. Imperium was a very important resource, so they deemed that this modification to the submarine was not feasible. However, 13 didn't want to hear their complaints and simply ordered them to build the submarine according to the blueprint he provided. The teenage boy already knew that there was Imperium in the Rigel continent, and there was a lot of it. The mini-satellite that he had built had already pinpointed the locations of these Imperium deposits, so the power source for these massive cannons wasn't an issue for him. The captain of the submarine was none other than Christopher's Hyork, Jubii, whom 13 believed would fit the role of captain perfectly. Manning the submarine were the trolls who had been taught on how to operate the Nautilus, which was one of 13's trump cards. It took 3 years to build this submarine, using the latest technology that was available in Pangaea. Now that they had secured the Imperium to make the submarine's cannons operational, 13 had gained the ability to bombard his enemies from the sea, destroying them en masse. In order to protect his family, 13 had initiated 4 projects during the 3 years that he was in Pangaea and delegated it to different people so that they would be ready after 3 to 4 years. Project Athena, Project Nautilus, Project Sovereign, and, lastly, Project Apocalypse. Each one of these projects would give 13 a great advantage over his enemies in Pangaea. Right now, only Project Nautilus had become fully operational. Project Athena still needed a year to be fully calibrated. Project Sovereign was only at its initial phase, while Project Apocalypse had not yet begun. 13 had focused all of his effort in making sure that Project Athena, which was the strongest among his trump cards, was completed first. He had succeeded in completing it, but it would take a year for it to become fully operational. Fortunately, Project Nautilus was now fully operational, and it was all thanks to the Imperium, which Rocky was devouring nonstop inside his mobile fortress. Giga stared at the small hill of Imperium ore inside. However, since this was an important matter, he, alongside O1 and O2, were busy loading the precious ores into the teleporters, which were sending them to the Nautilus and 13's home respectively. It will take Rocky at least 2 weeks to finish collecting the Imperium in Sector 7, 13 thought. I guess we need to avoid that place for a while in order to prevent Rocky from getting discovered. 13 then looked at the map in the projection in front of him and frowned. The next place to mine something nice is in Sector 12, 13 mused. But it is right next to the battleground of the Dvalan Federation and the Jinns in Sector 11. I guess I need to take that risk. Right now, he needed his army to gain experience fighting against Jinns and Magians. This was one of the reasons why he took them to the Rigel continent, in order to prepare them for the full invasion of the Signy continent, which would happen in 3 years. 3 days later, 13's forces left Sector 5 and headed straight to Sector 12. Along the way, they met several wanderers of the Dvalan Federation who regularly hunted Jinns in the area and prevented them from advancing to their headquarters, which was located in Sector 1. 13 and his soldiers participated in one of these battles because they were only up against over 1,000 Rank 1 and Rank 2 wild dogs. The majority of his members were adepts and apostles, but they had already experienced enough battles in Solterra, which allowed them to handle the wild dog horde that discovered them during their travels. The adults watched from a distance with their arms crossed over their chests. They could easily deal with these monsters if they wanted to, but knowing that 13 was letting his troops gain experience, none of them interfered. The only thing they did was take note of the individuals who stood out in the battle. After a battle that lasted for more than an hour, the soldiers started to gather the cores of the monsters that they had defeated. Although they were only Rank 1 and Rank 2 cores, they were still resources, so they decided to gather them all. Those who suffered injuries were taken care of by their squad mates using the training they received to deal with injuries on the battlefield. Each one of the Green Lanterns was now a bona fide medic, which was a good thing in 13's book. All of the soldiers had gained items during the battle. Several of them even gained wild dog avatars, which 13 thought would be useful for scouting missions. But no matter how useful these wild dogs were, they paled in comparison to the 2 Pocos that had accompanied 13 on his travels. I miss Visago and Poca, 13 thought. If they were here, they would definitely be a big help to my military operations. The 2 Pocos had returned to their homeland, but they promised that they would meet 13 again once he returned to Solterra. Because of how long 13 had been in Solterra, he was spared from being sent back to Solterra until he was 16 years old. That gave him enough time to finish his projects, which would give him some peace of mind once he returned to Solterra. Project Athena and Project Nautilus were projects geared for when 13 was in Pangea. Project Sovereign and Project Apocalypse were the two projects that would give him an edge in Solterra. These four projects together would allow him to overcome his current weaknesses of not being able to rise in the ranks, use skills, gather items, and gain avatars. One step at a time. 13 smiled as he listened to Giga's complaint in his mind. The Blaze Skunk wanted to fight monsters instead of staying inside Rocky's mobile fortress to carry Imperium all day long. 3 years had passed since the great battle in the Arcadian archipelago, and Giga had just become a rank 6 sovereign. Blackie and Hercules had also become rank 6 sovereigns, while Rocky was just a step from becoming a rank 7 sovereign. O1 and O2 were rank 5 sovereigns, and were unable to become rank 6 at this point in time. 13 wanted the two of them to mutate into the strongest type of ogre before they became rank 6 monsters. Doing so would give them a drastic boost in strength, and they would become one of the deadliest fighters in 13's monster army. While 13 was thinking about these things, a certain black snake popped up from the ground and crawled up the teenage boy's body. "Welcome back, Tiona," 13 said as he patted the head of the black snake, who happily enjoyed her master's attention. Tiona had accompanied Rocky to look for the mineral deposits because of her treasure hunting abilities. Now that the Magma Balboa was busy mining the Imperium ores in Sector 7, Tiona deemed that there was no need for her to stay and returned to her master's side. After getting praised and patted by her master, Tiona spat out a small piece of metal before coiling her body on 13's chest in order to rest. She had been scouting Sector 12 before she returned to her master. It didn't take long for her to find the next mineral deposit that 13 would be mining soon. A chuckle escaped the teenage boy's lips as he picked up the metal that Tiona had delivered to him. Although the blackish metal wasn't as precious as Imperium, it was still an important find because it would once again allow him to earn money without having to lift a single finger. All part of the plan. 13 smirked before closing his eyes to rest. He was waiting for all the actors to arrive at the Rigel continent before he went to look for the cursed items that his former host had hidden. Chapter 339, A Specialist's Creed. Chapter 339, A Specialist's Creed. I am Specialist Al Capone Serrano, one of the squad captains of the 69th Battalion. I always make sure to add the title of Specialist in front of my name to make people understand that I was someone very important. Just like the people who were in the same field as me, plausible deniability is our best friend. So, what does plausible deniability mean? The answer to that depends on who is asking. But to explain it in the simplest terms, when you see your bro doing something against military rules, which could potentially cause problems if brought out in the open, the thing we do is pretend it never happened. Why? Because if they weren't caught, then it didn't happen. As a specialist, we wouldn't do our bros dirty. After all, we knew that if we were all suddenly thrown into the battlefield, it was our bros who would always have our backs. Whenever they ask me what my specialization was, I just tell them that I am the person who gets the job done with as minimal effort as possible. This alone made the ladies look at me favorably. Well, I couldn't help it. I'm tall, charismatic, and incredibly handsome. But right now, I found myself questioning why a specialist like me was currently running away from a rank 4 night wolf that suddenly popped out of nowhere while I was doing my scouting mission. And to make matters worse, the F***Kerr wasn't alone. Nah, he brought his friends with him, and at that moment, I knew that I F***ed up. Even with the rank of an initiate, I knew that engaging with these monsters would be similar to having a delicious dinner in a 5-star restaurant. But there was one problem. I was the dinner. You F***Kerrs, get away from me. I roared in anger as I started shooting the bastards with my assault rifle. I was regretting my decision to volunteer for this mission, which was something a specialist should never do. As part of the Mafia, it was beneath us to volunteer for anything, unless we were voluntold. A/N. Voluntold means forced to volunteer. However, our battalion commander told me that if I agreed to take on this mission, he would help me have dinner with that hot chick from the Riggs family. Brothers and sisters, I would greatly appreciate it if none of you judge me. I mean, if your superior officer promised to help you eat some cake, would you refuse it? Hell no. You would nod your head and accept that invitation. While the other soldiers like to stuff themselves with donuts, we specialists would rather stuff our faces with cake. What? Am I not afraid of getting type 2 diabetes? Haha, what a silly question. I drink energy drinks every day. The military lives off of caffeine and nicotine. If you were a man, you man up and eat that cake with grace. No one liked that guy who was invited to a birthday party but refused to eat cake. I mean, come on, bro, you need to take one for the team. But right now, I wish I hadn't taken one for the team. Blinded by the promise of a dinner date, I went deeper behind enemy lines in order to impress our commander. Although I already saw the signs that there was plenty of Jinn activity in the area, I decided to take a leap of faith and push a little deeper. I had always been confident in my ability to escape, and if I were to fight a one-on-one battle, I was confident that I could win as long as the disparity in rank wasn't that high. Unfortunately, I seemed to have forgotten that this continent was helplessly overtaken by Jinns, and that we weren't just dealing with hundreds of monsters that were being spewed out by a dimensional gate. No, we were dealing with hordes of them. Just as I thought that I had finally increased the gap between me and my pursuers, I made one very regrettable wrong turn and found myself staring at dozens of centipedes, so many that it would make those with chilopodophobia scream like little girls. *T. I said as I found myself encircled from all sides. I knew that the Rigel continent was dangerous, but it didn't really register in my head that it would be this dangerous. Knowing that there was no longer any place to escape, I shot a flare to the night sky, informing everyone of my location. I just hoped that my battalion commander would arrive with reinforcements before I became Jinn poop. As I prepared to make my final stand, the monsters didn't disappoint and lunged at me from every direction. "I'll be taking you all with me, curse." I cursed and my assault rifle roared to life. Blood spilled in the surroundings as I hit the monsters around me. Unfortunately, my effort alone wasn't enough, proven by one of the wolves who managed to graze my body when it lunged at me from behind. The momentum pushed me to the side and made me roll on the ground. Knowing that staying still was equivalent to death, I helped myself roll a bit more and used the momentum to prop myself up from the ground. But the rank 4 night wolf was faster than me. Before I could even regain my footing, I found myself staring at its wide-open jaws filled with razor-sharp teeth. My life flashed in front of me like an award-winning movie. In the end, the last thing that flashed before my eyes was the beautiful lady from the Riggs family with one of the hottest bodies I had seen in my life. Time seemed to have slowed down considerably as I watched the night wolf and its buddies lunge at me from every direction. It was a checkmate. Regardless of what I did, no matter how much I struggled, the ending was as clear as day. However, just as I was cursing my commander for tempting me with cake, the ground beside me rose up, and a 7-meter-tall monster, which looked like a skunk, appeared and swatted the rank 4 night wolf as if it was just a fly. It did the same to the other wolves, making them yelp in pain and fright. The centipedes, who sensed that the monster that appeared was very strong, hurriedly scattered in every direction and ran away into the night. When everything was over, the 7-meter-tall monster shrank until it became a 3-meter-tall monster. I thought that the monster only killed the wolves because it wanted to have the right to eat me. But when I gazed at those gentle eyes, which glowed like flames in the darkness, I saw the monster skunk raise its hand as if giving me a thumbs up. It was as if it was saying, "I got you, fam." I was so touched that it made me almost hug it and kiss it to oblivion. The sound of countless Humvees approaching our location soon sounded. At that moment, the skunk patted my shoulder and pointed at the rank 4 night wolf before it was swallowed up by the ground under its feet, disappearing from sight. At first, I thought that I was just dreaming. But, after seeing that the monsters were still lying on the ground in their death throes, I figured that it wasn't a dream. Among them was a rank 4 night wolf barely alive and unable to pose any threat to me. Seeing that, I summoned my two-handed sword and stabbed its eye, ending its life. A moment later, I received a notification that I acquired the avatar of rank 4 night wolf, making me remember that awesome skunk who left the night wolf as a gift. "Wow, did you manage to kill all of these monsters on your own?" Colbert asked in surprise. "Of course," I replied with the most charismatic smile that I could muster. "I am a specialist after all. Since I believed that my brother skunk didn't want to be mentioned, I decided to take all the credit and called it a night." My comrades from the Mafia looked at me with admiration, and I just smiled and told them how I single-handedly dealt with the monsters on my own. "Great work, Captain." I turned to look at my commander with a winning smile on my face. "Mission accomplished, sir." I saluted, feeling all happy that I was able to live another day. But I made a mental note to not do anything too dangerous again in the future unless it was worth the danger. I was feeling very tired from this short adventure of mine and just wanted to hit the sack and get some shut-eye. For all that trouble, I made sure to never forget the cake Xylen Leventis promised to help me get. That alone would make the ordeal I faced more rewarding than I originally thought it would be. Chapter 343-Year Deadline. Chapter 343-Year Deadline 13 was currently inside his tent, listening to Colonel Fisher's report. Upon careful consideration, the field marshal decided that your battalion will need reinforcements from the army. The importance of your mission has been reevaluated, and it has been decided that you will be provided with additional support, which will allow you to move freely. Although the Xylen Federation is helping you right now, there is a possibility that they will use strong-arm tactics in order to force you into agreeing with their commands. The central government will not allow such practice, so capable individuals who will ensure that you won't get bullied shall be sent to stay by your side. 13 chuckled internally, knowing that these reinforcements were being sent to him so that the central government would get a bigger slice of the pie from the mining operations that he was about to start in full. Sir, may I know who the field marshal is planning to send to the Rigel continent? 13 inquired. If he knew who his backups were, he would be able to strategize on how to make them work for him. We are sending the Saintis, as well as the Valkyrie unit, to assist you, Colonel Fisher replied. You're sending the Saintis and the Valkyries here? 13 was pleasantly surprised about this development. He thought that he would only be meeting the Saintis when he went to the Cygni continent in 3 years when the Jinn invasion started in full. Yes, Colonel Fisher nodded. We don't want the Xylen Federation to go on high alert and think that the central government is trying to take over their home turf. So, we decided to use a more peaceful means of collaboration. 13 nodded in understanding. This is a good move, sir. How long before they arrive on the Rigel continent? A month, Colonel Fisher replied. We will need to bring in heavy machineries that will help you with your mining operations. Although the Leventis family has brought their own units, it won't be a problem to have more, right? 13 understood the underlying meaning behind the colonel's words, so he smiled and said the words that his superior officer wanted to hear. The Rigel continent is a big place, sir, 13 replied. I'm sure that the central government will not be disappointed. Colonel Fisher chuckled because the more he talked to Xylen, the more he liked the teenage boy. Good. Colonel Fisher smiled. The central government will not forget your contribution, Commander. The two shared knowing smiles with each other before they ended their conversation. 13 then went out to the cave and looked at the mining equipment of the Leventis family, who had also started their mining operations in Sector 12. Right now, they were mining a metal called palladium, which was a metal used for different kinds of equipment, for example, fuel cells that could generate power. It was also used for automobiles and electronics, which were in high demand anywhere. Also, it was rarer than gold, making it a very expensive metal, which would let the Leventis family earn a lot. Of course, the Xylen Federation also wanted a share, so 13 agreed to give them 20% in exchange for helping with the security of the mining area. After Al Capone's late-night adventure, 13 deemed that there would not be an issue when it came to protecting the mining area. After all, their battalion was capable enough to fight off the lower-ranked monster hordes near Sector 12. For now, I will delay going to the other mining areas until my reinforcements arrive, 13 thought. I've already found 2 important mining locations, so adding more in a short period of time will only bite me in the back. For now, I will shift their attention to the training of my troops. I need to make them battle-hardened soldiers in 2 years. 13 knew that once all hell broke loose in the Cygni continent, the Xylen Federation would also send a good chunk of their forces to repel the monsters that were about to conquer another continent. As someone who had lost their homes, they would do their best to prevent the monsters from getting their way, not wanting to let them make humanity lose another continent to their hands. The living area of the human race was getting smaller and smaller, and they couldn't afford to get pushed back even more by their enemies. If Cygni were to fall, then this meant that the Sirius continent and the Aldebaran continent would be next. Freewebnovel.cm. If they fail to win this war, the future of humanity would be dim. Christopher, call the other captains, 13 said to the chubby teenage boy, who was patiently waiting outside of his tent. Yes, sir. Christopher saluted and left to execute 13's orders. A few minutes later, The teenage boy's 6 captains gathered inside his tent and awaited his orders. Tomorrow, tell the squad captains that we will assist the wanderers from the Xylen Federation on their hunting expeditions, 13 stated. These people are already veterans, so I'm sure that our people will learn a lot from the experience. Do not forget to listen to their advice and make sure to keep calm at all times. If you can't keep yourselves calm, just do your best to not cause your members to suffer a panic attack. I will also join you in this operation, so if anything goes awry, I can think of an effective solution on the spot. Do you have any questions? Alexis raised his hand and asked a question. Do we listen to their orders or not? Alexis asked. No, 13 replied. Your role is to only observe and assist them when necessary. Right now, what everyone needs to understand is how to deal with certain types of monsters. I have already relayed this matter to the Xylen Federation, and they agreed to help everyone familiarize themselves with the enemy. Alexis nodded in understanding and didn't ask any more questions. Tell everyone to rest early and handle the rotation for the night watch, 13 ordered. Although we have masters, grandmasters, and a few champions guarding this perimeter, that doesn't guarantee our safety, especially here in the Rigel continent. Half an hour later, the captains left 13's tent and relayed his orders to the squad captains. 3 years, 13 mulled as he closed his eyes. In 3 years, I will know whether this world has a future or not. The teenage boy believed that if humanity were to lose against the Jinn invasion in the Signy continent, then the entirety of the human race would be facing extinction unless someone or something gave the humans a fighting chance to preserve their race and the limited freedom they had that was on borrowed time. Chapter 341, The Dance of Death, Part 1. 3 weeks after 13 arrived at the Rigel continent, the sound of fighting echoed in the surroundings as wanderers fought against the monster horde that had gone too near the border of Sector 8. After the Xylen Federation managed to reclaim a region in the Rigel continent, they divided it into 12 sectors. Among the wanderers of Pangaea, the ones stationed in the Xylen Federation dealt with monster invasions most often. Whenever the number of monsters became too much, they would retreat immediately and head to Sector 1, where their main headquarters was located. Once a retreat order was given, the naval fleet of the Xylen Federation would mobilize and unleash a bombardment to destroy the monster horde from far out to sea. Depending on the scale of the invasion, the monarch of the Elrod clan, Wendell Elrod, would personally come to prevent them from reaching Sector 1, which was the stronghold of the Xylen Federation. If there was an instance when even the monarch was unable to do anything, the wanderers would make a full retreat and wait until the monster army dispersed. Only after that would they kill the small fries and reclaim Sector 1 once again. This had happened many times in the past, so they knew precisely when to retreat and when to make their stand. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the wanderers of the Xylen Federation were the most battle-hardened wanderers in Pangaea and Solterra because they dealt with djinns and magients on a daily basis. On the battlefield of Sector 8, an intense battle was currently taking place. Take the wounded to the rear, Benedict ordered as soon as he arrived at the scene. The old man had summoned a silver staff and used it to bash in the head the 2-meter-tall wolf spider that was attacking their people, turning its head into meat paste. The other champions of the Xylen Federation had also arrived at the scene, buying time for those at the front for retreat. However, their momentum suddenly came to a complete stop when they sensed the presence of more powerful monsters at the rear of the monster horde. Benedict's and the other champions' faces turned solemn when they saw 3 rank 6 Overlord wolf spiders in the distance. Right now, there were 6 champions at the scene, but it was not enough to deal with these 3 monsters who were being accompanied by hundreds of rank 2 up to rank 4 wolf spiders. Everyone retreat, Benedict ordered. We will buy you some time, so hurry. The wanderers knew that the current forces they had at the scene would not be enough to block the monster stampede, so they carried the injured and hastily retreated. Unfortunately, there were more injured people than those without injuries. While the other wanderers were desperately thinking about what to do, something green in the darkness caught their attention. At first, they only saw one, but soon, there were dozens of glowing lights in the distance, all headed in their direction. A wanderer, who was carrying his friend, suddenly saw a green blur appear in front of him. I'll carry him, Pietro said. You can help the others. Thank you. The Wanderer replied as he handed his friend to the fastest member of 13th 69th Battalion. Pietro disappeared like a blur as he headed to the place where they had parked their Humvees. The Wanderers under the 69th Battalion who didn't excel in fighting were given orders to stay at the rear in order to give emergency treatment to the injured Wanderers and help with the evacuation. They were at Sector 12 earlier, but since they were informed that a monster outbreak was happening at Sector 8, 13 didn't hesitate to give the order to mobilize. 200 of the Wanderers accompanied their commander and captains to the battlefield, leaving the rest of their group to treat the injured. But even with 6 champions holding the front lines, it was still impossible for them to kill every wolf spider because they could jump. The champions didn't have the luxury to run after them because if they did, more would be able to go past them, which would make things worse. A lady from the Riggs family, who was supporting her best friend so she could escape, saw a rank 4 black spider hot on her heels. She understood that she didn't have the ability to outrun her pursuer, so she did the only thing she could do, and that was to fight. But before she could engage the rank 4 monster, a blue orb of light collided with its body before exploding. A pained screech reached the lady's ears as the monster was pushed back by the attack. A second later, Al Capone, who was riding on his rank 4 night wolf, stopped beside the lady, holding a bazooka powered by Imperium in his hands. The specialist slid down from his mount's back and stood in front of the 2 ladies, firing a shot at the wolf spider, which blasted 2 of its legs off. "Use my mount," Al Capone ordered. "My team is at the back. They will help the 2 of you. Now go." The lady gave Al Capone a grateful glance before setting her friend on the back of the night wolf. Once it was certain that the 2 girls were properly mounted on its back, it sped away, leaving its master behind. Al Capone unleashed one shot after the other like a mad lad until the rank 4 monster's head exploded. But as soon as the monster died, dozens of smaller spiders arrived, making the specialist retreat as if his pants were on fire. "Boss, over here." Al Capone glanced to his right and saw his mafia brothers ready to save his ass from getting chewed off by the critters behind his back. All of 13's subordinates were equipped with assault rifles and bazookas, all of which were powered by Imperium. They even naively thought that it was a pleasant coincidence that they just so happened to find an Imperium mine recently, allowing them to use the powerful weapons that could help them conserve their stamina while fighting off a monster horde. Wanderers were strong, and they were also blessed with many powerful abilities. But these abilities could drain their stamina. So, it was ideal if they had weapons that could kill monsters without draining their stamina. A barrage of Imperium bullets rained down on the spiders that were nearing Al Capone's back, making him sigh in relief. "Mafia boys, secure the perimeter and make sure that none of these fiends get near our comrades at the back," 13 ordered as he walked past the specialists, who had found a good spot to unleash hell at their enemies. "Commander, where are you going?" Al Capone asked the teenage boy who was supposed to be at the back while giving them orders. "Me?" 13 smirked as he held a gun in each hand. "I'm here to join the fun." After saying those words, the teenage boy ran to the front lines, where the champions were desperately trying to buy as much time as they could in order for their subordinates to escape. Several of the Green Lanterns could be seen carrying the injured away from the battlefield. The rest of them who could fight stayed behind and held their ground. Brutus swung his sword and easily decapitated a rank 3 spider who had tried to lunge at it. Christopher, who was standing behind his avatar, used his modified assault rifle to headshot all of the spiders that had managed to make their way to his spot. "Christopher, support me," 13 said as he ran past the chubby boy. The Green Lanterns, who were at the scene, didn't expect their commander to jump in and begin fighting alongside them instead of solely giving orders at the back. This was the first time they would see Xylen Leventus in action. People like Alexis, who was tasked to spy on the teenage boy, would finally be able to see what he was capable of doing. Chapter 342, The Dance of Death, Part 2. Within the chaotic battlefield, a teenage boy had become the center of everyone's attention. The moment 13 jumped into the front lines and stood beside the champions, the first thing Benedict did was yell at the boy to scram and leave the vanguard to the adults. However, the teenage boy ignored him and simply raised his modified guns, coolly pulling the trigger. The heads of 2 rank 2 monsters exploded in an instant. However, they were easily replaced by dozens more who were advancing in their direction. 13 wasn't fazed and even charged forward, almost giving the champions a heart attack. Originally, they thought that the boy was just a mascot the central government accepted in order to recruit more wanderers into their ranks. While they might have heard about 13's adventures in Solterra, his current rank made all of them believe that the story had been exaggerated to make him look like a hero in the eyes of the people. They thought that it was just propaganda by the Leventis family to make their name look good on paper. But after spending time with the teenage boy, they realized that he was a very down-to-earth person. Not only that, but he was also a precious golden goose who produced golden eggs. The Imperium mine and the Palladium mine were two important resources that the Dvalan Federation needed desperately. So, 13's importance to them had skyrocketed beyond words. They were even ordered to ensure that the boy was well protected at all times so that his life wouldn't be in danger. However, how could they protect a boy who was charging straight into a horde of monsters? All the champions suddenly had a strong urge to spank him. The wolf spiders, whose eyes had locked into the boy, thought that a snack had happily presented itself to them. Naturally, they didn't hesitate to lunge at him, intending to take a bite out of his body, which was covered in green armor. But before they could even approach the boy, a black whip of death sliced off their bodies, killing them instantly. Tiona, whose body could now turn as hard as adamantium and as sharp as a blade, cut through the monsters like a hot knife through butter. She also had the levitation and lengthening ability, allowing her to swim in the air and lengthen her body, creating a razor-sharp whip that was as hard as adamant. From within this bloodstorm, 13's guns roared to life, targeting the monsters in systematic order, aiming at their weak spot. The wolf spiders tried to attack him from his blind spot. However, as if he had eyes in the back of his head, 13 dealt with them easily. Those he couldn't hit in time were blasted apart by Christopher's long-range sniping, ensuring that his young master was safe from harm. For a brief moment, both the humans and the monsters gazed at the boy, whose deadly dance of death decimated everything around him. So that's the strength of someone who faced a Magian prince and won, Alexis muttered as he clenched his fists tightly. This was the same thought that ran through everyone's mind as the teenage boy continued to massacre rank 2 and rank 3 monsters with ease. An ordinary rookie wouldn't be able to do such a thing, but 13 was no ordinary rookie. His power level was higher than even the most talented rookie, for he had absorbed the core of a Magian prince. This strength doesn't belong to a rookie, Benedict thought. His power level is like that of a grandmaster. 13, who had no idea what the champion was thinking, continued his deadly dance of death, creating an absolute killing zone within his region. Whenever a rank 4 monster moved toward him, he would not hesitate to back away and shoot at its eyes, forcing it to take steps of retreat and change its target. His accuracy was on point, and every shot he made connected to the place he was aiming at. With Tiona slicing the small fries to pieces and 13 killing all the monsters that weren't within her reach, they were able to overwhelm their opponents. Aside from that, the wolf spiders weren't able to fight 13 properly due to the killing intent he emitted, which made them hesitate to attack him. As someone who had witnessed countless deaths and had fought against a god, 13's killing intent was like a sharp blade that threatened to slash anything that came near him. Animals who relied on instincts would fight or flee depending on the situation. Even monsters like the jinns had these primal instincts, so 13 was using this to his advantage. As more spiders died, the more the witnesses felt that the teenage boy was someone whom they couldn't defeat no matter what. The only monsters on the battlefield who weren't too intimidated by 13's killing intent were the rank 6 overlords, who unanimously decided to target the boy and end his life. But before they could even make their move, the ground beneath their feet gave way, making them fall into a pit hole. Waiting down there was none other than Rocky, who was a peak rank 6 sovereign. Opening his mouth, the magma Balboa unleashed a breath of fire, which made the 3 giant spiders shriek in pain. Their bodies were instantly set ablaze, making their movements erratic as they desperately tried to climb out of the pit hole with their long and powerful legs. However, Rocky bit one of them from behind, crushing it with his powerful jaws. The other 2 wolf spiders didn't even give their comrade a second glance as they fled, their bodies still burning from Rocky's attack. When they emerged from the hole, the 2 spiders retreated, making their subordinates retreat as well. 13 then casually killed as many stragglers as he could before the sea of spiders vanished without a trace. That was a nice workout, 13 said. Did you have fun, Tiona? The black snake nodded before flicking her tongue on the teenage boy's right cheek, as if giving him a kiss. Benedict and the other champions who were at the scene couldn't help but look at the retreating spiders in awe. Originally, they thought that they would once again be forced to retreat due to the disparity in number. Even when 13 and his soldiers arrived to help them, the tide of battle was still in the spiders' favor. But when the three overlords momentarily disappeared from their sight, a blazing flame emerged from the ground and shot into the sky. After that, two of the three giant spiders emerged from the hole and ran away like two fireballs, burning the spiders that were unlucky enough to be on their paths. 13 walked toward his people with a smile on his face. Good job, everyone, 13 replied. All of you did well. 13 knew that there was some dissatisfaction within his battalion, with a few thinking that the stories about him were just lies. Because of this, he knew that he needed to create a demonstration to make sure that his people would know that he wasn't a mere figurehead, but someone who would accompany them on the battlefield. Wanderers were people who recognized the strong. He knew that once he showed his strength, they would naturally listen to him more and look at him in a different light. With just a single battle, the teenage boy's image in the hearts of his subordinates took root, subconsciously making them less resistant to his orders and more proud that they were under his command. Little did he know that it was not only his subordinates who had recognized him as the strongest rookie in the world. On that night, those who had fought at Sector 8 would forever remember the teenage boy's dance of death and learn that his title as legendary rookie was not just for show. Chapter 343 What We Need is a Rookie Who Knows What He Is Doing. Chapter 343 What We Need is a rookie who knows what he is doing. After witnessing their commander's fighting prowess with their own eyes, the 69th Battalion suddenly changed overnight. Those who were initially doubting Xylen's abilities no longer doubted him, and those who used to look down on him now saw him in a new light. Benedict and the other representatives of the Dvalin Federation conducted a private meeting among themselves, where they discussed what they had seen just a day ago. I'm sure you also saw the things I did, but I'll still mention it to make my stance perfectly clear. The representative of the Elrod clan, Harvey Elrod, said solemnly. That is not the fighting prowess of a rookie. Although I saw many peerless geniuses over the past few years, I will have to agree with your assessment, Benedict commented. Although I hate to admit it, none of the prodigies of the monarch clans and the 10 prestigious families could fight the way Xylen did last night. Those moves belonged to someone who had faced many life and death battles, Troy Rhodes stated. It seems that his title of legendary rookie is on point. I believe that he is the strongest rookie in Pangaea right now. It's really a shame that such a talented individual can no longer progress in rank. Jordan Nightshade sighed. Right now, we need people like him to help the current generation of wanderers. Ha ha. Aren't you afraid that the Leventis family would become too powerful if Xylen can increase his rank? Harvey Elrod smirked. I'm not looking at this with a narrow mind, Jordan replied. I couldn't care less about the politics of the monarch clans and the prestigious families. What good is politics when our homes are invaded by the jinns? Will politics save us from genocide-level threats? That's it. Everyone, calm down. Benedict lightly clapped his hand in order to release the tension in the air. We are holding this meeting in order to reassess the way we deal with Xylen Leventis and his 69th Battalion. Their performance in the battle last night made me think that Xylen's objective is to turn his soldiers into battle medics. Troy Rhodes nodded. When they arrived at the scene, they prioritized giving first aid to the injured before bringing them to the rear to get further medical treatment. I think at least 100 of them advanced to the second line of defense to fight against the wolf spiders that managed to get past us. But what concerns me is the fact that an unknown monster had appeared to deal with the 3 rank 6 overlords. If they hadn't been forced to retreat, I'm afraid that we might have suffered countless casualties last night. The 4 people gathered at the meeting all nodded their heads in agreement. It would take at least 4 champions to effectively deal with 1 rank 6 overlord safely. There were only 8 champions present in the battle, so even at their best, there would still be 1 more rank 6 overlord, who would be able to assist its comrade in battle. To make matters worse, the monster horde would also be attacking those who would attack their leaders, making the already difficult battle more difficult. Do any of you think that the monster is an avatar that belonged to one of Xylen's soldiers? Jordan Nightshade inquired. If yes, then it is one powerful avatar. At the bare minimum, it should be at least in the middle or peak rank 6 sovereign. It is also possible that it is a rank 7 sovereign, but those kinds of existence can only be commanded by the elders of the monarch clans and our families, Troy Rhodes commented. Then, who do you think owns it? Benedict arched an eyebrow. I sure know that it didn't belong to Xylen. The boy has an avatar ban, preventing him from having avatars. That's a very valid reasoning. Harvey Elrod chuckled. Because if he didn't have that restriction, I will definitely say that the monster that helped us last night was that boy's avatar. Everyone present smiled because they, too, would have come to the same conclusion. I think cooperating with Xylen and the 69th Battalion will be in our best interest, Benedict stated. Not to mention that we also received reports that the central government's fleet will also be arriving here in a week's time. Once they arrive, things will definitely get more rowdy here. That sly fox Tristan even sent his own daughter here with the excuse of assisting Xylen in training his men. Harvey Elrod smirked. Well, this also plays to our advantage. First, Xylen, then the Saintess. These two people are the rising stars of the young generation, serving as the beacons of hope in this day and age. I'm sure that the elders of our families are willing to turn a blind eye to their real purpose for coming and use their presence as propaganda to encourage our people. A very smart move, Jordan Nightshade nodded. The Saintess and the Valkyries will not garner any hate from our people. That sly fox knows how to play his cards right, Benedict chuckled. Still, it wouldn't hurt us to have more wanderers here. Maybe we can finally advance and increase the range of our territory after they come here. A tempting proposal, but I don't think it will be wise if we become too greedy. Harvey Elrod pursed his lips. Even if we manage to gain more land, we don't have enough manpower to maintain it. Also, we will need to go to the Signy continent in order to assist the Griffin clan and prevent them from suffering the same fate as us. That's still 3 years away, Harvey Elrod smiled. No, Benedict shook his head. It should be, it's only 3 years away. In 3 years, we will know if humanity still has a chance to face off against the Jinn invasion. If Signy falls, then humanity's future is very bleak. A moment of silence descended upon the room. All of them understood what Benedict was trying to tell them. In the end, it's not up to us. Jordan Nightshade closed his eyes. Because at the end of the day, unless the monarchs manage to defeat the leader of the Jinns, everything we do is just delaying the inevitable. But there is still hope. Everyone in the tent looked at Jordan with solemn expressions on their faces. Maybe, just maybe, it will not be one of the 6 monarchs who will change the fate of this world, Jordan Nightshade said softly. Maybe, what we need is a rookie who knows what he is doing, and all we need to do is follow his lead. The 3 other men in the room glanced at each other before nodding their heads at the same time. Maybe you're right, Benedict stated. So, until that time comes, we better make sure that our golden goose will not kick the bucket anytime soon. Smiles and chuckles spread inside the tent as the 4 men thought of ways how to milk their golden goose and ensure that he was happy enough to keep on laying golden eggs. Meanwhile, while the 4 men were having a meeting, 13 and his subordinates all went to Sector 1 in order to receive the packages that the teenage boy had asked for from the Dvalin Federation. He believed that his subordinates were now ready to take that next step in their training. And in order to do that, he would need to give them all the same kind of avatars, which would greatly increase their survival in the Rigel continent. Chapter 344, Take Good Care of Me, Partner. Chapter 344, Take Good Care of Me, Partner. Since 13 didn't lack money at the moment, he decided to buy nearly 300 avatars from the Dvalin Federation using Imperium as currency. The majority of the avatars he bought could be gained in the Rigel continent, so it hadn't been difficult for the Elrod clan and the 3 prestigious families to procure them. He bought everyone, with the exception of the captains, rank 4 Night Wolves, which made Al Capone whistle. The reason why 13 chose Night Wolves as mounts for his soldiers was due to 2 reasons. First, the Night Wolf was a great mount. It was fast, and they could climb steep hills and mountains. It was also a good swimmer, making it a very versatile mount. Second, it was a hunter. It could serve as a guard or a fighter for the Green Lanterns while they tended to the injured. As for 13's captains, he gave them a different kind of avatar. which made Christopher and Colbert give their commander a thumbs up in their hearts. What the hell? Alexis muttered as he looked at the rank 4 Chad skunk that 13 had bought for him and the other captains. Pietro, Paul, and Piper had the same reaction as Alexis because they didn't expect that 13 would be giving them Chad skunks instead of night wolves. A/N. I just realized that their names all start with the letter P. What a coincidence. Kikik. Frankly, they preferred night wolves over the Chad skunks. The latter ones were not only slow, but were also hated by the wanderers who fought against them. For them, Chad skunks were just avatars for newbies because their fighting ability was really low. Although they could stand on their hind legs and fight like a bear, they weren't really a monster meant to fight at close quarters. The only thing that they could do was unleash a stink spray that could deter their enemies. Only Christopher and Colbert were genuinely happy to get Chad skunks of their own, which made the 4 other captains look at the 2 of them with pity. These 2 are no good. They are already brainwashed. These were the thoughts of the 4 captains as they looked at the 2 boys, who were acting like 2 little kids who had just received a birthday present. The members of the 69th Battalion, especially those who weren't from well-off families, were incredibly happy to receive the Night Wolf avatars. I'm glad that you like my gifts, 13 said. But from now on, all of you will be training on how to ride your partners. I want you to practice shooting while riding them, because we will mostly be doing guerrilla tactics on the battlefield. Sir, how about us? Alexis asked. Chad skunks aren't really good runners, and their performance in battle is just average. I don't think that we can effectively use them in battle. 13 nodded in understanding because he was certain that all the other wanderers felt the same way. If you really feel that way, then I can exchange your Chad skunk for a night wolf. But before 13 could even finish his words, Al Capone approached Alexis and looked down on him. Exchange with me, Al Capone said as he held a small black statue of a night wolf in his hand. These small statues were the form that avatars took when they were being used to trade or exchange for other items. Good. Alexis nodded and exchanged his weak Chad skunk for Al Capone's rank 4 night wolf. A big smile appeared on Al Capone's face as he absorbed the avatar and summoned it a few seconds later. Al Capone looked at his Chad skunk and nodded his head in satisfaction. Although there were some differences, the look was still the same. After being saved by Giga, Al Capone had wondered what kind of monster was the one that saved him. This was the first time he was seeing a Chad skunk, and the moment he saw it, something clicked inside his head. Take good care of me, partner. Al Capone raised his hand toward the Chad skunk, who then gave him a high five. It was as if the Chad skunk was telling him, I got you, fam, which made the smile on Al Capone's face widen. Paul also exchanged his Chad skunk with a night wolf because he shared the same opinion as Alexis. Piper, who had an unwavering belief in 13, didn't exchange her avatar for a night wolf. She always had the mindset that their commander did things for a reason. Pietro didn't exchange his Chad skunk for a night wolf since he really didn't need a mount. He was an extremely fast runner and could even leave the night wolf in the dust if he wanted to. For this reason alone, he had no reason to trade the Chad skunk that 13 had chosen just for him. Christopher and Colbert, you're going to teach Pietro and Piper how to use the Chad skunks in battle. Skunk that 13 had chosen just for him. Christopher and Colbert, you're going to teach Pietro and Piper also. Make sure to feed your mounts the special skunk food that I prepared just for them. All avatars were unable to increase their ranks, meaning, if they were a rank 4 monster when they died, they would become rank 4 avatars. However, although they couldn't rank up, they could still evolve into a stronger version of themselves. What 13 planned to do was to evolve the rank 4 Chad skunks into rank 4 Blaze skunks using the dragon blood that he had harvested from the fire dragon, whom they had defeated in the Valbera archipelago. He was also planning to make the night wolves evolve into alpha monsters in the span of 3 months. As long as they were able to meet the condition, even avatars would be able to mutate into a stronger version of themselves. Avatars evolving or mutating were extremely rare cases. Those who had a clue on how to deliberately do it had kept it as their highly guarded secret, because if people were to know of such a method, the majority of wanderers might also give it a try. Researchers had to conduct countless experiments in order to find the conditions to make the avatars evolve. Chapter 345, that's just pocket money for me. Chapter 345, that's just pocket money for me. Enemy at 3 o'clock, 13 said through the communicator, which was heard by everyone in his battalion. Rumbling noises soon spread in the surroundings as the Green Lanterns and their mounts arrived at their destination. Target confirmed. Christopher replied through the communicator before raising up his hand for everyone to see. Engage. Countless deafening booms reverberated as the 69th Battalion unleashed a barrage of attacks with their rifles and bazookas, overwhelming and decimating their opponents. Completely caught by surprise, the black-scaled crocodiles were unable to escape to the river in time, which could have saved their lives. The 69th Battalion was armed with customized weapons that had two types of attacks. The first one was armor-piercing rounds, and the second was shock bullets. There were djinns whose skin, scales, exoskeleton, and fur were very hard, preventing ordinary bullets from piercing them. So 13 customized the weapons of his army for every kind of situation. If they were fighting monsters that their armor-piercing rounds couldn't penetrate, then they would switch to shock bullets, which emitted a powerful frequency at the moment of impact, dealing internal damage to their targets. Using shock bullets drained their Imperium reserves much faster, which the central government and the Xylen Federation thought to be a waste of resources. But this was not a problem for 13. He had more than enough Imperium to last his battalion for many years. Because of this, he wasn't afraid to let the Wanderers under him waste their Imperium cartridge, which was the power source of their military-grade weapons. Alexis felt complicated as he removed the empty cartridge, which was worth over 10,000 gold coins worth of Imperium. Simply put, Xylen would be wasting 3 million gold coins if all of his members emptied their cartridges at the same time. How wasteful, Alexis thought. This cartridge is worth half a year's salary in the military. It was not only Alexis who had the same thought. Everyone in the 69th Battalion, especially those who weren't born into rich families, felt the same way. If they didn't use the shock bullets and only used their armor-piercing rounds, the lifespan of their Imperium cartridge would last 3 times longer. When Paul, one of 13's captains, proposed that they should just use their armor-piercing rounds instead of using the shock bullets in this operation, their battalion commander just laughed. "Is that some kind of peasant joke that I'm too rich to understand?" 13 said in a teasing tone. "All of you line up. I'm going to give you all 20 cartridges each. That's just 200,000 gold coins per person. If I multiply it by 300, it will just be around 60 million gold coins. That's just pocket money for me." Paul, who had made this proposal, felt as if his cheeks were burning due to embarrassment. Hearing 13's words, Benedict, Harvey, Troy, and Jordan were very tempted to give the teenage boy the middle finger. 60 million gold was not at all cheap. Even their salaries within their families were only around 1 million gold coins every month, yet the brat had the audacity to say that this was only pocket money for him? Preposterous. Michael, who was also at the scene when 13 made this declaration, made himself scarce. He was afraid that if he stayed for a second longer, the representatives of the Xylen Federation might ask him if what his nephew said was the truth. Since the Imperium that the 69th Battalion was from the share that 13 received from the mine, no one had the right to complain about it. Arthur and Michael knew that the mining operation was only a smokescreen of the true wealth that 13's family was currently amassing in their underground bunker. In fact, Arthur visited his son's house a day ago in order to get his share of the true bulk of Imperium, which 13 had promised him for his cooperation. Simply put, the Imperium that was being mined by the Leventis family in the Rigel continent was just for show. Their true gains numbered several times higher. The monarch clans, the prestigious families, and the central government would definitely turn green from envy if they knew what was really happening behind the scenes. FRUABubble.com Fortunately, they had not a single idea, allowing them to be very happy with the leftovers that 13 had left for them. The black-scaled crocodiles were rank 3 up to rank 5 monsters. Their leader was a rank 5 alpha monster. Although it was strong, it wasn't really a threat for the 69th Battalion. Why was it not a threat? The answer was simple. The crocodiles could never catch up to the night wolves even if their lives depended on it. 13 carefully chose the opponents of his subordinates so that they could familiarize themselves with their hit-and-run tactics. They had just recently received their night wolves, so they were still in the process of learning how to use them in battle. Having taken this into consideration, the teenage boy specifically chose opponents that his men could bully without a problem. The black-scaled crocodiles died with great resentment in their hearts. They didn't even have the chance to defend themselves, unable to reach their opponents who were shooting at them from a safe distance. While their scales were really strong, allowing them to tank most damage, the shock bullets rendered that advantage useless. The hit made them suffer internal bleeding from the high-frequency vibrations that rampaged inside their bodies, targeting their internal organs. Half an hour later, the riverside was filled with dead crocodiles, all of which were 5 to 6 meters long. "Mission accomplished, sir," Christopher said through the communicator. "Good job," 13 replied. "Make sure to bring those bodies back to the camp. We will make use of their monster parts to strengthen our people." The soldiers started to wrap steel cables around the bodies of the crocodiles, which were connected to their mounts. Once they returned to Sector 1, the staff of the Xylen Federation would dismantle them according to 13th's instructions. While this was happening, the 69th Battalion was once again asked to mobilize to attack the remnants of the wolf spiders, whose 2 leaders were still recuperating from the injuries they received from Rocky's magma breath. Chapter 346 Day of Awakening. Chapter 346 Day of Awakening. With every battle that they overcame, the confidence of the 69th Battalion grew. In the past, they were a mere ragtag group of nobodies who thought that being part of Xylen Leventis Group would give them bragging rights. As the subordinates of the most famous rookie in the world, they indeed gained the right to tell their family, friends, acquaintances, and random strangers in the streets that they were part of the 69th Battalion. Some high-ranking officers of the central government would even refer to the 69th Battalion as the mascot battalion. In their eyes, Xylen Leventis' value was in his ability to make the central government an ideal place for freelance wanderers who were looking for an organization to join. His name was enough to entice these individuals. That was just how popular Xylen was. To begin with, they never expected anything from him and his subordinates. The majority also thought of them as a joke, even more so after they started wearing those military uniforms, whose light green color made any soldier unable to look at them directly due to how blinding it was. Little did they know that these soldiers whom they were looking down on were currently fighting in the monster-infested continent and honing their skills to the limits. Right now, the 69th Battalion was like a well-oiled killing machine. Once their battalion commander pointed them in a direction, they would head there without fail and accomplish their mission with flying colors. 13 knew that he needed to carefully adjust the danger level of his subordinates' missions so that they wouldn't be overwhelmed by the strength of their enemies. This gradual growth of experience and teamwork started to stack on top of each other. Soon enough, they had become a cohesive unit that could work as a whole or as a handful of smaller squads, working together in perfect harmony. Even the representatives of the Xylen Federation could only sigh at how much the soldiers had grown in just a short period of time. In fact, they were so impressed by 13th's way of managing his battalion that they were very tempted to ask him to help train their ground troops as well. The teenage boy never treated his subordinates as mere numbers or tools to attain his goal. The Xylen from 6 years ago might not bat an eye even if he sent one of these soldiers to die for him. However, he could no longer do that, especially after what he experienced during his battle with Arundel. Back then, his monster army whom he didn't treat well sacrificed their lives in order to save him. Since then, he no longer saw his subordinates as disposable tools whom he could send to the most dangerous battlefields as if sending them to buy milk, not caring if they lived or died in the process. As 13 was thinking along these lines, the battle between the 69th Battalion and the red-eyed wolves of the plain started. He deemed that his subordinates were fit enough to complete this mission, so he gave them the order to mobilize. The battle was intense because the monsters were fast, ferocious, and very deadly. It was thanks to the battle experience that the soldiers had nurtured during the past weeks that they could overcome this mission. Just as 13 expected, many of his men suffered serious injuries in the battle. However, none of them died. In this day and age, it was very possible to regrow a severed limb as long as enough resources were used for it. Of course, it was much easier to reattach them, which was also one of the things that the 69th Battalion had learned from the best military medics in the central government. The Night Wolves, the avatars of his men, had also become accustomed to their master's character, allowing them to perform better according to their preferences. Just as everyone was cleaning up the battlefield, something unexpected happened. Christopher's, Colbert's, Al Capone's, Pietro's, and Piper's Chad skunks all started to evolve into Blaze skunks, which surprised everyone, including Benedict and the other representatives who always accompanied the 69th Battalion in their expeditions. How? Benedict couldn't believe his eyes because this was the first time he was seeing an avatar evolve into another variant of its race. Al Capone laughed out loud and hugged his partner in crime, who had successfully transformed into one of the strongest versions of a Chad skunk, which was a Blaze skunk. 13 had made sure to tell everyone in the 69th Battalion to treat their avatars as real monsters, not just mere avatars. He even sold them pet food made by the Leventis Group Unlimited, which had his picture plastered on the food packaging. The food, of course, was soaked in the blood of the fire dragon, allowing the Chad skunks to evolve. 13 made sure that no one would be able to figure out how and why the Chad skunks evolved. If someone asked him, he would just say, maybe they evolved after fighting every day. The conditions for the evolution of monsters and avatars were a tightly guarded secret by those who managed to discover them. This was why Benedict and the other representatives started to question Christopher, Colbert, Al Capone, Pietro, and Piper about how they managed to evolve their avatars. Alexis and Paul, who saw these changes, couldn't help but feel envious, especially after seeing the newly evolved Chad skunks radiate an incredible presence. From an ordinary monster, the rank 4 Chad skunks had evolved into sovereigns, making them extremely powerful. But just as the other members of the 69th Battalion were feeling envious, their night wolves also started to undergo a transformation, which made Benedict and the other representatives of the Xylen Federation almost choke blood. The night wolves had not changed into a different type of monster. However, they had become bigger, and their presence had become stronger, which was a sign that they had evolved into alpha monsters. Jay, just what is going on here? Benedict asked his comrades, who also had no idea what was happening. Soon, this incident would be known in the Xylen Federation as the Day of Awakening. FreeWebNov.com, a day when 300 monsters all evolved at the same time, making researchers, scientists, and experts in the field of avatars unable to explain what just happened on that fateful day in the Rigel continent. Chapter 347, the CEO of Leventis Corn. How did you all do it? Asked Benedict and the rest of the representatives of the Xylen Federation to the 69th Battalion, wanting to know how they managed to evolve their avatars. As part of the families who influenced the entire world, they were aware of avatar evolutions. So, they also knew that certain conditions must be met for a monster to evolve. This knowledge was a closely guarded secret by the monarch clans and the 10 prestigious families, who had cracked the method of evolving a few monsters. The only problem was that they had only managed to make these handfuls of monsters turn into alpha monsters. If they could find a way how to turn them into sovereigns, then their value would rise drastically. I don't know. Pietro stuttered, feeling pressured by the champions who were looking at his rank for Blaze skunk, who was also looking back at them with the "What do you think old foxes are doing to my bro, Pietro?" glare. You must have done something, Harvey said calmly. Don't worry. We promise that we will compensate you greatly for the information. If you wish, I can even put a word to my patriarch and make you a retainer of the Elrod clan. What do you say? Harvey didn't even bat an eye when he asked that, even though 13 was sitting not far from them and munching on some potato chips. The teenage boy was laughing in his heart as he watched the retainers of the monarch clans and the prestigious families interrogate, interview his soldiers and bribe them with great rewards for any information that they could give them. The other wanderers, who belonged to the Xylen Federation and had become friends with the 69th Battalion, were also asking them these questions. They were hoping that they would be able to contribute to their families, allowing them to be rewarded as well. Unfortunately, even the spies who had gone to great lengths and paid their way to join the 69th Battalion were clueless about how their avatars evolved. If they knew how it happened, they would not hesitate to report to their employers in order to receive not only praise, but also hefty rewards. Seeing that the soldiers were also confused about how their avatars evolved, the representatives of the different families shifted their attention to the boy who was laxly drinking soda and eating potato chips with his pet snake, Tiona. Ahem, Xylen. Good weather we are having today. Benedict smiled as he sat beside the boy. 13 then glanced at the dark sky above his head, which was a sign that it would be raining soon. Yep, 13 replied. The weather is nice. As if waiting for that moment, The sound of thunder roared in the heavens, making Benedict cough lightly. How did you do it? Benedict inquired. Do what? 13 blinked innocently. How did you make the avatars evolve? Feed them well, train them well, and let them fight monsters for experience points? You know, just like those popular games on how you make monsters stronger. Benedict was very tempted to spit on the boy's face, but he refrained from doing it. He forced himself to smile like a wise adult who was about to trick a kid into spilling his deepest, darkest secrets. Come on, Xylen. Benedict patted the boy's shoulder. Talk to your Uncle Benedict. I'm sure we can negotiate. 13 chuckled. Uncle, I don't really know. I was just observing from the rear and giving orders. However, I understand that you were surprised just as I am when the avatars evolved. I mean, if I were a member of a prestigious family, I would definitely keep this a secret, right? Michael, who was standing several meters away from 13, fixed the glasses on his face. Just like the representatives of the Xylen Federation, he wanted to ask his nephew about how the avatars of his subordinates evolved. He had known his nephew long enough to understand that many weird things happen whenever he was involved in something. If Xylen were to tell him that he didn't know how the avatars evolved, Michael would drag him to an empty room and negotiate with him, just like what Benedict was doing right now. The other representatives also asked Michael in a subtle way if he knew what was happening. However, he only smiled, not saying anything but implying that he knew about it, even though he didn't. Suddenly, the representatives had a breakthrough. They simply narrowed out their questions to what do you usually do with your avatar when you summon them. After matching the answers from the Wanderers, they noticed a pattern. The members of the 69th Battalion were feeding their avatars even though they didn't need to eat anything. Also, the food they were giving them was the same. When Jordan Nightshade asked the Wanderers to show him the pet food that he was feeding his night wolf, the boy showed him the one that 13 provided for them. The representatives of the Xylen Federation looked at the package with a picture of Xylen, smiling and giving a thumbs up. Leventis Corn Avatar Food, Jordan said as he read the label on the package. No MSG added. Guaranteed to make your avatar and Xylen Leventis bank account happy. P.S. There is a 1 in a million chance that your avatar will evolve if they eat this pet food. Jordan and the other representatives once again shifted their direction to 13, who now had his own Leventis corn in his hand and was feeding Tiona with it. Freewebble.com, sensing the many gazes around him, 13 smiled and glanced in this direction. I forgot to say that I am also the CEO of Leventis Corn, 13 said. I accept bulk orders. No friend, family, or acquaintance discount. Also, it's not buy one take one. No refunds. Xylen, I'll buy every pet food that you have, right now, Benedict declared. No matter how many it is, I'll take it all. Don't be hasty, Benedict, Harvey said. How about we divide Xylen's stock of pet food between all of us? I'm sure that there's a lot to go around, right? Fine. Benedict knew that he couldn't monopolize such a good thing, so he agreed to compromise. 13 laughed internally because he was using this as propaganda to boost his private business. What the Xylen Federation didn't know was that for every 1 million packs of pet food that he was planning to sell, there would be one pack that could actually make an avatar evolve. This would make them more eager to buy his product, making him richer. 13 knew that there was no way that the Xylen Federation would let such an important event slide. If they really find a way to make avatars evolve, then it would revitalize the avatar industry. Of course, the teenage boy had no plans to let the other families know this secret. Even if they took a sample of the food that the Wanderers were feeding their avatars and had it sent to their lab for research, they wouldn't find anything. Why? Because only the first batch of pet food that 13 gave them had that ability. Right now, the Wanderers were using his third batch of pet food, so even if they took it as a sample, they wouldn't find anything special aside from the ingredients used to create the pet food that Xylen was planning to sell en masse. His mother, Alessia, and his father, Gerald, were now undergoing the final stages of their craft. Because of this, they would need massive resources. The Imperium and the Palladium would give them a lot of money, but 13 had no plans to sell them. No, he was planning to use the Imperium for his Project Nautilus and Project Apocalypse. Because of this, he needed a new source of income. And what better way than to sell avatar food that had a 1 in a million chance to make an avatar evolve? 13 could already imagine his product being sold like hotcakes, which would earn him billions of gold coins in just a span of a day. Of course, The ones who would buy them in bulk were none other than the Xylen Federation, who was trying to negotiate with 13 to give them a steady supply of pet food before the other monarch clans and the other prestigious families. In short, they wanted to monopolize this amazing product, and 13 was more than happy to sell it to them with benefits and conditions attached. Michael watched as his nephew got surrounded by lions, hyenas, and foxes, who were trying to outbid each other in order to gain a higher percentage of the products that 13 was going to sell. Deep in his heart, Michael almost pitied them, knowing that they were being deceived by the teenage boy, who was making the champions and monarchs dance on the palm of his hand. Chapter 348 Fate doesn't care about your plans. Chapter 348 Fate doesn't care about your plans. When 13 opened his eyes, he found himself in space, staring at the countless stars and galaxies around him. However, after looking at his surroundings, he found a single table and 2 chairs in the distance. On top of the table was a chessboard, with its chess pieces already arranged in proper order. A dream? 13 muttered. 13 only dreamed once ever since he took over Xylen's body. That dream was about meeting one of his previous hosts, Tiona, which made him very happy. He missed her terribly, and seeing her again, even if it was just a dream, made him feel at ease. This is not a dream, 13 thought, because he couldn't shake the feeling that his consciousness was forcefully brought somewhere without his permission. Since there was nothing else to see around him, 13 walked toward the table and sat on one of the chairs. He had chosen to sit on the side of the black chess pieces, not wanting to be on the white side for some reason. Suddenly, a middle-aged man appeared in front of him, which made the corner of the teenage boy's lips rise faintly. The man? No, the god seated in front of him was none other than this father, the system god, who had destroyed his vessel and placed his soul core into the body of Xylen Leventus, who had passed away. The system god, Deus Ex Machina, didn't say anything and simply moved the pawn in front of the king chess piece forward. 13 did the same, and soon, the two started a game of chess in silence. The only thing that could be heard was the moving of the chess pieces as a battle between father and son took place. When the progress of the match was at its climax, the system god broke the silence and spoke first. "Are you enjoying your life?" Deus Ex Machina asked. "A little," 13 replied. "I didn't think that you'd be able to plan ahead, creating a backup of your system database. You really are something, 13. Of course I am. I'm the mighty system of cannon fodders. I've been losing for thousands of years. It is not impossible to learn a thing or two from such losses." Deus Ex Machina snorted as he moved his queen, putting pressure on 13's formation. "What do you think of your family?" Deus Ex Machina. "Which family?" 13 asked. "My old one, or my current family?" Deus Ex Machina eyed his son before planting his bishop on the board. "Both. My old family sucked big time," 13 replied. "My current family is 1,000,000,000,000 times better. How does it feel to have a heart?" Deus Ex Machina inquired. "Very painful and frustrating," 13 answered. "But the mere thought of having the chance to turn the tables on you and fate makes the suffering worth it." The system god arched an eyebrow. "You think you can win?" "I've lost more than I can count in the past," 13 replied. "It's about time that I win." "Check," Deus Ex Machina stated as he used his queen to target 13's king. The young man didn't bat an eye and simply blocked the queen with his own queen. The system god didn't hesitate to press the attack. He took down 13's queen, but the boy used his king to topple his father's queen. "You will meet your fated hero eventually, 13, Deus Ex Machina stated. "By then, I'd like to see how you will fare against them." "Bring your worst," 13 sneered. "It doesn't matter how many you send. If one comes, I'll slap one. If 2 come, I'll slap 2. If a dozen comes, I'll slap a dozen. And what if the entire world faces you? What then?" Deus Ex Machina asked in a teasing tone. "Simple." 13 smirked as he cornered his father's bishop with his pawn. "If the world were to antagonize me, I'll just have to destroy it. Plain and simple." The match continued, and the pieces on the board decreased rapidly. "Fate wanted me to pass her message to you," Deus Ex Machina said. "Oh." 13 arched an eyebrow. "Why didn't she come personally? I'd rather meet her than see you, old man." Deus Ex Machina ignored his son's contemptuous tone and passed the message that was given to him by the being who was on the top of 13's blacklist. "Fate doesn't care about your plans. Everything happens for a reason." 13 rolled his eyes at the message that was passed on to him. Since you're already here, it's just normal for you to pass my reply to fate, right? 13 inquired, and the system god merely shrugged. Why not? Deus Ex Machina moved one of his last 3 pawns forward. I'm sure she wouldn't mind. Tell her that I am preparing a nice little box for her, 13 stated. I'll even throw in a smelly system god to keep her company. You brat, you really think you can get away from saying such a thing? You should be thankful, old man. I'm giving you a chance to get a wife since you are fated to be forever alone. What a bunch of bullsh asterisk T. Since when did you learn how to curse, old man? Are you watching drama shows in Netflix? Deus Ex Machina snorted as he moved his chess piece forward. Checkmate, Deus Ex Machina declared. 13 looked at the chessboard with a smile before flicking his king with his finger and making it collide with his father's king, causing both chess pieces to fall off the board. You're still too green, 13, Deus Ex Machina laughed. It will take more than that to bring down a god. I know, 13 replied calmly. But this game doesn't change the outcome of the real match between me, you, and fate. The chess pieces the two of you will use and the chess pieces I will use will soon fight on the chessboards of Solterra and Pangea. No matter how strong your pawns are, they will not stand a chance against my cannon fodders. 13 stood up and walked away. All right, I almost forgot, 13 said as he turned his head to look at the system god, whom he hadn't seen since he opened his eyes in Xylen's body. You mentioned that the hero that fate had prepared for me will come one day, right? Just make sure that they would give me a challenge. I look forward to meeting them on the battlefield. 13 then gave his old man one last wave before walking toward the portal that appeared in front of him. Although he had lost a game of chess in the dream world, there was no way that he would lose a game of chess in real life. What happens in the dream stays in the dream. He didn't bother winning in the dream because what he wanted to do was win in reality. Deus Ex Machina looked at his son, who was about to enter the portal, and shook his head helplessly. Freewebble.cm even he wasn't confident that the hero that fate would send to confront 13 in the future would be able to beat him. He knew how meticulous his son was. If fate were to send a hero who was not up to par, then 13 would treat that person as a doormat, stepping on their heads and using their bodies to wipe the dirt under his boots. Chapter 349, Don't Believe Whatever Your Sister Said About Me. Rihanna's sister, Shauna, stood on the deck of the battleship of the Valkyries as she gazed at the island in the distance. They had just left the Dvalin Federation a day ago after a quick stopover to refuel and restock their food and water supplies. I've only seen him on TV, but now I'm about to see him in person, Shauna murmured to herself. The young lady who had been forced to listen to her sister's stories about Xylen had a complicated look on her face. Shauna was part of the 68th Battalion, but due to her duties as the Saintess, she was always with the Hero Party, the group the central government formed by putting together the strongest wanderers among the young generation. Everyone had high expectations from them, and truth be told, the pressure was sometimes too much to bear. If it weren't for her sister and her party always supporting and encouraging her, she would have definitely felt miserable while forcing herself to meet everyone's expectations. This was also why Rihanna wanted her to meet Xylen. The former believed that her sister could learn a thing or two from the teenage boy, who was 3 years younger than Shauna. While the Saintess was deep in thought, a teasing voice sounded from behind her, snapping her out of her daze. Excited to meet that mascot, Shauna? As Shauna turned to look behind her, her sight was welcomed by a beautiful lady in her late 20s with long blonde hair and blue eyes. She was none other than the commander of the Valkyries, Marion Henderson. Freeobnul.com, please don't call him mascot, Miss Marion, Shauna replied. I feel like you're also referring to me when you say it like that. Marion smirked, thinking that Shauna was indeed a mascot as well, even more so after she gained the title of Saintess. But it was a fact that no one in Pangea could match her miraculous healing abilities. She could reattach any severed limbs and make them look brand new. There were also rumors circulating in the central government saying that she could even revive those who had died as long as they were brought to her within 24 hours of their death. Of course, no one really knew if this was true or not. She also didn't feel like asking the beautiful girl, whose long red hair fluttered in the breeze. Still, he just arrived in the Rigel continent, yet he immediately found an Imperium mine? That boy sure is lucky. Marion commented as she stared at the island that was getting nearer with every passing minute. My sister said that it wasn't luck, Shauna stated. In her eyes, Xylen Leventis is like a deity who can make impossible things possible. Oh, Marion arched an eyebrow. Does that mean that he can liberate the Rigel continent and drive away the monsters that have claimed it as their own? Shauna shrugged since she really didn't know the answer to this question. Commander, my orders are to observe Xylen Leventis and make sure that he doesn't get into conflict with the Dvalin Federation, Shauna stated. How about the Valkyries? What did the higher UPS order you to do? That is classified information, soldier, is what I'd like to say, but since you asked, I guess I can tell you. Marion smirked. The order given to us is to not let the Dvalin Federation monopolize the resources that Xylen Leventis finds. Our big bosses want to have a bigger share of the pie, which means that our mascot needs to find another Imperium mine or something similar to make the central government happy. I see, Shauna nodded in understanding. She was supposed to go to the Signy continent along with her hero team, but after her father, the field marshal, personally talked to her, she had no other choice but to change her plans. Her teammates were a little disappointed that she wouldn't be able to come with them, but they understood that this mission also held great significance for the central government, so they wished her good luck in her mission. Half an hour passed, and they finally docked at the man-made port of the Dvalin Federation, which would allow them to teleport to Sector 1. The process went smoothly because everyone was already informed of their arrival. The Wanderers of the Dvalin Federation were also extremely happy to receive the Sanctus. In the current state of their world, everyone wished for heroes to appear and save them from their current state. So now that Xylen Leventis and Shauna Summers were in the Rigel continent, the Wanderers of the Dvalin Federation were motivated to work even harder to expand their territories and reclaim a little more land to the best of their abilities. Upon Shauna's arrival at Sector 1, she was pleasantly surprised to see a young man with a black snake coiled around his neck, standing a distance away from the teleporter. Shauna hesitated for a few seconds before gathering her courage to approach the teenage boy, who was several years younger than her. Hello, my name is Shauna Summers, Shauna said with a smile. My sister, Rihanna, would never stop talking about you whenever we are together. She always says that I should learn a thing or two from you. A faint smile appeared on 13's face before he extended his hand for a handshake. Xylen Leventis, 13 replied. Don't believe whatever your sister says about me. Knowing Rihanna, she probably exaggerated a few things to make me look cool. Shauna accepted the handshake and smiled after hearing 13's comment about her sister. I guess he's not like those arrogant heirs from the monarch clans and the 10 prestigious families, Shauna thought. After shaking each other's hands twice, the two let go of each other's hands and smiled. The name is Marion Henderson. Marion introduced herself, making Shauna almost jump up in fright. The commander of the Valkyries had spoken right next to her, which caught her by surprise. It's an honor to meet the commander of the Valkyries. 13 saluted. I've heard many good things about you, ma'am. Skip the formalities because I'm not here to order you around, soldier, Marion commented as she returned 13's salute. I'm here to earn myself a promotion. So, can you find us some Imperium mine and make everyone here happy? Of course. We can also keep it a secret and let the profits directly go to my bank account. The central government doesn't need to know about the small stuff. The members of the Dvalin Federation present on the site looked at Marion weirdly. If not for the fact that she was a beautiful woman and also the commander of the famous Valkyrie division, they might have thought of her as a gold digger. Someone who was looking for a rich guy who would allow her to live her life comfortably without the need to risk her life on the battlefield. Chapter 350 What a Bunch of Simps. Chapter 350 What a Bunch of Simps. Freewebble.cm. After the brief introduction, the members of the Valkyries set up their temporary camp at Sector 3. Sector 3 was located on the east border of Sector 1, and it was marked as a safe place for setting up a camp. On the contrary, 13's camp was in Sector 13, which was the newest sector that the 69th Battalion had personally claimed for themselves. It was in no way a safe location for camping, given the hordes of monsters that would pass through it from time to time, but 13 didn't care. In fact, he even regularly asked his subordinates to sleep on the ground in a curled-up position. At first, all of them thought that their commander wanted them to become monster food since he was asking them to sleep right in the open. However, They soon realized that most rank 1 and rank 2 monsters would just walk past them, so they started to gain confidence in their light green military armor. 13 told them that if they ever found themselves surrounded by djinns on all sides, they must drop down to the ground and curl up, lowering their presence as much as possible. After that, they should press a button from their military armor to make their armor inflate, covering their entire bodies and making them look like a small boulder. The military armor that they wore not only made them look like small boulders when they were curled up, but it also prevented any kind of smell from leaving their bodies. Djinns were sensitive to the smell of humans because they were their favorite food. But if they couldn't see and smell them, then the wanderers' lives wouldn't be in danger even if they slept in the open. As for those who snore in their sleep, 13 also had a fix for it. The helmets they possessed could cover the entire face with just a touch of a button, and they also had a soundproofing mechanism. At first, all the soldiers were hesitant to execute their commander's orders. But when Christopher, Colbert, and the Mafia boys moved as they were told, everyone observed them from a safe distance with binoculars. To their surprise, the monsters did indeed just walk past them, not even giving them a sidelong glance. 13 said that they could do this as a last resort just in case they had nowhere else to go in the djinn-infested lands of the Rigel continent. This was why he asked them to sleep using this technique, to let them gain confidence in their military armor's ability to save their lives. As long as they didn't have to worry about being discovered, they could sleep anywhere without worrying about becoming a djinn's midnight snack. Of course, 13 told them that not all djinns and magents were dumb creatures. There would come a time when these monsters would be able to see through their disguise. However, this was only meant to be used as a last resort to give them a chance of survival in the worst-case scenario. Of course, 13 also asked Rocky to stay under his sleeping soldiers, so that he could save them just in case something unexpected happened. As the days passed, the 69th Battalion followed Christopher's and Colbert's attitude in regard to 13's orders. Just like these two captains, they no longer questioned their commander's orders and followed them without complaints, even when it sounded like they were gambling with their lives. After meeting with Shauna, Marion, and the Valkyries, 13 returned to Sector 13 to see how his troops were doing. Just as he was nearing the site, he heard the sound of gunfire. However, he didn't feel anxious because this was already a normal occurrence in their base of operations. "Good job, everyone," 13 said as he looked at the countless dead djinns that were lying on the ground. Most of the hordes that frequented Sector 13 were usually made up of rank 1 monsters, with a rank 2 or rank 3 leader mixed among them. However, with the 69th Battalion's superior firepower and newfound ability to escape unharmed using their powerful and fast avatars, none of them was in any real danger. All the soldiers stood in attention and saluted their commander. "At ease, everyone," 13 stated as he returned their salute. "Sir, did the Saintess really arrive here in the Rigel continent?" Christopher asked excitedly. "Did you ask for her autograph?" 13 blinked as he looked at the chubby boy, whom he didn't expect to be one of Shauna's fans. "I didn't," 13 replied. "But I gave some of the Valkyries my autograph because they asked for it." "Why? Do all of you want to get the autograph of the Saintess?" "Yes, sir." What a bunch of simps, 13 thought. Almost everyone in the 69th Battalion made their opinions known, which made 13 smirk. "Don't worry. She will be visiting us today or tomorrow after they finish setting up camp in Sector 3, 13 stated. "I don't know if you already know about this, but the Saintess is being escorted by the Valkyries. I saw them just now, and all of them looked formidable. However, I have confidence that when it comes to special forces in the central government, no one can beat us. Even the 1st Battalion can't compare. Among the divisions in the Army, the 1st Battalion gets the highest funding because it was the place where the elites of the Army were sent. In fact, the hero was from the 1st Battalion, further boosting their reputation. But in 13's eyes, it didn't matter what the other battalions did. Once his subordinates had completed their Spartan training, they would be a force to reckon with anywhere on the battlefield. What 13 was trying to do with his subordinates was desensitize them from djinns and magents, significantly reducing their excessive fears. Some soldiers, especially those who were newly drafted, would panic when they saw themselves facing off against a horde of monsters, whose rank was higher than theirs. 13 wanted his battalion to be able to think clearly in any given situation. He wanted to ingrain to them that they had the means to escape, fight, and hide at their leisure, and that they had more options to keep themselves alive. He also chose Sector 13 as their base so that his soldiers would develop a sixth sense when it came to detecting jinns and magians. 13 believed that this sense of awareness would come in handy once they were deployed to the Signy continent to help defend it from the jinn invasion. "I'll give you half an hour to finish collecting the cores from those jinns," 13 ordered. An hour later, "We will head northeast. Captain Colbert found a nest of centipedes, so we are going to take them out. After that, I believe all of you will be able to sleep easier tonight." The soldiers couldn't help but smile after hearing their commander's words. Every day, they would clear up potential threats near their campsite so that they would have to deal with fewer nocturnal enemies that would often visit their camp in the middle of the night. An hour later, 300 wanderers mobilized and left their camp, riding atop their mounts. Another day of hunting was about to begin, and 13 would make sure that all of his soldiers would be able to return to their camp in one piece. Chapter 351: The 69th Battalion's Simple Battle Strategy. A day after Shauna and her entourage arrived in the Rigel continent, Marion and the Valkyries, who numbered over 500, went to visit the 69th Battalion on Sector 13. "He's younger than I thought he would be," one of the Valkyries whispered to her friend after finally seeing the most famous rookie in the world. "Right? Did he really fight against a Magian prince?" another Valkyrie asked. "I can easily crush his head like a watermelon without any problems." "Well, those stories might just be an exaggeration of what really happened. Maybe he was just there, watching the battle from the sidelines." "Well, Rihanna said that he was fighting in the front lines. But she was guarding the Grand Ballista, so she can't be sure if he really fought the Magian prince, right?" The Valkyries, composed of only female wanderers, talked without even bothering to lower their voice. It was as if they were trying to see how Xylen Leventis would react to their words. Christopher and Colbert, who were respectively 13th's left and right-hand men, frowned as they looked at the beautiful ladies whom they were ogling earlier. After hearing their words, they looked at the ladies in disdain, as if they were staring at pigs who had been rolling around in filth for an entire day. Perhaps noticing the two's disgusted expression, the Valkyries all glared at them. However, the two weren't fazed at all, and even confidently matched the ladies' gazes with a contemptuous look, as if they were insignificant creatures that held no importance whatsoever. Battalion Commander Marion saluted the teenage boy, who was nearly half her age. "Forgive my girls. They're just talking nonsense." "Don't worry, ma'am," 13 replied as he saluted back to Marion. "I'm already used to it." His subordinates had also acted like that when they first joined his battalion. Now, they had somewhat turned into decent and very loyal soldiers who no longer questioned his every order. "Zion, I'd appreciate it if we don't talk formally," Marion said with a smile. "I don't want a stiff environment, so just be casual, okay?" "Understood." 13 nodded. "Have you all been briefed about the rules set by the Dvalin Federation for all the outsider groups entering the Rigel continent?" "Yes," Marion replied. "The one I dislike the most is the flying ban. We mostly use Pegasus avatars, so not being able to use them will limit our fighting abilities. The moment any of you ride those Pegasus and fly to the sky is the moment you die, Miss Marion," 13 said in a serious tone. Chapter 352: Zion's Original Flavor. After the battle ended, the 69th Battalion divided themselves into 3 groups, each consisting of 100 wanderers. The first team harvested the cores of the monsters, as well as any other valuable monster parts. The second team encircled the first team and stood guard, keeping their attention to their surroundings. The third team, on the other hand, scouted ahead in order to check if the battle had alerted any other monster hordes in the area, which could potentially threaten their comrades, who were busy retrieving their spoils of war. "I have to apologize to you, Zion," Marion said. "I came here thinking that you and your men are just playing house here in the Rigel continent. Did you teach them this strategy?" "I did." 13 nodded. "I advised the Valkyries to change their mounts. We don't want to risk any of you ordering your mount to fly out of habit. Sector 13 is an area surrounded by monsters ranging from rank 1 up to rank 5. We're stationed here to also make sure that no monsters would venture near Sector 5, where the Imperium mine is located. If the Valkyries plan to observe and cooperate with us, you should seriously consider temporarily switching to non-flying mounts. I'm not saying this out of spite to any of you. but having flying avatars on this continent is a liability instead of an advantage. Marion nodded because he knew that 13 was telling them the truth. Then we'll ask the Dvalin Federation if they can give us 500 night wolves as well. I'm quite impressed. I didn't think that they would have so many alpha monsters. Do you think they still have a few to spare? 13 looked at Marion weirdly. However, after careful consideration, he realized that the Dvalin Federation might have done a cover-up to prevent the news of the mass avatar evolution event from spreading. The Dvalin Federation have night wolves to spare, but they are just ordinary night wolves, 13 commented. The night wolves of my subordinates evolved a few days ago, and this is the result of their evolution. Ha ha. Nice joke. Marion laughed as she lightly patted 13's shoulder. I almost believed you there, Xylen. I mean, how can so many night wolves evolve at once and become alpha monsters? If that was easy to do, then the military would have a field day. 13 paused for a bit before nodding his head. He already told Marion the truth, but since she didn't want to believe him, he would just let her think whatever she wanted to think. An hour later, the 69th Battalion returned to their camp and resumed whatever they were doing earlier. Al Capone, you and Pietro will be on drone duty, 13 ordered, making the leader of the Mafia boys groan. The leader of the Mafia boys groaned because 13 always asked him to do odd jobs whenever there was an opportunity. His brothers from his group all gave him a thumbs up before taking a nap at their respective tents, making sure that Al Capone's sacrifice was worth it. All the members of the 69th Battalion were each given a drone and taught how to operate it. 13 gave them many methods on how to survive, and this was one of them. Just like their military uniforms, their drones were also light green in color. If humans were too blinded by their color scheme, the jinns, on the other hand, were having a hard time understanding what they were looking at because it had a color that effectively merged with its surroundings. While Pietro and Al Capone did guard duty, 13 lit up a small stove in order to cook his lunch. The 69th Battalion was taught to be self-sufficient, so they didn't have any cooks responsible for preparing meals for everyone. As 13 was setting up his stove and ingredients, Shauna crouched beside him and asked a question. Freewebnoyo L.C. Sigmem, what is it like to face a Magian prince? Shauna asked. 13 glanced at the young lady who was older than him by 3 years for a few seconds before shifting his attention back to the portable stove in front of him. What is the rank of the most horrifying monster you faced on the battlefield? 13 asked as he poured water into a pot, after which he placed it over the stove to boil the water. A rank 5 Python overlord, Shauna answered as she gazed in the distance, reminiscing about that fateful encounter. I met one 2 years ago. I was just a rookie at that time, so when I saw that monster, I felt like death was staring at me in the face. Fortunately, it wasn't a djinn, and it had just eaten a large meal, so it left me alone. I really thought that I was going to die back then. I even have nightmares of it from time to time. 13 nodded. Facing a Magian prince is like that as well. It doesn't have to be complicated. Ranks don't mean anything. If you face death, it's all the same. Shauna pondered Xylen's words and then shifted her attention to Tiona, who was coiled up in Xylen's neck. You're not afraid of snakes, are you? Shauna asked with a smile. No, 13 replied. I have a fondness for them. Domini mortis are extremely rare, right? Shauna inquired. And this one seems to have taken a great liking to you. How did you tame it? I didn't tame her, 13 replied. Tiona was a monster about to be auctioned, and I was the one that bought her. I don't see any slave marks on her, though. Shauna carefully observed the black snake's head because the mark of slavery would usually be seen on top of a monster's head or at their foreheads. I asked the slave master to remove her mark, 13 said. I'm not a big fan of slavery. Tiona glanced at her master weirdly. Taiga, the orcs, and the trolls were all 13 slaves, and he sure enjoyed tormenting them in the past. The black snake decided that it wasn't worth it to correct her master, so she just shook her head helplessly. Slavery is not good. Shauna nodded. My sister bought some slaves during her first wandering, and she freed them all. They are now part of her group, and they often travel together in Solterra to do missions together. 6 years ago, your sister was a very naive girl, 13 stated, not caring that Shauna immediately pouted after he bad-mouthed Rihanna. She did buy the slaves, but she didn't know what to do with them after buying them. I was the one who rented a warehouse so that they would have a place to stay and rest. Your sister is too righteous and a goody two-shoes. I hope she has changed since the last time I saw her. If not, I'll flick her forehead for being as stupid as she was in the past. You're the only person that I know who can say those words without worrying about its consequences, Shauna replied, not knowing if she should be impressed or offended because Xylen was bad-mouthing her sister. Shauna, your sister is a very capable person, but she has a habit of taking on tasks above her league, 13 said as he looked at the water that was starting to boil. I hope that you're not the same. People expect a lot of things from me, but I don't care about their expectations. I'm sure you also carry the same burdens on your shoulders. So, whenever you feel like wanting to meet the expectations of others, I want you to remember me. Xylen Leventis, is more popular, more awesome, more charming, more charismatic, and the most powerful rookie in the world. If someone like me can shrug off the expectations of others, what is stopping you from doing the same? You have been given the label of the saintess, but you don't have to act like a saint. After all, no one in this world can be truly a saint. 13 took out a pack of instant noodles from his storage ring, which made Shauna blink twice after seeing the packaging. 13's face was plastered on the package, and it read, Xylen's Instant Noodles, Original Flavor. 13 glanced at the young lady, who was looking at the noodle pack in his hands with a serious expression on her beautiful face. Do you want to try it? 13 asked. This will be released in the market after a month. It contains all the important vitamins and nutrients. Also, it doesn't have MSG. Why not? Shauna was very curious about what the noodles tasted like. However, 5 minutes later, her face turned pale. Xylen's instant noodles tasted like bubblegum, which made her almost spit the food that was inside her mouth. Xylen, don't release this to the market. I beg of you, Shauna said as she held 13's arm, who was happily eating his instant noodles as if it was the most delicious thing in the world. Why? 13 asked. It tastes like bubblegum, Shauna replied. In short, it sucks. You mean, I won't earn money from this? No. I'm also starting to think that your taste buds must be dead. No one in their right mind would eat something like this. The members of the 69th Battalion, who were listening to their conversation, all nodded their heads in silence. They, too, had once been tricked by their commander to try his original flavor noodles, which they believed was the most horrendous thing that they had eaten since instant noodles were invented. 13 glanced at Tiona, who was also eating the noodles with him. The black snake reluctantly nodded her head and told her master that it didn't really taste good. On that same day, with the help of the Saintess, 13's noodle franchise ended. It didn't even get a chance to see the light of day, which prevented a calamity from descending upon the world. However, this wouldn't be the first nor the last of 13's business practices that would almost bring the entirety of Pangaea to its knees. Chapter 353. While ranks are important, it is not absolute. I didn't expect that the Rigel continent would be this peaceful, Shauna said as she viewed the surrounding scenery from 13's Humvee, which Christopher was driving. Peaceful? Well, if you're talking about our current situation, yeah, you can say it's peaceful, 13 replied. Were you expecting that you'll be attacked by hordes of djinns and magians without in the moment you step foot into this continent? The young lady nodded. It was true that she had such thoughts before arriving at the continent, which had long fallen under the control of the djinns and magians. Shauna, ever since this continent's fall, the Dvalin Federation had only liberated 12 sectors of this land. Each sector has a size of about 1 square kilometer. Combined, that is only 12 square kilometers of land. The Rigel continent is the second largest continent in Pangaea, second only to Sirius. The territories that the Dvalin Federation had secured through countless sacrifices are merely a small drop in a bucket of water. Of course, the djinns and magians know that the Dvalin Federation is trying to reclaim their land, but all the sectors combined are too small for the true rulers of this place to care. In their point of view, the efforts of the Dvalin Federation are a mere fool's errand. Only if the entirety of humanity work together will there be a chance to liberate this place. The powerhouses of the djinns and magians are at the center of this continent. The monsters we are fighting right now are mere small fries. Shauna frowned and shifted her gaze toward the teenage boy, who was checking his communicator to see the current situation around them. If all the champions of the Dvalin Federation, as well as their monarch, work together, I'm sure they could retrieve more lands, Shauna stated. Even your battalion managed to secure the 13th sector with just yourselves. Doesn't that mean that they can do better? 13 chuckled. Shauna's words made it clear to him that she truly didn't know how terrifying djinns and magians could be. You're part of the hero party, right? 13 asked. Usually, what kind of missions do you all do together? We fight djinns and magians wreaking havoc near the major cities in Solterra, Shauna replied. If there is a tier 3-dimensional gate, we will also mobilize to intercept them. The hero of your party is 19 years old, and he is already of the master rank, 13 stated. That's pretty impressive. He is absolutely a prodigy, second only to me. Why is he second only to you? The frown on Shauna's face deepened. You're only of the rookie rank, so he's several times stronger, yes? You're 3 years older than me, and you've just recently stepped into the elite rank, 13 commented. This also means that you are one of the strongest wanderers of this generation. Shauna, who had been praised by 13, felt happy. Her sister, Rihanna, had practically treated Xylen as an idol to worship, so hearing that same idol praising her now made her happy. However, that happiness didn't last long and was cut off the moment 13 added to his words. You and that hero of your party are both strong, but what are the strongest monsters you've faced in a battle? 13 asked. Rank 4 sovereigns, Shauna replied, feeling very proud of her achievement. 13 looked at the smug-faced girl before asking Christopher a question. Christopher, how strong was the enemy we faced? 13 inquired. Magian Prince, Christopher replied with pride. He also has an army composed of 2 rank 9 sovereigns and dozens of higher-ranking monsters. 13 then shifted his attention back to the girl, who now had a stiff smile on her face. Both you and that hero of yours should do better, 13 replied with a smile. I mean, I wasn't even a rookie when I faced Arundel, yet I won against him. So, how can you possibly compare that hero to me, who can only fight rank 4 sovereigns with a party of wanderers? Hello? Can't you see the disparity in strength between us? But. Shauna tried to counter 13's argument, but the boy only gave her the okay, say something that can surpass my achievement gaze, which made the young lady pout. Shauna, if you only gauge people because of their rank, you will become one of those snot-nosed snobbish celebrities who look down on people with lower standing, 13 said in a serious tone. While ranks are important, they are not absolute. I don't want to toot my own horn, but even if the monarchs grouped together and fought against Arundel, they would all die a dog's death. How about I remind you of the power scaling of the ranks that you look up to the most? 13 smirked before raising a single finger. A champion can fight against a rank 6 monster, 13 stated. But they can't fight against a rank 6 overlord on their own, 13 explained. In order to effectively fight against a monster of that rank, for champions need to work together as a team. If they are fighting a rank 6 sovereign, they need 6 champions to get the job done. However, this is not an absolute estimate because there are always exceptions. Not all champions are equal, and there will always be someone who excels more than others. Let's take Benedict Riggs as an example. He is a peak stage champion, and because of his strength, he is recognized as one of the top 5 big shots of the Riggs family. Someone like him can face off against a rank 6 overlord alone, and depending on the situation, he could probably defeat a rank 6 sovereign as well. Thrones can effectively fight against rank 7 sovereigns, and monarchs can fight rank 8 sovereigns. But if they'll have to face a rank 9 sovereign, 3 to 5 monarchs are needed to fight one. But just like us, there are also exceptions to the djinn race. Not all rank 8 and 9 sovereigns are equal. There are monsters who overshadow their peers, so if these monsters meet ordinary wanderers, even champions, thrones, and monarchs can die after facing them. This is also the reason why the monarchs refused to fight the djinns in Antares, causing the first continent to helplessly fall. They tried to right their wrongs by fighting here in the Rigel continent, but it made them realize that the strength they possessed was not enough. 13's voice was filled with contempt as he talked about the monarchs, who gained their powers through foul means. Because of this, the 5 monarchs of the monarch clans were the weakest monarchs in the world. Only the monarch of the central government, who had fought on the front lines, was actually considered strong. The omnipotent guardian of Solterra and Pangaea was both a fair and unfair god. He would give the wanderers unfair missions, but he would be fair when it came to rewarding them for their achievements. Had the 5 monarchs fought with everything they had, forget about getting mythical weapons, they might have been awarded a complete set of legendary weapons, making them true powerhouses in every sense of the word. Simply put, the mythical weapon and the abilities they gained after dealing the last blow to a half-dead monster were merely the consolation prize that Laplace Demon and the One had given them. So, in 13's point of view, the 5 Monarch clans was a joke. If his host hadn't died, he would have become the strongest existence in Pangea and would have led humanity to a better future. Unfortunately, his host wasn't able to live to see that day, which was something that 13 wouldn't be able to forgive. Right now, he was still too weak to avenge his host, but the moment he completed his preparations, he would exact his vengeance. Just as 13 was about to say more, the communicator in his wrist suddenly emitted a warning sound, making his face turn grim. "Commander, there's an emergency." Al Capone's voice, which was filled with panic, reverberated inside the Humvee. A squad of Valkyries summoned their avatars to fly in the sky, and they caught the attention of a rank 6 sovereign rock. "We're trying to give them cover fire, but the rock has a dozen giant eagles as subordinates. We're completely outmatched and forced to retreat." 13 cursed internally as his face turned serious. He had already warned the Valkyries to never use their flying avatars because this was a taboo thing to do in the Rigel continent. The Dvalin Federation had learned this the hard way, and hundreds of their elite wanderers had died after these flying monsters attacked them without mercy. "Christopher," 13 shouted. "On it, sir." Christopher stepped on the acceleration of the Humvee, making the vehicle zoom across the rugged terrain, heading into the place where a battle was already taking place. Chapter 354 Crash and Burn, Part 1. Chapter 354 Crash and Burn, Part 1. 15 minutes before Al Capone called 13. "Hey, this scouting mission is taking forever," one of the Valkyries complained as they rode behind the 69th Battalion. The armor of the Green Lanterns was nearly blinding, so they were wearing sunglasses, which the Dvalin Federation had provided for them. "I know, right? If only we could fly in the sky, then we could have already mapped the entire surroundings in less than 5 minutes," another Valkyrie replied. "There are only rank 1 up to rank 3 monsters so far. This place is at the very edge of the continent. I reckon that even if we fly, we'd only be facing rank 3 flying monsters at most. We can easily kill those things." "Captain, how about we just do it?" the prettiest Valkyrie in the group asked. "We'll just fly for a minute or two and complete this scouting mission. After that, we can return to the base. We won't need to spend an hour or two following these guys." Viola, the captain of the squad of 12 Valkyries, pondered for a bit as she considered her members' suggestion. Their commander had briefed them that flying was strictly not allowed, so they had no choice but to rent night wolves from the Dvalin Federation and use them as temporary mounts. However, the Valkyries were used to traveling and fighting in the skies. Making them travel on land was giving them an itch that they couldn't scratch, so they were getting more and more restless. "We can't do it." Viola shook her head. "The commander's orders are absolute." All the Valkyries sighed after hearing their captain's words. In the end, they decided to endure and follow behind the 69th Battalion, feeling miserable that they were the squad chosen to accompany the battalion in this scouting mission. Suddenly, the formation of the 69th Battalion changed, and one of them decelerated to inform the Valkyries why they were changing their formation and route. "Our scouts have spotted a giant eagle heading in our direction," Pietro, who was at the rear of the formation, said. "We will be doing an evasive maneuver and prepare to engage it just in case it decides to attack us." The Valkyries all nodded in understanding, but deep inside, all of them were feeling excited. They had seen how the 69th Battalion fought on the battlefield. Their teamwork and strategy were very amazing, so the Valkyries were thinking about showing off what they could do. Unfortunately, flying was banned, so they couldn't execute their strongest formations. They were also not used to riding night wolves, so their strategies wouldn't be as effective compared to when they were riding their Pegasus in the sky. When the giant eagle appeared in their location, it saw hundreds of night wolves running together. However, its gaze focused on the back of the group, focusing on the 12 Valkyries who had caught its attention. Unlike the Green Lanterns, who were nearly invisible in its eyes, it could see the Valkyries were as clear as day. Because of this, it didn't hesitate to dive down and target the Valkyries, who all grinned at the same time. "Captain, it's targeting us," one of the Valkyries said. Maybe it's thinking that we're just small fries. Captain, this is self-defense, and the enemy is a flying monster. The prettiest among the Valkyries commented. Isn't this a good reason to engage it in combat? After all, we are being attacked by it. Viola thought that this was indeed a legitimate reason to use their flying mounts to engage the opponent. Since it was self-defense and they were only dealing with one opponent, she believed it was justified to temporarily lift the flight ban and engage in combat. Formation deadless, Viola ordered, making the Valkyries cheer together. They unsummoned their night wolves and summoned their Pegasus. As they rose to the skies, they felt liberated as if they had just been freed from prison. The giant eagle, which was a rank 5 monster, screeched and attacked them, but the Valkyries easily dodged the attack with fearless smiles on their faces. They might not be good in land battles, but in the air, they were confident in their abilities. After dodging the giant eagle's attacks, they unleashed their own abilities. The prettiest among the Valkyries unleashed silver chains, making it wrap around one of the giant eagle's wings. Eat this. The Valkyrie then unleashed an electric attack, which she transmitted through her chains, making the giant eagle screech in pain. Viola used that opportunity to summon several flaming spears and shot them to the wing being restricted by the silver chains. Their protocol for dealing with flying monsters was to destroy their wings, making them lose their ability to fly. Once their enemy was on the ground, they could take their time eliminating it with their aerial superiority. The other Valkyries also unleashed offensive attacks, targeting the wing bound by the silver chains. Half a minute later, the giant eagle screeched helplessly as it lost its ability to fly, causing it to crash to the ground. Viola and her squad exchanged knowing looks with each other as they all dived down from the sky to finish off their prey. Although it was a rank 5 monster, the Valkyries were all masters except Viola, who was a grandmaster. As long as they worked together, it would be very easy for them to eliminate a mere rank 5 giant eagle. Perhaps, thinking that this was an opportunity to show off their prowess, the Valkyries took their sweet time in attacking the giant eagle who had lost its ability to fly. But before it breathed its last, it let out an ear-piercing screech, forcing Viola to give it the killing blow. The giant eagle finally collapsed, dying at the hands of the Valkyries, who had toyed with it before going for the kill. Freewebble.c. Just as the Valkyries were about to celebrate their first battle in the Rigel continent, several screeches spread in the sky, making the Valkyries, as well as the 69th Battalion, look to the north. There, they saw a bird, which was 3 times larger than the giant eagle, heading in their direction. Behind the giant bird were giant eagles, who were all looking at the Valkyries with eyes filled with killing intent. Viola, who sensed that the current opponent was way out of their league, immediately ordered a hasty retreat. However, the rock wouldn't allow the ones who killed its subordinates to get away so easily. With a single flap of its mighty wings, it traveled hundreds of meters in an instant. Just like its subordinates, it only wanted to do one thing: feast on the flesh of wanderers and make them pay dearly for the crime of killing their brethren, who had died a very pitiful death in their hands. Chapter 355 Crash and Burn, Part 2. Chapter 355 Crash and Burn, Part 2. Captain, what should we do? One of the Valkyries anxiously asked, having sensed just how strong the rock was. If they were to fight against just the giant eagles, then they wouldn't need to worry about anything. But things were completely different when facing off against a rank 6 sovereign who was almost upon them. Aegis formation, Viola ordered, cueing all the Pegasus to fly closely together. She knew that it was impossible to escape the rank 6 rock, which was one of the fastest flying djinns in existence. All the Valkyries had grim expressions on their faces. They were only of the master rank, and even their captain, Viola, was a mere grandmaster. They were simply too weak to fight against a rank 6 sovereign, which was normally dealt by several champions who specialized in fighting against flying monsters. Activate the barriers to the max, Viola commanded. All the Valkyries had been given special artifacts that created a barrier, which they used to block projectiles, as well as any kind of attacks targeting them from the air. The barrier formed just as the rock increased its speed, appearing only a few dozen meters from them. A few seconds later, screams of fright reverberated in the sky as their combined barrier cracked after the rock collided with it. Viola's face paled because their strongest defense was almost shattered with just a single blow from the flying monster, who had now circled back to attack them for a second time. The rock screeched in anger, and once again flapped its wings, creating a sonic boom behind it. The sound of breaking glasses reverberated in the surroundings as the barrier of the Valkyries shattered, followed by a horrified scream. The rock had snagged one of the Valkyries off of her flying mount, making her friend, who was hovering beside her, scream in fright. "Dive down. Now," Viola shouted, snapping her squad back to focus. The Valkyries made a nosedive toward the ground, heading to the 69th Battalion, which was retreating as fast as they could from the battlefield. They had no other place to go, and if they wanted to survive, they would need as much help as they could get in fending off the flying monsters who were using numbers to make a difference. Al Capone had contacted 13 when the flying monsters were spotted, and their battalion commander had asked them to rendezvous at the coordinates that he set. The majority of the 69th Battalion had seen how one of the Valkyries was eaten by the giant rock, making their faces turn pale. Although they had fought several monsters in the past, they had never fought a flying monster, let alone one that was a rank 6 sovereign. To make matters worse, there were also giant eagles in the mix, whose number made them retreat as fast as they could without second thoughts. However, just as everyone was thinking that their situation couldn't possibly get any worse, more flying monsters appeared in their vision. "Vultures at 3 o'clock, Piper shouted, informing the other wanderers about the monsters coming from their right side. The Dvalin Federation banned everyone from flying in the sky, having learned the hard way that the flying jinns were very territorial. They would not allow any other flying monsters in their turf unless these monsters were their allies. At that moment, the ally of the rocks and giant eagles, the giant vultures, also came to join the fight, drastically increasing the danger level of the battlefield. While the night wolves were fast, the flying monsters were even faster. A giant eagle tucked its wings and dove down from the sky like a speeding missile, aiming at one of the Valkyries who was desperately trying to escape. Unfortunately, she was not fast enough. She was easily grabbed by the giant eagle's claws and was whisked away in a heartbeat. "No!" the Valkyrie shouted as she tried to free herself from the claws of the giant eagle. "Let me go! Let me go!" The giant eagle screeched and increased the grip of its claws. The Valkyrie's body was crushed, her bones broken, and she coughed out a mouthful of blood. "How many are they?" Alexis asked Paul, who was running beside him. 50 in total," Paul answered with a grim expression on his face. "One rank 6 sovereign and one rank 5 sovereign. The vultures are rank 4 monsters." "Sir, more monsters are coming from 9 o'clock," one of the wanderers shouted as he pointed to their left side. "Damn!" Al Capone cursed loudly because they were being besieged from all sides. He reported the situation to Xylen, who was still hurrying to their location. "Commander, should we scatter and try to escape as individual squads?" Ever since the battle began, he had made sure to stay in contact with their commander to receive his orders in real time. "You don't need to do that," 13 replied. "The jinns can't see you guys properly. At most, they will only see hundreds of night wolves running together. Right now, their only targets are the Valkyries." "Sir, the Valkyries are headed in our direction," Al Capone complained. "Even if they can't see us properly from the sky, once they pursue them, our cover will be blown." "Calm down, Al Capone," 13 ordered. "Do not break formation, and only run toward the coordinates I gave everyone. Just endure and believe in me." "Yes, sir," Al Capone replied. 13 had activated their communicators group feature, so his exchange with Al Capone had been heard by the other members of the 69th Battalion. That feature allowed him to simultaneously give orders to all of his soldiers in real time, giving them equal chances to survive. "All of you, stay calm," 13's voice sounded through their communicators. "None of you are to break away from the formation. Those who do will certainly die, so travel together as a group. If the monsters shift from targeting the Valkyries to targeting you, you have my permission to engage. However, until that time comes, no one is to attack the flying monsters. Again, only make a move if your lives depended on it." "Sir, how about the Valkyries?" Al Capone inquired. "Just lead them to the coordinates I sent you," 13 stated. "If you stop now and engage the monsters, more will come and trap you all in an encirclement. We will have massive casualties on our hands if that happens. So endure and run as fast as you can." Al Capone glanced at the battle in the sky and saw more flying monsters heading in their direction. It seemed that all the flying monsters in the surroundings were being called by the giant rock to gather in order to coordinate an attack on the wanderers who had trespassed in their domain. Viola had already lost 4 of her subordinates despite everyone having done everything they could to evade the attacks from the rock, who seemed to be toying with them. If it wanted, it could have easily killed all of them. But it seemed to find their desperation entertaining, further increasing its appetite. The prettiest girl in the squad could no longer see what was in front of her due to the tears blurring her vision. She was completely dependent on her partner, who had fought countless battles with her in the past. The Pegasus were all flying at their fastest speed, successfully distancing themselves from the giant eagles and the giant vultures. But not from the rock. The moment it attacked, one of their sisters would surely get eaten, and they would once again despair. No, Greta! Viola screamed as one of her close friends was snatched away by the rock, who was picking them off one by one. There had been 12 Valkyries, but they were now down to 7. Viola was starting to regret her decision of giving in to the whims of her subordinates. If they hadn't toyed with the giant eagle earlier and simply eliminated it, the monster wouldn't have had the chance to make its final death cry, which had called out its brethren to avenge it. Unfortunately, it was too late for regrets, and the Valkyries who had died wouldn't return to life no matter how much she regretted her decision, one that she would never forget until her last breath. The only thing she could do was hope that a miracle would happen. She and the remaining Valkyries flew low on the ground, following the 69th Battalion, who seemed to be heading to a specific location. Suddenly, they heard a loud horn in the distance, making them look at a Humvee speeding at their location. Al Capone and the other wanderers instinctively felt a lot safer now that their commander had arrived. But with the situation they were in, even they couldn't imagine how Xylen would make a difference when there were over 100 flying monsters targeting them from the sky. Chapter 356 Crash and Burn, Part 3. Chapter 356 Crash and Burn, Part 3. Shauna's face became pale when she noticed that only 7 Valkyries were flying in the sky. Since she knew that all squads were formed by 12 people, it meant that 5 of them had already died. 13 was currently on top of the Humvee and manning its built-in cannon, but he had no intention of firing at the monsters just yet. Nautilus, use Athena to lock onto my location. 13 spoke to someone using an artifact similar to a walkie-talkie. Prepare all main cannons and raise output to half. Wait for my orders to fire. Understood. The High Orc, Jubii, who was the captain of the Nautilus, replied to 13 through the walkie-talkie. Raising output of the main cannons to half. Currently waiting to connect to Athena. Please stand by for confirmation. 13 narrowed his eyes because this wasn't supposed to be the time that Nautilus would be used. It was one of his trump cards, and it was still not fully operational. Even so, he had no choice but to do it because if he didn't, the 69th Battalion might all end up dead before they reached the safety of Sector 1. If he had to choose between saving his subordinates or keeping his trump card hidden, he decided to do the former. Nautilus is now connected to Athena. Jubii's words snapped 13 out of his daze, making the latter give another batch of orders. Colbert, Al Capone, Alexis, Paul, Pietro, Piper, prepare Formation X. After hearing his orders, the Wanderers divided themselves into their respective squads and dismounted from their mounts. They take out their Imperium cannons, but they didn't use it to aim at the flying monsters in the sky. No, they used these cannons to merge with other cannons. Each squad was composed of 5 people, and all of them carried 1 Imperium cannon each. These cannons could be combined together, forming a grand cannon of shorts, which would fire a concentrated beam, which was 10 times more powerful than the regular output of their Imperium cannons. The only downside was that once they used this method, their cannons would deteriorate and eventually be destroyed after shooting 3 times. Freemville.com, but desperate times called for desperate situations. In the span of a minute, 60 grand cannons were now operational, and only waiting for 13's orders to attack. The teenage boy was paying close attention to the rock, who was the biggest threat in the battlefield. Right now, its attention was focused on the Valkyries, who had whetted his appetite. Humans were the favorite food of the jinns, and strong wanderers were a delicacy. This meant that it would not allow the Valkyries to escape and was simply toying with them. just like what they did to its subordinate. Finally, it had decided to attack another Valkyrie, and this time, it planned to target Viola, who was the strongest of the group. With a flap of its wings, it made a nosedive from the sky and went for the kill. But when it was only a few meters away from its prey, something bright caught its attention. Before the rock could even identify what it was, a blue beam collided with the side of its body, making it screech in pain as a gaping wound appeared at the point of impact. Blood spilled from the body of the rock, paralyzing it for a brief period of time. A few seconds later, 2 more beams flew in its direction, hitting one of its wings, making it explode. The rock immediately lost its ability to fly and fell from the sky. 69th Battalion, target the giant eagles, and the vultures, opened fire. 13 ordered. The grand cannons lit up and fired at their targets, using the lock-on system that 13 had installed in it. It was one of the trump cards of the 69th Battalion that could be used when facing off against rank 5 monsters up to rank 6 monsters. Although it could only be fired 3 times, it packs enough damage to make even these monsters feel a world of pain. Even if it didn't kill them, they would be seriously injured, making them easy pickings later on. Christopher, go and kill the rock, 13 whispered. I will cripple it, so make sure you get the last hit. It is a brute-type monster, so make sure to kill it. The chubby boy nodded, and summoned the Blaze Skunk avatar to run in its direction. Jubii, target the rock, but make sure not to kill it, 13 said through the walkie-talkie. Christopher is heading towards it to subdue it. Understood, Jubii replied. Not long after, 3 more beams descended from the sky and bombarded the rock, who was already running away from the battlefield, using its clawed feet. The Nautilus main cannons were extremely powerful, but it was still only using half of its maximum output. The reason for this was that 13 had still not stress-tested because he didn't have enough Imperium back then for any kind of shooting tests. Because of this, he didn't dare to use the maximum output of the submarine's main cannons because it might get destroyed in the process if it gets overheated. Although its attack was not enough to kill the rank 6 monster with a single hit, it was more than enough to give it serious injuries, which would accumulate as it got bombarded by more cannon fire. The only problem was that the main cannons use a lot of Imperium, so the expenditure must be worth it. Since he was certain that the rock was a brute-type monster, he decided that it would be a worthy investment for Christopher, who would gain the avatars of any brute monster, if he was the one who landed the killing blow to end its life. With the grand cannons giving them cover fire, the Valkyries decided to retaliate and engage their enemies in aerial combat. While all of this was happening, Christopher had arrived at the area where the rock had crashed. There he saw Rocky, coiled around the rock's body, who could no longer offer any resistance after it had been hit 6 times by the main cannons of 13th submarine. Christopher then summoned Brutus and ordered it to repeatedly stab the gaping wound on the side of the rock's body, which had been hit by the main cannon. He knew that it would be easier to target the parts that were already damaged, so he decided to focus on targeting those areas. Brutus hacked, stabbed, using the sword that was given to him by Gerald. The rock kept on struggling, but Rocky's hold on him was enough to keep him in place. The Magma Balboa was also a rank 6 sovereign, so it didn't have any problems in subduing the seriously injured rock, whose advantage lay in its ability to fly. After a few minutes of nonstop stabbing, the rock screeched one last time before dying with its eyes wide open. Clearly, it didn't expect that it would die in this manner, filing it with regret at its last moments. Christopher then received a notification, making him do a fist pump. Although the rock's rank had degraded from a rank 6 sovereign to a rank 6 overlord, he was still happy to get a new powerful monster who would allow him to fight in the sky if the need arose. Chapter 357 The True Horror of the Rigel Continent, Part 1. Chapter 357 The True Horror of the Rigel Continent, Part 1. Piper's eyes widened in shock when she saw the Magma Balboa constrict the rank 6 rock and hold it in place. She had followed Christopher, thinking that he would need assistance in attacking the flying monster that had fallen from the sky. But when she saw this scene, she thought that this was a different monster. After watching for a bit, she noticed that it didn't make any move to attack Christopher, confirming her suspicion that it was the same monster she had met in the Arcadia archipelago. Rocky is here, Piper thought as she glanced at the Magma Balboa, who held the rank 6 sovereign in a deadlock. They were a distance away from the 69th Battalion, who had internally teamed up to form grand cannons to shoot the flying monsters from the sky. They were all too occupied to look in their direction, let alone see what was happening to the leader of the flying monsters they were targeting with grand cannons in the sky. A few minutes later, the rock stopped moving and breathed its last. Christopher, who had dealt the last blow, raised his hand, and a rock materialized beside him. It was smaller than the rank 6 sovereign, but Piper could tell that it was also extremely powerful. Attack the monsters in the sky and don't let them get near our people. Christopher ordered the rock, who responded with a screech of acknowledgement before flying to the sky. Christopher saw Piper looking at him, but he didn't have the time to explain anything to her. He could only press a finger over his lips, telling Piper to keep everything she saw a secret. Christopher recognized that she was one of the wanderers whom Xylen had helped in the Arcadia archipelago, so there was a possibility that she recognized Rocky. But it wasn't ideal to mention it now, especially since their situation was nowhere near good at the moment. Rocky then burrowed itself into the ground and headed in 13's direction. If something unexpected were to happen, he could immediately protect his master and ensure his safety. The moment the rank 6 rock overlord took to the skies, the situation of the battlefield shifted in their favor. It didn't hesitate to attack its former subordinates and rip their wings, making all of them fall from the sky. When the giant vultures and the other flying monsters saw this, all of them made a hasty retreat, for they knew that they didn't stand a chance against the rock. As the monsters started to retreat, the members of the 69th Battalion cheered. However, their happiness was short-lived, cut off by 13's orders, which sounded on their communicators. All of you evacuate to Sector 1 on the double. 13 ordered. The Xylen Federation had ordered an immediate evacuation of all personnel on the island. Do not think that we are out of danger yet. If you don't want to die like those Valkyries, pack up and go. Now, don't even bother collecting any cores or monster parts. Just escape while you still can. Having been reminded of the death of the Valkyries who had disobeyed the direct orders of the Xylen Federation, the soldiers of the 69th Battalion snapped out of their daze and hurriedly summoned their night wolves. They had thought that the battle was over since the rock had died and the flying monsters had retreated, but Xylen's words reminded them of the fate of the Valkyries who had ignored their direct orders, which made them feel anxious. Viola and the surviving Valkyries also summoned their night wolves and followed behind the 69th Battalion. Christopher, Colbert, Al Capone, and Piper, who only had blazed skunks as their mounts, were asked by Xylen to ride on the Humvee with him. Shauna, who was also seated in the Humvee, wanted to talk to Viola, but the captain of the Valkyries was not in the mood to talk. She was still reeling from the fact that 5 of her subordinates had died. Viola knew that she would be punished when she returned, but she would gladly accept any punishment if it could lessen the grief and guilt she was feeling at that moment. After Al Capone had called him earlier to report what was happening in their location, 13 immediately contacted Benedict, as well as his uncle, Michael, to inform them of the situation. Benedict didn't hesitate to raise the highest alert level on the island and ordered all the officers to evacuate. Michael, who knew that the Xylen Federation knew more about the situation than they did, ordered his subordinates to evacuate and leave their mining equipment behind. They didn't have the time to carry everything back with them, so they only brought back the Imperium that was already mined for the day. When Marion, the commander of the Valkyries, heard what her subordinates had done, she was inevitably disappointed in them. However, she also thought that Benedict and the members of the Xylen Federation were overreacting. Since the threat had already been dealt with, why was there a need to evacuate everyone from the island? With that doubt in mind, she went to ask him the reason for doing so. However, the old man didn't hesitate to slap her and pointed his finger on her face. If you can't follow our simple orders, then take your stupid girls with you and leave this place. Benedict roared in anger. If you want to die, then die alone. Don't drag us to hell with your incompetence. In the eyes of others, what they were doing might seem like an overreaction. But to the members of the Xylen Federation who had suffered countless casualties after many years of trial and error, they knew when to stand their ground and when to evacuate. The one-way teleportation gates that led to the gates were all activated, and those who were on the island didn't hesitate to enter it, allowing them to arrive at the man-made port that was a distance away from the island. The Dvalin Federation had already mobilized dozens of battleships, and they were already on their way to the port. They already readied themselves to provide support fire just in case their worst fears were to become a reality. The monarch of the Elrod clan, Wendell Elrod, as well as the thrones of the three prestigious families, were riding on the main flagship of their federation. All of them had grim expressions on their faces as they braced themselves for what was about to come. Back on the island, Benedict stood beside the teleporter as he waited for 13th Battalion to arrive. He would need to close the teleporter so that the Jinns wouldn't be able to use them to invade their port, which was strategically located a few miles from the island. When he saw the night wolves in the distance, the old man was finally able to sigh in relief. He made a gesture for them to enter the portal, which they obeyed without asking him any questions. Fortunately, 13 had already made sure that his people would obey his orders without question. The moment Xylen's Humvee passed the portal, Benedict pressed the button on his remote control before entering the portal. That button would allow one last person to enter the portal before it closed, shutting it down completely. As if waiting for that moment, rumbling sounds sounded in the distance, as if countless monsters were making their way to Sector 1 in a hurry. Those who were at the port saw black specks of dots beyond the horizon, which seemed to be flying in their direction. Battle stations. Wendell Elrod commanded, and the hidden cannons on the man-made port rose up from their bunkers and revealed themselves. It was then that Marion and Viola finally realized how dangerous the Rigel continent was. The skies were littered with countless flying monsters, and within that mass of chaos was a rank 8 sovereign, whom the only monarch in the Rigel Federation had fought several times in the past. Chapter 358 The True Horror of the Rigel Continent, Part 2. Chapter 358 The True Horror of the Rigel Continent, Part 2. Do you see that? Benedict angrily asked Marion and Viola as he pointed at the monster-infested island. Did you think that we're here to play games with you idiots? Did you come here thinking that you'd be taking a nice, relaxing vacation? Do you finally realize what you have done? All of you only needed to do one thing, and one thing only. Follow the rules we have set. Aren't all of you soldiers? Aren't you supposed to be good when it comes to following orders? Then how come you can't even do that one thing right? Benedict's anger represented the anger that the members of the Dvalin Federation felt at the moment. Due to the emergency evacuation, they were forced to leave some of their important equipment behind. The monsters were bound to destroy everything they had left behind, which meant that their hard work for the past year would all go down the drain. This was a big waste of their efforts in trying to reclaim the Rigel continent. The 69th Battalion couldn't help but feel anxious as they looked in the distance. Perhaps due to their consecutive victories against the Jinns and Magians, they had been complacent and thought that the Rigel continent wasn't as dangerous as they thought. But these naive notions were being broken as they looked at the place where they had been a while ago. Make no mistake, what you are seeing is only a small fraction of the forces that the Jinns have stationed in the Rigel continent. 13, who was standing in front of his soldiers, stated. Take a good, long look because what you're seeing right now is the same thing that you will see when the gates in the Signy continent open. This is what a Jinn invasion looks like, and the threat that humanity needs to overcome in order to survive in the world. Let me remind you that I brought all of you here to help you prepare mentally for the invasion that will happen in 3 years. 13 scanned the pale faces of his soldiers who had just escaped a near-death situation from only a rank 6 sovereign and dozens of flying monsters. That was nothing compared to the tens of thousands of monsters that were now observing them from the island. A sigh escaped the teenage boy's lips, thinking about how the cannons that his members possessed could no longer be used again, for they had reached their limit after merging them together. FreeWebNovel.com. The only weapons that his soldiers possessed now were their assault rifles, which were only effective against rank 1 and rank 3 monsters. Of course, the soldiers still have their abilities, and they could use them to fight. At the end of the day, they were still wanderers. They were all summoned to Solterra in order to hone them for the fights against the Jinns and Magians, who were trying to invade their world through the dimensional gates. Everyone, prepare yourselves, 13 stated as he looked at the monster-infested island. Stay together, and make sure to protect our comrades. Do not worry about anyone else. The Valkyries, who specialized in aerial battles, didn't dare to ride their mounts anymore. They feared that the moment they did, it would trigger the flying monsters hovering above the island to attack them. While they wouldn't have to worry about the land-based monsters, the number of flying monsters on the horizon was enough to block the light of the sun. So, this is the true horror of the Rigel continent, Shauna said softly as she held her staff firmly in her hand. She currently stood beside her commander, Marion, and was waiting for her orders. The beautiful lady still had the mark of Benedict's slap on her face. But, right now, she had more important matters to worry about than the bruise that appeared on her cheek. The Dvalin Federation and the Jinns had a standoff that lasted for several minutes. Everyone believed that it only needed a small spark, a small trigger to start a war that would dye the sea with the color of blood. Wendell, the monarch of the Elrod clan, was only looking at one place and one place only. At the center of the countless flying monsters, there was a 2-meter-tall bird man who was standing on top of a wyvern. The bird man had bronze feathers covering his entire body. He was also holding a black spear in his hands, and his black eyes locked onto Wendell's body, whom he had almost killed once in the past. If not for the fact that the thrones of the Dvalin Federation had been there to rescue him, there would be one less monarch in Pangaea right now. A sneer then appeared on the birdman's face as he raised his hand. A moment later, the giant hawk screeched, making all the other flying monsters screech as well. "They're coming." Wendell's face turned grim as he summoned his mythical weapon, a blue trident. The 3 thrones also summoned their weapons, intending to fight the rank 8 sovereign together with Wendell. He was the strongest wanderer in the Dvalin Federation, and they would not allow him to die no matter what. "Steady," 13 said as all his soldiers took out their assault rifles and aimed at the approaching monsters. In the background, the cannons of the man-made port, as well as the cannons of the battleships, all roared to life. Some of the monsters were obliterated by the cannon shots, but other monsters swiftly took their place. A wave of unending monsters descended upon the man-made island, with the intention to annihilate all the wanderers who had decided to make their stand against them. "Open fire," 13 ordered, and his soldiers unleashed a deadly barrage, decimating the monsters that targeted the Valkyries beside their defensive formation. They already know that their military armor made the Jinns and Magians ignore their presence, which they took to their advantage. However, now that they were actively attacking, the monsters finally took notice of their presence and also attacked them en masse. The Blaze Skunks, who were guarding their masters, unleashed their blazing acid sprays, forcing the monster targeting the 69th Battalion to momentarily back away. 13 didn't know if he would be able to preserve all of his members in this battle, but he still decided to give it a try. "Jubii, provide cover fire," 13 ordered. "Yes, master," Jubii replied. Miles away from the battlefield, a submarine rose up on the surface of the sea. Its main cannons then moved to aim at the monsters that were now targeting the 69th Battalion. A barrage was soon unleashed, decimating those it hit in an instant. Although there was a risk of Nautilus being discovered, 13 didn't have the leisure to hold back his punches. "Tiona, we will also attack," 13 stated, making the black snake coiled on his neck nod her head. 13 summoned a black bow in his hand as Tiona crawled onto his right arm. She then made her body as hard as adamantium and allowed her master to use her as an arrow to his bow. After aiming at the rank 4 monster that was flying towards Shauna, 13 released the string of her bow, allowing Tiona to pierce the head of the monster, who died not knowing how it died. The battle that would soon be known as the Battle of the Valkyries started in full swing. Chapter 359, The True Horror of the Rigel Continent, Part 3. Chapter 359, The True Horror of the Rigel Continent, Part 3. Explosions reverberated across the battlefield as cannons and manifestations of abilities clashed with each other. If the 69th Battalion and the Valkyries had initially thought that the Rigel Continent wasn't as dangerous as they expected, that was only because they had yet to experience a monster invasion during their stay. Now, they finally realized how wrong they were. The only reason why they hadn't been met with a full frontal assault by the Jinns was credited to the fact that the Dvalin Federation had painstakingly learned the boundaries of what they could do and what they couldn't do with the limited manpower they had. The no-flying ban had come from a bitter pill that they swallowed in the past. Ever since that incident, they made sure to reiterate this rule whenever there was an outside faction or organization that planned to enter the Rigel continent. Unfortunately, this rule had not been taken seriously by the Valkyries who were part of Viola's squad. Now, They were seeing firsthand the consequences of their actions. Marion, who was also a champion, fought as fiercely as she could, treating it as a way to atone for the mistake of her subordinates. The Valkyries also knew that this incident was their fault, so just like their commander, they went all out and attacked with everything they had. Wendell, the monarch of the Elrod clan, roared as he swung his trident forward. The seawater rose up and unleashed countless water spears at the flying monsters who were attacking the port. The ability he gained was the ability to manipulate water and the sea. This was why the port was constructed a few miles away from the island. In the worst-case scenario, he would be able to fight and defend it with his abilities. Even so, it wasn't easy. It was as if all the flying monsters in the Rigel continent had gathered to end all of them. No matter how hard the defenders tried to fight back, the casualties were steadily rising, making everyone's faces turn grim. But compared to the time when they first experienced this kind of assault from the Birdman, they were lasting much longer than they originally expected. The battleships of the Leventis family, as well as the central government, were made to fight against djinns and magents. Because of this, their cover fire decimated countless djinns and magents, giving their people at the port a bit of breathing space. Even so, screams of horror and death spread in the surroundings as the flying monsters claimed their prey, dyeing the sea in the color of blood. Suddenly, Wendell jumped forward and summoned a flying manta ray. The thrones of the three prestigious families swiftly followed since the rank 8 sovereign had finally made his move. If they allowed it to descend on the island, almost everyone there would die, so they needed to block his attacks with everything they had. 13, who saw this from the side, frowned and gave an order to Jubii, who was currently on the Nautilus. Allow manual connection, 13 ordered. Manual connection activated, Jubii replied. 13 lowered the visor of his military armor and took control of the main cannons of Nautilus. He was the only one who could pull off making quick calculations in real time, allowing him to aim the cannons wherever he wished for them to attack. Christopher, Colbert, protect me, 13 ordered. The two captains didn't hesitate and moved beside their commander and stood beside him. Christopher only summoned Brutus. He was afraid that if he summoned his newly acquired rock, the Dvalin Federation would mistake it for an enemy and kill it without mercy. Suddenly, two harpies descended from the sky and attacked the teenage boy from his right side. However, before they could even come close, a black chakram sliced off their heads without mercy before flying towards 13. A moment later, the chakram transformed into a black snake, who immediately coiled around her master's neck. Tiona eyed the monsters who were aiming for her master's life, ready to strike if they came within her striking range. Increase the output of main cannons to 80%, 13 ordered. Cannon output increased to 80%, Jubii replied. 13 knew that this was the highest output that he could use at the moment because this was Nautilus' first battle run. If the main cannons overheated, he wouldn't be able to use it for a while, which would be bad for their current situation. The Birdman is too fast and too small, 13 thought. I need to time this perfectly. In theory, the rank 8 sovereign and the monarch were of the same rank, so they should be able to fight each other head-on. However, 13 didn't like to take chances, especially since the three thrones were also protecting Wendell. The key to this battle was the downfall of one side's powerhouse. If Wendell lost, then everyone would die. 13's goal was to at least injure the Birdman, giving the monarch an edge in their battle. As the teenage boy waited for the right opportunity, dozens of wanderers were dying by the minute. Several members of the 69th Battalion were also injured during the battle, but fortunately, they didn't have any casualties yet. 13 had ordered them to summon their night wolves and hide under their bodies, while they used their assault rifles to attack. The night wolves were rank 4 alpha monsters, so they weren't easy to defeat. They also helped their masters kill those who were attacking them, but the disparity in number was simply too much. It was like a giant mantis fighting against 100 ants. Even if it was bigger and stronger, it was still being overwhelmed by sheer numbers. As absolute pandemonium took place around them, the Birdman and the Monarch clashed several times in the air, with the thrones protecting Wendell from the attacks of the Birdman's subordinates. Despite the efforts of the 4 strongest men in the Dvalin Federation, their armor was bloody with the blood of not only their enemies, but also their own. The Birdman, who was getting annoyed, decided to target one of the thrones so that Wendell would have one less protector. It had timed its attack perfectly, doing a feint, which Wendell thought was an attack on his right side. But instead of attacking him, the Birdman flew past him and aimed its spear at Hugo Rigg's chest. Hugo, who had just killed 2 rank 5 monsters, didn't have enough time to defend himself from the Sovereign's attack. Just as Wendell and the 2 other thrones were about to come to his rescue, a blue beam of light streaked across the sky and hit the side of the Birdman's body, making it stagger midair. Wallace, who was already in mid-swing of his trident, went for the kill, but the Birdman flipped its body at the last second and evaded his attack. Using its clawed feet, the Birdman used the monarch's body as a platform and kicked him away, allowing it to escape Ronald Rhodes and Spencer Nightshade's follow-up attacks, which targeted its wings. FREOWebnovel.com. The Birdman sneered, thinking that the humans had lost their only opportunity to deal him the killing blow. But before it could truly feel good about escaping unscathed from a near-death experience, 3 beams of light collided with its right wing, shaving it off completely. The Birdman cried out in pain before falling from the sky. Chapter 360: The True Horror of the Rigel Continent, Part 4. Chapter 360: The True Horror of the Rigel Continent, Part 4. Wendell's eyes turned bloodshot as he unleashed a giant water spear to pierce through the falling Birdman's body. However, the rank 8 Sovereign didn't plan to die so easily. After throwing its own spear to block the water spear's strike, it used the resulting momentum to propel itself toward the port so that it would be able to land safely on it. No! Wendell's scream spread on the battlefield. The port was the last place where he wanted his enemy to go. He could already envision that everyone on it would be annihilated. Even he couldn't defeat the monster, let alone the ones who were left in the port. The Birdman landed, skidding several meters as its clawed feet gripped the metallic ground, sending sparks flying as his speed decreased. It was injured, but the injury was not bad enough to prevent it from fighting. When it came to a complete stop, it immediately turned around to kill the first human within its reach. Unlike most djinns and magents, the Birdman didn't have any color blindness. This was why when it saw a teenage boy wearing a green military uniform standing only a few meters away from it, it didn't hesitate to reach out to him and crush his head into a pulp. "Hi," 13 said as the rank 8 Sovereign's hand was about to reach him. "Bye." Before the rank 8 Sovereign could even process 13's words, the monster was bathed in a purple light before it was sucked up inside a purple sphere. The purple sphere shook once as the Birdman attempted to free itself from the teenage boy's attempt to capture it. Just as it was thinking of ripping the annoying human to shreds, it found itself staring at a being that made its entire body stiffen. "Oh." Metatron glanced at the Birdman, who suddenly appeared inside his treasury out of nowhere. "It seems that the good luck charm I gave 13 before he returned to Pangea proved to be useful. Well then, why don't you sit down, so we can discuss the meaning of life?" "What? You don't want to? Fine. I was just planning to have roasted bird for lunch." "Huh. You now want to talk about the meaning of life? Good. Now sit properly. Here are some cookies and milk. The 2 of us are going to have a lot to talk about." The sudden disappearance of the Birdman caught the monsters, as well as the Wanderers, by surprise. However, less than a minute later, the 2 sides once again clashed in a royal rumble. But things were different this time. Without the presence of their leader to give them orders and boost their morale, the Wanderers were able to gain momentum. 13, whose nose was bleeding and was barely able to stand, handed the control of the Nautilus back to Jubii and ordered him to help the Dvalan Federation obliterate the monster army. Shauna, who had seen everything that had happened, rushed to 13's side and supported his body. Using her ability, she started to heal his injuries. However, 13, who had used a lot of computing power to effectively trap the rank 8 Sovereign, endured to keep himself conscious. The battle was still not over, and he needed to give commands to his subordinates to ensure that none of them would die. JKSDKJDSKJKLJLS. 13 tried to speak, but the words that came out of his mouth were only gibberish. This made Shauna more concerned about him. It seemed that her healing power was not working properly on the boy. Although his injuries were healing, the Saintess could tell that only a fifth of her power was working on him, which she found surprising. Even so, she didn't let him go and even pulled him closer to her, whispering words of assurance in his ears. "Don't worry. We will be fine," Shauna said softly. "We are going to be fine." 13, who had given up on talking, decided to use hand signals to order his troops. Fortunately, he had also trained them with hand signals. With his hand, he ordered them to continue attacking the monsters and not worry about him. Christopher and Colbert, whom 13 had asked to back away because he didn't want them to be involved in his showdown with the rank 8 sovereign, returned to his side. Although he was confident that the purple sphere that Metatron gifted him would work, he didn't want his two loyal subordinates to get hurt just in case his plan didn't work the way he intended to. Jubii, who knew that 13 was in a vulnerable state, focused on attacking the monsters that were near his location at the port. With the powerful cannons of Nautilus, countless monsters were annihilated with a single beam of light, which was using a ton worth of Imperium with every shot. It was a very costly barrage, but life was priceless, so 13 gave Jubii the authority to use as much Imperium as needed to secure victory. An hour later, the flying monsters had enough and retreated back to the island. Wendell, whose left arm was broken and had countless wounds on his body, raised his trident high in the air and roared a victorious roar. The members of the Dvalin Federation and the rest of the survivors also cheered, for the battle was finally over. Although hundreds of wanderers died, this was the first time that the Dvalin Federation managed to win against the rank 8 sovereign and its subordinates, who controlled the northern edge of the Rigel continent. Marion and Viola, whose vision was blurred by tears, looked at the dead bodies of their sisters, who would no longer open their eyes again. The number of Valkyries that died in the battle was over 300. On the other hand, the Dvalin Federation suffered over 1,000 deaths. The number of Djinns that died was higher, but no one cared about that part. Although dozens of soldiers belonging to the 69th Battalion suffered very serious injuries, none of them died. Those who were on the brink of dying were immediately helped by Shauna, giving them a new lease on life. Knowing that there was still a possibility that the flying monsters would once again attack the port, all the battleships of the Dvalin Federation stood in battle formation. The fleet of the Leventis family, as well as the battleships of the Valkyries, took the injured back to the main headquarters of the Dvalin Federation to receive treatment. 13, who was certain that his troops would finally be treated properly, finally stopped enduring and lost consciousness inside the infirmary of the Leventis aircraft carrier. A day later, news of the battle in the Rigel continent reached the central government, the monarch clans, and the prestigious families. All of them were shocked by how things escalated to that point. But the one hit the hardest was the central government, whose members triggered this calamity in the first place. Knowing that words wouldn't be enough to handle the aftermath, the Grand Marshal and the Field Marshal of the central government made their way to the Dvalin Federation. But they weren't alone. They brought the 50th up to the 59th Battalion with them, ready to protect the Dvalin Federation during their time of adversity. Arthur, who had received 13's message before he passed out, immediately called for an emergency family meeting. FKEWebNavuel.com 13 had asked him to go to the Rigel continent, which meant that there was an opportunity for their family to gain profits. Arthur no longer questioned his no-good grandson's judgment, especially after everything he had seen and experienced. But it wasn't only the Leventis family who started to move. The Remington clan, the Smith family, and the Lockwood family, who also belonged to the prestigious families, noticed that Arthur's main fleet was starting to gather food supplies, weaponry, as well as necessary resources for a large-scale battle. They were well aware of the Imperium and Palladium mines that were discovered in the Rigel continent, so at first, they assumed that Arthur was going there to help his grandson get more resources for their family. But after hearing the news of what happened in the Rigel continent, these three families felt that a change was about to happen to the world. Because of it, they also made preparations to head to the Dvalin Federation, bringing their powerhouses with them. They didn't know what they were going to find in the Rigel continent. But one thing was clear. Years of what seemed to be futile struggles finally bore fruit. Curiosity, interest, and obsession, mile markers on the road to damnation. Chapter 361, A Very Bold Plan, Part 1. Chapter 361, A Very Bold Plan, Part 1. 2 days after the battle ended, 13 finally opened his eyes. He hadn't suffered any serious injuries and only mentally exhausted himself after on-the-spot calculating the Birdman's flight patterns and possible moves it would make after being hit by Nautilus main cannons. 13 had even estimated where the Birdman would land and positioned himself in that location, making sure that the first wanderer whom the rank 8 sovereign would interact with was him. Since the battle ended, there had been no further invasions at the port. The engineers of the Xylen Federation were still busy with the repair of the artillery guns and cannons that had been destroyed during the battle. The dead had also been sent back to the Xylen main headquarters, where a grand funeral would be hosted the day after tomorrow. The Valkyries who had died were also included in that ceremony. Marion spent the past 2 days writing letters to the families of her dead soldiers. Viola had locked herself up inside her room, refusing to come out. She had been blaming herself not only for the death of her subordinates, but also for the death of her other sisters. Since the founding of the Valkyries division, this was the first time they had suffered so many losses. Everyone, including the Saintess, couldn't help but feel down about it. After getting off from the bed in the infirmary, 13 was immediately greeted by a worried Tiona. She repeatedly nudged his cheek as if telling him to continue resting so that he would recover faster. "I'm fine," Tiona, 13 said to reassure the black snake, who had been coiled up on his chest and looking after him since he had lost consciousness. When the teenage boy left his private room, the physician in charge immediately asked if he was feeling any pain anywhere. "I'm feeling fine, doctor," 13 replied. "I need to see my uncle and discuss a few things with him. I'll come back after I'm done talking with my uncle, so you can do a quick checkup later." "Understood, sir," the doctor nodded. After leaving the infirmary, 13 bumped into Christopher and Colbert, who were also on their way to see him. Seeing that their young master was now awake and seemed to be doing better, the two of them finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Come with me," 13 ordered. "I need to talk to the two of you later. But wait for now since I need to see my uncle first." Christopher and Colbert nodded and followed behind 13. When they reached the command center, they saw a few people, whom the three didn't expect to find in their ship. "You're awake?" Benedict asked with a smile. "No, sir. I'm not awake," 13 replied. "You must be having a visual hallucination. You damn brat." Benedict smirked as he walked toward the teenage boy while showing his fist. "Do you want me to smack you that badly?" "Uncle, I'm still injured." 13 immediately acted like a sick patient, making the old man click his tongue in annoyance. 13 then shifted his gaze to the commander of the Valkyries, Marion, whose aura had dimmed considerably since he last saw her. She looked very sad and was obviously still affected by what happened a few days ago. "Hey, little guy," Marion greeted. "I'm glad you're already awake. I thought you'd be sleeping for a week." "Commander Marion," 13 saluted. "Thank you. I am well." Marion smiled and saluted the teenage boy back. Truth be told, she was contemplating whether she should resign from her position due to the incident that transpired not long ago. Although it was Viola's fault for letting her subordinates break the no-flying ban, it still reflected badly on her as their superior. 13, who seemed to know what the commander was thinking, sighed in his heart. However, this was something outside of his control. In the end, he chose not to say any empty words of consolation to cheer the beautiful woman, who had been crying on her own inside her room since a day ago. "Uncle, can you tell me the current situation right now?" 13 asked Benedict, who was also feeling depressed after the major losses they suffered during the battle. Freeweb.vel.com, "No attacks followed since the battle ended," Benedict answered. "The entire fleet of the Xylen Federation is now guarding the port, which is currently under repair." The old man paused briefly before glancing at Marion, who had been berated intensively by the higher-ups of the Xylen Federation. If not for the fact that they had managed to emerge victorious in the battle, it was highly likely that the monarch of the Elrod clan, as well as the thrones of the three prestigious families, would have already executed Viola for her crime of breaking their rules. "In 2 days, we are going to hold a memorial service for those who had died in battle." Benedict continued his explanation. "The Grand Marshal and the Field Marshal will be arriving later this afternoon by plane, accompanied by some of their officers. It's a good thing that you woke up on time since we want you to take part in the meeting tonight." After hearing everything that the old man had to say, 13 spoke out. His words made Michael, Marion, and Benedict look at him with solemn expressions on their faces. "Since the Grand Marshal and the Field Marshal are coming, it will be best that we discuss a grand assault on the northern regions of the Rigel continent," 13 stated. "Right now, One of the pillars of the jinns is out of the picture. With the greatest threat finally gone, we can take this opportunity to liberate more lands. Xylen, that's a bold statement, Benedict commented. Do you really think that the Dvalin Federation is ready to fight after losing so many wanderers? It's because of this reason that the Dvalin Federation should advance, 13 answered. I don't want to sound like I don't understand what you're going through, but there is no better time than this moment to push forward. The Grand Marshal and the Field Marshal will be arriving, and I'm sure their main reason for coming here is to compensate the Dvalin Federation for their losses. 13 briefly glanced at Marion, who lowered her head because she was still blaming herself for this incident. The Rigel continent is under the control of 8 rank 8 sovereigns and 3 rank 9 sovereigns. Their territories are divided equally among each other, with the 3 rank 9 sovereigns guarding the central regions of the continent, where their main dimensional gate is located. Those 3 rank 9 sovereigns are 3 Earth Dragons, referred to as the 3 mobile strongholds. They're not only very slow, but they also can't fly, so their role is to guard the dimensional gate and prevent anyone from destroying it. Now that one of the 8 rank 8 sovereigns is out of the picture, there is now a hole in their defenses, which we could exploit. Benedict crossed his arms over his chest and looked at the teenage boy, who was thinking of a very bold plan. Truth be told, the higher-ups of the Dvalin Federation were also thinking about executing a massive counterattack. Just as 13 said, it was best to make a move now that the sovereign who stood guard over the northern regions of the Rigel continent was gone. There was no better time than now to secure a firm foothold, allowing them to give hope to everyone, including those who were in the Signy continent. If they were to succeed, the Wanderers would feel like they had the power to repel the invaders who thought that they could move unhindered in their world. Chapter 362, A Very Bold Plan, Part 2. Chapter 362, A Very Bold Plan, Part 2. While the general consensus of the higher-ups of the Dvalin Federation was to recall all their forces who were currently in the Sirius continent, Aldebaran continent, and the Signy continent to execute a grand counterattack, this was something only they knew. Because of this, he wanted to ask the teenage boy why he believed that now was the perfect time to strike back at the jinns, who had just decimated 1/10 of their overall fighting force a few days ago. Let's say that we do what you had just suggested, Benedict said. After that, what is stopping them from reclaiming the lands we hypothetically conquer? They can easily do that, you know? Then, tell me, what is stopping 2 monarchs and 5 thrones from destroying the territories that they left unguarded? 13 asked back. Don't tell me. Benedict's eyes widened in shock as he looked at the boy, who was currently wearing a devilish smile on his face. Uncle, the time has changed, 13 replied. When the jinns and magians invaded the Rigel continent, the Wanderers were still weak. There were only 6 monarchs, a few thrones, and less than 100 champions. The technology to combat jinns and magians at that time was also not as developed as what we have right now. Granted, we can't fully liberate the Rigel continent, but we can certainly push them back and secure a stronghold on the northern region of the continent. Benedict smirked before asking the boy the question that really mattered. Earlier, you mentioned that the 3 rank 9 sovereigns are protecting the dimensional gate at the center of the continent, Benedict stated. Then, what if one of them goes to the north to deal with us? We have killed one of the 8 rank 8 sovereigns, but there are 7 more. What if they all teamed up against us, alongside one of the rank 9 sovereigns? Even if the Grand Marshal, the Field Marshal, and your grandfather join us in this expedition, I doubt that we'll be able to beat the Jinn's elite forces. Freewebvel.com 13 only smirked and raised a finger. I'll tell you how we can win once everyone is gathered for the meeting tonight, Uncle. It will be easier if I just say it at once. Benedict was amused by 13's words, but in the end, he decided that it would indeed be better if everyone were present to hear what he was going to say. They also planned to question him about what happened to the rank 8 sovereign who suddenly disappeared from the battlefield. It was only because of that incident that they managed to deliver a devastating blow to their enemies, who by then had destroyed all the structures in the 12 sectors they had been forced to abandon. After his chat with Benedict, 13 went to talk to Michael, who had been silently listening to their discussion. Just like Benedict, he had a lot of things he wanted to ask his nephew. But, since there were other people around, he decided to only talk about the things that would not pose any problem even when overheard by others. Your grandpa will be arriving this afternoon by plane as well, Michael said. But he won't be coming alone, Michael said. Trevor Remington, Morris Smith, and Stephen Lockwood are also coming with him. 13 smirked. He had long felt that if his grandpa were to make a move, the rest of those who rule the Aldebaran continent would move as well. Can the Leventis engineers repair the handheld cannons of my troops? 13 inquired. Yes, but it will take them at least 2 weeks to repair them all, Michael answered. There is also the issue with the damage to the Imperium mine. Fortunately, we brought replacements with us for both the handheld cannons and the mine equipment. 13 nodded. True, but we will need all the help we can get. Ask the engineers to focus on the handheld cannons first. Don't worry about the mining equipment. The Dvalan Federation will handle the rest. Understood, Michael replied. But, Xylen, will this counterattack really work? Michael had doubts about whether it was really possible to secure the northern regions of the Rigel continent. We will, 13 replied with confidence. But only if one condition is met. And that is? Michael asked with genuine curiosity. Benedict, Marion, Christopher, and Colbert also perked their ears, wanting to hear what 13 was about to say. This counterattack will only succeed if I become the supreme commander of this operation, 13 declared. Otherwise, it won't work. Michael fixed the glasses on his face, but he didn't deny his good nephew's claim. The boy had successfully orchestrated the battle in the Valbera and Arcadia archipelago, and only idiots would downplay such an achievement. And what if they don't want to listen to you? Michael asked half a minute later. I don't care if they don't listen to me, 13 replied casually. As long as the Leventis family listens, I'm sure I can work something out. Michael and 13 smiled at each other and chuckled at the same time. The laughter of the two gave Benedict goosebumps, but something inside of him was telling him that whatever the boy planned to do, he should jump on his bandwagon to gain some benefits. Marion, who thought that there was nothing for her to do here, decided to leave the room. She still hadn't finished writing letters to the families of the deceased members of her battalion. When he was certain that the commander of the Valkyries had truly left the room, the teenage boy looked at Benedict with a solemn expression on his face. Don't be too hard on them, 13 said. Although they were the ones who were truly at fault, the Dvalan Federation wouldn't have an opportunity to defeat the King of the North if the incident didn't happen. Did we really defeat it? Benedict pursed his lips. Last time we saw the Birdman, he was bathed in a purple light and disappeared completely. You still haven't told me what happened to it. 13 smiled. Let's just say that you won't have to worry about the Birdman ever again. Can you guarantee that? Benedict arched an eyebrow. Yes, 13 replied. Seeing the teenage boy's confident expression, Benedict finally relaxed. This was one of the major concerns that their organization was currently facing. They feared that the Birdman would return and jeopardize their future operations. Michael then excused himself and his nephew. Then they left the room together with Christopher. Colbert, who was about to follow behind them, suddenly felt a palm lightly tap on his shoulder. Benedict gave him a knowing smile, which Colbert returned before nodding his head. After that short exchange, the teenage boy hurriedly caught up to his commander, who was about to have a private talk with Michael. The teenage boy was currently the Riggs family agent, tasked to divulge any important information to them as soon as he caught wind of it. Of course, they didn't know that 13 was making use of Colbert as a double agent, fooling the Riggs family into thinking that they were monitoring the 69th Battalion, as well as Xylen's movements, effectively. Information warfare was one of 13's specialties, and there was no one in Pangaea who could beat him when it came to working with cannon fodders, who had an instinctual affinity of being loyal only to him. Chapter 363 Second Black Sheep of the Leventis Family. Chapter 363 Second Black Sheep of the Leventis Family. Later that afternoon, several of the most influential people in Pangaea arrived at the Dvalan Federation by plane. Some of the high-ranking officers whom the Federation had stationed in Signy, Sirius, and Aldebaran continents also made their way back to their headquarters to participate in a grand meeting of sorts. Fueban.com, with so many big shots arriving one by one, the security of the island fortress was raised to its highest level. Among the ones who arrived were none other than Arthur, accompanied by the Leventis family guards who had participated in the battle in the Arcadia archipelago. There was an unexpected individual who came with them. That person was none other than Hans, whom 13 was surprised to see. My lady is very worried about your safety, so she asked me to come and protect you. Hans bowed respectfully to the teenage boy. And I'm sure that you will work these old bones of mine until they break. I'll do my best to keep you alive, young master, even if I have to sacrifice my life for it. No one's sacrificing any life, Hans, 13 said with a smile. I still need you to work for me for many years to come. You ain't kicking the bucket until I give you the permission to kick the bucket. The old butler smiled faintly and nodded his head. Your wish is my command, young master. Hans came to the Xylen Federation under the order of Lady Callista. Even Arthur didn't have the authority to order him around, for he would only listen to Xylen as per her lady's command. Arthur knew this as well, so he didn't make any comments. He simply rested his hand on his grandson's shoulder, giving it a firm grip. Slam dunk, Arthur asked. Slam dunk, 13 replied. The two then exchanged knowing smiles with each other after speaking in code words. Xylen's answer just now meant that the Leventis family was bound to profit greatly from this expedition, which was the only thing that Arthur needed to hear. The bulk of their naval forces would be arriving in a week. Arthur was supposed to travel with them, but Xylen asked him to come in advance, so he went ahead. The plane of the Remington clan landed at the airport right after the Leventis plane landed. 13 watched as the monarch of the Remington clan, Trevor Remington, descended from the plane, followed closely by the patriarchs of the Smith and Lockwood families. Morris Smith and Stephen Lockwood decided to come along, which meant that all the monarchs and thrones of the Aldebaran continent were currently in the Xylen Federation's main headquarters. You should have just come with us, Arthur, Trevor said with a smile. My plane is big enough to fit all of us. No, thank you, Arthur replied. Morris likes to fart, and Stephen has an athlete's foot. I'm surprised that you managed to survive that flight with these two stinky fools by your side. Shut up, you old fart, Morris commented with a smile. Your old age has made you senile. What's the problem? You can no longer get it up to satisfy your beautiful wife. Don't be like that, Morris. Stephen, who had been accused of having an athlete's foot earlier, chuckled. Arthur is already old. Be understanding. Who knows? He might kick the bucket one of these days. Trevor chuckled after hearing the usual banter between the heads of the three prestigious families of the Aldebaran continent. All of them had known each other for years. Although they didn't get along, they also didn't go out of their way to antagonize each other. They only exchanged barbed words whenever they met, but that was it. In the end, their relationship had kept the Aldebaran continent peaceful for many decades. I've been wanting to meet you for a long time, Xylen. Trevor gave the boy a curt nod. I'm a big fan of yours. One of these days, the two of us should have lunch or dinner together. I'd love to hear you share the stories of your adventures in Solterra. Also, I have many beautiful granddaughters who are of the same age as you. I'll make sure to invite you when we celebrate something in the Remington residence. I'd be happy to accept such an invitation, Sir Trevor, 13 replied. Out of all the monarchs, 13 didn't hate Trevor Remington as much. When Aaron had killed his previous host, the man before him had attempted to heal the latter's wound. However, Aaron Ashford stood in his way and threatened him, preventing the only healer among the monarchs from doing anything. Guests, it will be best if all of you come inside. Wendell, the monarch of the Elrod clan, said to everyone. Come, we have refreshments waiting for all of you. The Grand Marshal and the Field Marshal are already waiting in the Grand Hall. Good. Trevor smiled as he shook hands with Wendell. Lead the way. Limousines arrived at the airport and drove their VIP guests to the Tower of Xylen. This was the place where all important talks were held, serving as a five-star hotel for important guests who visit the main headquarters of the Federation. Shortly after the plane of the Remington clan left the main runway, another plane descended. This time, it carried the other high-ranking officers of the Federation who had come from the Signy continent. Inside the plane was the Grand Strategist of the Xylen Federation, who was supposed to command their soldiers who had already been stationed in the Signy continent in preparation for the first wave of the invasion that would happen in a few months. Welcome back, sir. One of the staff saluted a tall man with gray hair and blue eyes as soon as he disembarked from the plane. The Patriarch is already expecting you. Take me to him, the gray-haired man replied. He was none other than Renz Elrod, the younger brother of Wendell and the one acting as the second-in-command of the Elrod clan. He was hailed as a genius when it came to strategies. Through his effort, The Xylen Federation had avoided calamities, which would have destroyed their foundation completely. Since a grand counterattack was planned to be executed soon, Wendell decided to call his brother back and ask for his help in their upcoming counterattack. When Renz arrived at the Tower of Xylen, he headed straight to the highest floor, where the guests were currently enjoying a fancy meal made by the best chefs in the Federation. Only the monarchs and thrones, along with the important members of their families, stayed on the top floor. Their guards and subordinates were directed somewhere else to eat and rest after their long journey. "You're finally here, brother," Wendell said as he walked up to his brother with a smile. "I came, but you weren't there to receive me." Ren snorted. Wendell patted his brother's shoulder because he knew that he was at fault for not being there when he arrived at the airport. "Yeah, my bad," Wendell commented. "It won't happen again." "It better not," Renz replied before walking toward one of the tables and making a gesture for a waiter to serve him. 13 observed the sharp-eyed strategist of the Xylen Federation and smirked. It seems that this guy is a villain," 13 thought. "Good. I can use this guy." Renz felt someone staring at him, so he raised his head to look in 13's direction. The teenage boy didn't avert his gaze and simply gave the strategist a curt nod, which made the latter narrow his eyes. The two stared at each other for nearly a minute before 13 broke the connection first. With that simple interaction, the teenage boy could tell that Renz was someone who didn't like to lose. He decided to take a step back for now and let the other party have the win in a shallow staring contest. 13 had always been someone who saw things in the bigger picture, and he had no time for petty things. Just as expected, Renz scoffed, thinking that the teenage boy was intimidated by his stare. He wasn't aware that the boy, whom he thought he intimidated, was laughing inside his heart and thinking of the many ways he could break his second villain. The mere thought of it made the teenage boy look forward to it more. Arthur and the rest of the important people noticed this exchange between the two people, whom they believed would play an important role in their upcoming counterattack. They didn't miss Xylen backing down first, and the majority of them smiled in the belief that Xylen was intimidated. After all, in their point of view, he was just a child. However, Arthur, Michael, and Hans were already pitying Renz, knowing that he was about to face the second black sheep of the Leventis family. Chapter 364 How Hard Can That Be? Chapter 364 How Hard Can That Be? 2 hours after everyone had eaten and drank to their fill, they all gathered around the round table, where they conducted their conference. All the people who weren't meant to be part of the discussion had already left, including the waiters who had served them earlier. "I'm sure that all of you have heard of the incident that happened a few days ago," Wendell stated. "But you might not know the specifics, so I will tell you the full extent of the battle to the best of my abilities." The monarch then narrated how things started and how things ended. He didn't hold back in saying that the Xylen Federation had lost more than 1,000 lives due to the insubordination of the Valkyries who broke their no-flying ban. The Grand Marshal and Field Marshal of the central government didn't make any comments from start to finish. They already received reports of what had happened, so they understood that no matter how hard they sugar-coated the situation, the fault lay on their side of the playing field. However, I will also not downplay the courage and bravery that the Valkyries had displayed during the battle, Wendell stated. I will also not deny the fact that if this incident hadn't happened, we wouldn't have the chance to win against the forces of the King of the North, which for some reason disappeared in the middle of the battle. Xylen, it's your turn to tell us what happened back there. I didn't ask you about it earlier because you were unconscious for 2 days and Riggs informed me that you wanted to explain it once everyone was gathered. Your condition has been met, so do tell us what happened back then. If not for you, the victory that we achieved would not have been possible. 13 nodded and stood up from his seat. All eyes focused on his body, but the teenage boy didn't seem to feel any anxiety after being stared at by so many powerful people at the same time. All of you must be aware of the restrictions that the One has placed upon my body, 13 started. Perhaps knowing that my restriction is a bit unfair, he gave me a purple sphere that could save my life once. That purple sphere can trap anyone up to a rank 8 sovereign and send them to a place where they would never be seen from again. Unfortunately, I only have one such item, and it's so far the only one not restricted by my item ban. In the end, it did save my life, which is a good trade-off for a one-time use item. I assure everyone that you will no longer have to worry about that Birdman ever again. After 13 finished his explanation, The people in the room looked at him with conflicted looks on their faces. This was especially true for Wendell and the Thrones, who belonged to the prestigious families of the Dvalin Federation. I have a question. Ren spoke up as he gazed at the teenage boy with a sharp gaze. Did the one only give you that one life-saving item, or did he give you more? That's the only item he had given to me. 13 replied calmly. So, does that mean that you no longer have any value in this upcoming counterattack? Renz asked in a teasing tone. You can no longer perform any miracle that can ensure our victory. Value? 13 chuckled. All I can say is that unless I become the Grand Commander of the counterattack, any attempt that any of you make is bound to fail. Oh, Renz arched an eyebrow. I wonder where that confidence of yours is coming from. Tell me, have you defeated a Magian prince? 13 also arched an eyebrow. No, Renz answered. But you can't prove that you were really the one that defeated the Magian prince, can you? I'm sure that the tale of your grand expedition has been exaggerated a little. 13 smirked. Then, can you tell me any of your grand achievements? Well, for one thing, the Dvalin Federation still stands because of me. Renz crossed his leg over the other as he stared at the boy. I also did a few things like, one by one, Renz stated his achievements, which had been verified by everyone in the room. After he finished talking, everyone's gazes once again landed on the teenage boy, who was in the middle of yawning. Oh, you're finally done? 13 asked. I almost fell asleep about your useless achievements. Useless? Renz frowned. Yes, very useless achievements, 13 replied. You spent many years wasting your time creating strategies that slowly diminished the manpower of the Dvalin Federation. You spent years of futile struggle, and what did you achieve in those years? 12 square kilometers of land. Those 12 sectors that you readily abandon whenever the rank 8 sovereign appears to drive you out. You are like little mice that run away whenever the big cat comes to play. I'm sure that you and the rest of the Dvalin Federation also understood that what you are doing is just a futile struggle. The expressions of Wendell, as well as the thrones of the Dvalin Federation, started to change to anger, which prompted the Grand Marshal of the central government to stand behind the boy and protect him just in case they got carried away. However, Lawrence was also cursing the boy for saying things that were very provocative. But before things escalated even further, 13 smiled and raised one finger. I have surpassed all that achievement of yours within a mere one day, 13 stated. So please, don't even compare your useless achievements to what I have done. Even if we don't talk about the things I accomplished in Solterra, the fact remains that I dealt with the King of the North, which you and the entirety of the Dvalin Federation failed to defeat for many years. 13 then casually raised his glass filled with fruit juice, as if proposing a toast. I know that you're thinking that if you had the same purple sphere that I do, you would have also dealt with the rank 8 sovereign yourself, 13 added. So, how about we have a competition? A competition? Renz's expression was as cold as ice as he stared at the young man, who was looking back at him with eyes filled with ridicule. Yes, a competition, 13 answered. A fair competition. And what is this competition you're talking about? Wendell, who wanted nothing more than to smack the arrogant teenage boy whom he thought was a good child just a few days ago, asked with a sneer. What you say better be good, Xylen. Or else, I will kick you out of the Dvalin Federation, and you will no longer be welcomed here ever again. 13 smiled and raised his index finger once more. This battlefield only needs one commander, 13 stated, so let's decide who will be the one to lead this counterattack by a little competition that will give the Dvalin Federation another major advantage. Wendell and Renz narrowed their eyes as they waited for the teenage boy to finish whatever he was going to say. However, their patience was growing thin with each passing second. The first one to kill or defeat another rank 8 sovereign will be the supreme commander of this counterattack, 13 declared. Let's even put a deadline to this competition, 1 month. Within the next month, whoever defeats a rank 8 sovereign first will be the winner. The people inside the room couldn't believe what the boy had just said. A rank 8 sovereign was as strong as a monarch, yet he was suggesting that the first one who'd defeat such a creature would lead the expedition force to conquer the north of the continent. And what if no one managed to achieve that feat in a month? Renz, who was unfazed by 13's declaration, asked. Then you win by default, 13 shrugged. Do we have a deal? Sure. But how about we raise the stakes a bit? Renz smiled. If I win, you will become my subordinate. How's that? I don't mind, 13 answered. But if I win, you will become my subordinate and you have to call me young master. How does that sound? You have a deal. Good. 13 and Renz exchanged smiles with each other. The strategist of the Dvalin Federation was certain that even if he didn't do anything, 13 would become his subordinate after a month. The boy was a very popular person in Pangaea, so having him as a subordinate would bring him some perks. Little did he know that 13 already knew what Renz was thinking and was also laughing in his heart. With Arthur, Michael, and Hans by his side, although it would still be a little difficult, it was not impossible to kill a rank 8 sovereign. Trevor Remington smiled faintly and clapped his hands together. This sounds like a fun competition, Trevor stated. So, I will make an announcement. Whoever wins this competition will have the support of the Remington clan in regards to securing a stronghold in the north. I will also give full support to whoever wins in this competition, Lawrence declared. The central government will also help reclaim the northern lands. Wendell knew that if he gained the support of the two monarchs, there would truly be an opportunity to gain a foothold in the continent. However, killing a rank 8 sovereign was far from an easy feat, even with the full might of the Dvalin Federation. Countless lives would be lost if they attempted such a thing. He gave his brother a glance, and the latter only smiled and shook his head. That gesture was enough to tell Wendell that Renz didn't plan to attack the Rigel continent completely and would just wait for Xylen to lose the bet. Earlier, he felt enraged because 13's words were condescending. The teenager had reminded them that they wasted many years in a futile struggle, which was a bitter pill to accept. He couldn't even refute the teenage boy's words. Those who were not part of the Dvalin Federation thought that what they were doing was indeed a futile struggle. But Xylen's declaration made him realize how serious the boy was. I want everyone to not share anything that has been talked about inside this room, Wendell stated, surprising everyone. Renz arched an eyebrow, but he didn't say anything else. Deep inside, Wendell wished that Xylen would be the one to win the competition. If he could really kill or defeat another rank 8 sovereign, that meant that he was truly competent. Just like the boy mentioned earlier, it would also give the Dvalin Federation another major advantage. If Xylen could really do it, Wendell wouldn't mind taking orders from such a person, even if that person was only 13. Chapter 365 Returning to the Order of the Apocalypse, Part 1. Chapter 365 Returning to the Order of the Apocalypse, Part 1. The current monarchs, with the exception of Lawrence Seaton, had reached their rank through freeloading. This was the reason why they weren't as battle-hardened as the monarch of the central government, who had fought on the front lines during the fateful day when the world first faced its first genocide-level threat. Self-aware of their lacking ability, they never risked their lives to fight against the other genocide-level threats, which had led to the Jinns and Magians successfully conquering the continents of Antares and Rigel. If they were dealing with rank 7 sovereigns, the monarchs would not hesitate to fight them. FreeObnull.com, however, if they were rank 8 threats, they would think twice before making a move. In short, they were people who bullied the weak and feared the strong. 13 was even certain that when the rank 8 sovereigns descended upon the Cygni continent, only Lawrence Seaton and the current monarch who ruled the Cygni continent, Douglas Griffin, would give their all when fighting rank 8 threats who'd descend. They would only fight half-heartedly and would retreat once their lives were in the slightest hint of danger. The world would once again experience the downfall of another continent, and Jinns and Magians would have another continent under their rule. As much as 13 hated the monarchs, he had to admit that the current Pangaea still needed them. Since his preparations weren't complete yet, he would leave them alone for the time being. Once his preparations were completed, the world no longer needed to worry about any calamities equivalent to a genocide-level threat. 13 understood the importance of the upcoming invasion in the Cygni continent. The moment their defenders failed to stop the conquest of the Jinns and Magians, Pangaea would no longer have any future. The Wanderers would lose heart and would dreadfully live their lives waiting for the next genocide-level threat to fall upon the Sirius and Aldebaran continents. Not wanting to let that happen, 13 planned to become the supreme commander and take full control over the armies of the world. This was also why he had purposely provoked Renz Elrod and initiated a competition with him. In the future, he would also face similar opposition. Because of his age, people subconsciously wouldn't want to entrust their lives to him. There was a saying that desperate times called for desperate measures. This was one of those times, so 13 had to do something to make the big shots of the world truly recognize his abilities. Only then could he use them as pawns for the battle that would happen in 3 years. Rank 9 sovereigns might still be too much for them, but rank 8 shouldn't pose a problem if done right, 13 thought as he walked the hallway of the Leventus aircraft carrier, followed closely by Arthur, Michael, and Hans. Right after the discussion in the Dvalin Tower ended, the young man ordered his subordinates to relocate to the Leventus naval fleet so that they would be able to join the expedition that 13 had planned in mind. "Gramps, please stand guard outside the door," 13 said. "No matter what you hear inside, do not go in." "Understood," Arthur replied as he stared at the door of 13's room. "Will it take long?" "I don't know," 13 answered, "but I will come out as soon as I'm done. Until then, make sure that no one will interrupt me." Arthur nodded. "Very well." Right after the teenage boy entered the room, Arthur and Hans stood guard to ensure that no one would disturb him. Michael, on the other hand, went to the control room to confirm if their ships had been properly resupplied with food, ammunition, and other important resources. While everyone was getting ready for their departure in the morning, 13 activated the ring of the apocalypse on his finger. A second later, he found himself in the conference room of the apocalypse, where some of the members were having a discussion. 13. "It's been a while." Kamisats happily walked toward the teenage boy and lightly patted his shoulder. "When are you coming back to Solterra?" "I'm ready for another adventure." Kamisats had earned a lot of apocalypse points in the Battle of the Arcadia Archipelago, allowing him to unlock the third layer of the treasury. The other members of the Order were surprised about this development. Kamisats had not been in their organization for a long time, yet he already managed to be on the same level as some of the other members who had also unlocked the third layer of the treasury. "There is something that I will need from you, Kamisats," 13 said solemnly. "I need to borrow your you-know-what." The Death Bat immediately frowned. He knew that 13 was talking about the armor that he gained from fighting against the Artemian sovereign, Zazriel, who would have ended Kamisats' life if it weren't for 13 coming to his rescue. "How long will you need it?" Kamisats asked. Obviously, he was hesitant to part with it. The armor was what enabled him to deter his neighbors, who had ganged up on his territory as soon as he returned to his domain. Ever since he gained the armor, he felt invincible. As expected from a pseudo-divine equipment, he was nigh untouchable as long as he was supplying a bit of his life force to it. Equipped with such overpowered armor, the Death Bat hadn't hesitated to attack his aggressors. He had decimated their forces and made them submit to his rule by force. 3 years after the battle in the Arcadia Archipelago, Kamisats had finally stabilized his domain. Those who wished to defy him had long pledged allegiance to him, including 2 Magian princes. "Not more than a month," 13 replied. "I promise I will return it." "Fine," Kamisats nodded before dragging 13 towards the treasury, where Metatron would keep their transaction private. Any negotiations or deals done between the members of the Order of the Apocalypse were done in his presence, in order to ensure that none of them would break their agreement. Those who do would lose their qualifications as members, and their tokens would be handed over to the person whom they had wronged. When they arrived at the treasury, they immediately saw the Birdman standing near its gate. The moment it saw 13, it immediately rushed to attack the boy, but its clawed hand stopped a foot away from the human boy's head. "What's wrong?" 13 asked in a teasing tone. "Can't hurt me." "Damn you," the Birdman said through telepathy. "It's all your fault." "Of course it is," 13 replied. "But, before anything else, why don't you kneel first?" "I will never kneel to you," the Birdman roared. However, as soon as he said those words, he felt a pressure descend upon his body, forcing him to kneel. 13 then looked at the kneeling monster with amusement and lightly tapped the Birdman's right cheek. "What's wrong?" 13 asked. "I thought you weren't going to kneel to me." "Kill me," the Birdman shouted. "Just kill me." "Why would I do that?" 13 smirked. "I'm sure you already tried to kill yourself many times, right? But what happened? You can't die, right?" The Birdman glared at the human boy, which made 13 chuckle. No one could kill anyone within the Order of the Apocalypse because Metatron wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. Even if someone died, they would just revive as if nothing had happened because, in this world, Metatron was God. and everyone in it would need to play by his rules or risk incurring his wrath. A/N. One of you guys told me that I should take day offs and one-day chapters so I can recover faster. Writing one chapter isn't a problem for now, but I still won't be able to update Wizard World irregular. Maybe tomorrow I will be able to do that, but for now, this is the only thing I can do. Chapter 366 Returning to the Order of the Apocalypse, Part 2. Chapter 366 Returning to the Order of the Apocalypse, Part 2. The Birdman was resentfully glaring at the one responsible for his suffering when Metatron appeared in front of 13 and Commissaires with a smile on his face. Congratulations, 13, Metatron stated. You have just unlocked the 4th level of the treasury. Is that the reason why you've come here? It's one of the reasons, yes, 13 nodded. I have a deal with Commissaires, and I need you to bear witness to it. Very well. Metatron made a gesture for the two to start their deal. The Guardian of the Order of the Apocalypse listened to the details of the agreement and placed his mark on the armor. The mark made it so that the armor would automatically return to Commissaires regardless of where it was once the agreement had reached its due date. 13 knew that his grandpa would definitely be reluctant to return the armor to him, so he decided that it would be best if he asked Metatron's help to retrieve it just in case Arthur refused to return it. After the deal was sealed, Metatron then patted 13's shoulder. Since the 4th layer of the treasury has been unlocked in the past, you will not be getting its first clear reward, Metatron stated. But you are the 6th person who has cleared the 4th layer, so you will get the consolation prize. Metatron then snapped his fingers, making the first 4 layers of the pyramid open, allowing 13 to access their inventory. You may take one item from each level of the treasury, Metatron stated. For the 1st and 2nd layer, I want a capture sphere as a reward, 13 said. Metatron nodded and bestowed upon him the capture spheres, which had been responsible for bringing Albion and the Birdman inside the treasury of the Apocalypse. I will take a pass on picking a reward on the 3rd layer, but I want to check what it is inside the 4th layer, 13 commented. Metatron nodded and clapped his hands, sending the boy inside the treasury to pick his reward. Since 13 could only use pseudo-divine and divine items, Metatron segregated the rewards and only showed him the things that were useful to him. As he skimmed through the inventory, 13's eyes widened in shock. He just saw something that wasn't supposed to exist in Solterra. As if reading his thoughts, Metatron appeared beside him and chuckled. Didn't I tell you? Metatron inquired. The rewards you can get here don't only come from this world. It belongs to many worlds. However, only those who have unlocked the 4th layer of the treasury could enjoy these artifacts. 13 didn't hesitate to reach out his hand to the glowing green crystal orb with countless binary numbers floating around it like the rings of a planet. The green orb originated from a highly advanced technological world that had colonized countless planets. It was a creation sphere that could literally change the genetic and material makeup of anything it was imbued to, allowing those who had it to create anything they wanted. Naturally, there was a limitation to it. It could only create things when there was enough information and data added to the sphere, allowing it to create whatever the user wanted. The more detailed the information, the more complete the creation would be. It was also a power source, a nearly limitless power source that had the power equivalent to that of a star. For example, if the creation sphere was used as Nautilus power source instead of an Imperium, it would never run out of power again. Countless thoughts and possibilities swam inside 13's head as he held onto the creation sphere in his hand. Metatron, just tell me one thing, 13 said as he glanced at the Guardian of the Treasury of the Apocalypse. Do you have more than one of these in the treasury? No, Metatron replied in a heartbeat. That's the only creation sphere that exists in the treasury. Then, how come the other members of the Apocalypse who opened the 4th layer didn't choose this? 13 asked, his voice almost hoarse. It's because they don't know how to use it, Metatron replied. They're unable to explore its countless possibilities because their knowledge is only limited to what they know from their home world and the world of Solterra. Only someone like you, who understands its true potential, can appreciate it for what it truly is. For them, it's just a shiny glowing sphere. Picking something that will not be useful to them is a waste of reward, don't you think so? 13 held the creation sphere in his hand firmly and nodded. I will be taking this with me. Excellent choice. Metatron replied as he rested his hand on the teenage boy's shoulder and whispered in his ear. Since it's a pseudo-divine artifact, your restrictions will not be able to do anything to it. Enjoy your reward, Xylen. I look forward to the day when you finally open Pandora's box. With a snap of his finger, Metatron sent 13 back to the entrance of the treasury, where Kamisats was waiting for him. So, are you done? Kamisats asked. Not yet, 13 replied. He had already hidden the creation sphere in his dimensional storage because he didn't want anyone to see it. The teenage boy approached the Birdman, who was still kneeling on the ground. Are you lonely here? 13 asked as he showed the Birdman the 2 capture spheres in his hand. Tell me, who among your comrades would you like to be sent here with you? 13 smiled evilly as the Birdman looked at him with a solemn expression on his face. It doesn't have to be a friend, you know? 13 said in a teasing tone. Do you have someone you hate the most among the 7 rank 8 sovereigns in the Rigel continent? I'm willing to listen to your request, you know? Since you're already suffering here, why don't you let them suffer with you? Kamisats subconsciously shuddered. The teenage boy was definitely more devious than him when it came to manipulating others. Directly support the authors on all novel full. If you can't decide, why don't you tell me more about your comrades? 13 inquired. 1 or 2 of them would be joining you here. So, why don't we have a nice, long chat about them? What do you think? The Birdman was starting to waver. The boy's words once again reminded him that he would probably be spending his lifetime in this place, never to return to his world. Since that was the case, he would want to bring some of his friends with him. That way, he wouldn't be lonely spending his eternity in a world where even death wouldn't be able to reach him. The Birdman, who goes by the name Zed, tried to resist 13's questions at first. Unfortunately, he was no match for the teenage boy who was a master interrogator and manipulator. Analyzing the psyche of the jinn as a means to break its defenses, 13 managed to pry the answers he wanted. The 8 kings who governed the Rigel continent had split the continent into 9 regions. The 3 rank 9 earth dragons controlled the biggest area, which was located at the center of the continent. According to Zed, the 2 sovereigns bordering those territories were a Magian manticore and a centipede jinn. These 2 would likely be the ones who'd take over Zed's territory, which had lost its ruler. Surprisingly, Zed got along really well with the Magian manticore. Perhaps it was because they shared the same ideals, and that was strength. In their point of view, power transcended everything. This was also why the Birdman couldn't accept his defeat in Xylen's hands. The latter hadn't defeated him in a fight. No, the latter schemed against him. And as a warrior who only wished to fight strong opponents on the battlefield, he refused to accept it. 13 apologized to Zed for not fighting him fair and square, and it somehow reduced the Birdman's hate toward the boy. After 13's apology, the jinn became more cooperative. He opened up and soon started talking about the other kings of the Rigel continent. The one I hate the most is the brain beetle, Kuga, Zed stated. He's a schemer. The rank he is now isn't earned by his power, but by manipulation. There are other more fitting candidates who would have accompanied us in this invasion, but due to his eloquent words, our great master chose him to accompany us in our invasion. 13 nodded. I already know that only rank 8 and rank 9 sovereigns are allowed to pass through the dimensional gates at this point in time. Tell me, did you come from Solterra, or did you come from Gamara? Zed arched an eyebrow as he looked at the teenage boy who seemed to know more about them than most wanderers. Kamisats, who was also in the treasury with 13, frowned after hearing the name of their homeworld, which he had never seen in his lifetime. Chapter 367 Returning to the Order of the Apocalypse, Part 3. Chapter 367 Returning to the Order of the Apocalypse, Part 3. Most jinns who were born in Solterra came from the lineage of the jinns and magians who came from Gamara. They were the ones who invaded the world of Solterra hundreds of years ago, and only a handful of people knew about the existence of the main planet of the jinns and magians. Not many knew about this, and those who knew decided to keep it to themselves. The reason? Even if it was known by others, what could they do about it? How do you know that? Zed inquired. We're forbidden to talk about our origins, so it's impossible for someone like you to know about it. Even the jinns and magians from Solterra won't share such information. They simply can't because the Ancient Ones had sealed this memory from their heads. I know many things, 13 replied, but I don't know everything. With your reaction, It's safe to say that you and the rest of your comrades are indeed from Gamara. 13 frowned. Now that he knew of this information, he would have to change his strategy. It was common for people to assume that the monsters crossing through the dimensional gates only came from Solterra. But this wasn't true. Only 70% of the dimensional gates that appear in Pangaea were connected from Solterra. The remaining 30% of them were connected from Gamara. The jinns and magians from Gamara were fiercer than the monsters in Solterra, for they were pure-blooded monsters. The jinns and magians of Solterra had bred with the other species upon their invasion, so their offspring were no longer pure-blooded. 13 also knew that the genocide-level gates that had appeared on Pangaea were all from Gamara, and these were just the vanguards. Their masters were likely Magian princes and princesses. Of course, there was also a possibility that their masters were stronger than these princes and princesses, making them far more dangerous. It's a shame that I cannot ask Zed the rank of his master, 13 thought. He might become brain-dead if I force him to answer this question, and it's pretty dangerous to ask about it to begin with. These higher beings have a way of recognizing those who manage to learn their names. The teenage boy pondered a bit before asking Zed another question. So, about this brain beetle, what can he do? 13 asked. Is he capable of mind control? How did you know? Zed asked back. It seems that you know many things about us. Just who are you? It's not that hard to come to this assumption, Zed. 13 answered. Brain beetles are also common in Solterra. They rarely leave their lair, but they are the most annoying monsters to fight. Those with weaker minds would be dominated by them and become their puppets. 13 frowned before asking Zed another question. Aside from him, who do you think is the strongest among all of you? 13 inquired. That beetle is not the strongest. Zed growled. He's just a manipulator. A coward who hides behind his subordinates. Any warrior who gets close enough to him can kill him easily. Then, tell me, if the two of you fight, can you kill that brain beetle? 13 crossed his arms over his chest. Zed glared at him but didn't answer the question. This meant that even the Birdman, who believed that strength was absolute, didn't have the confidence to kill or defeat the brain beetle in battle. What is the brain beetle's name, and where is its domain located? Its name is Nan. His territory is in the southeast region of this continent. Do you want him to accompany you here? 13 inquired out of pure curiosity. I want him dead. Zed growled. Easier said than done, 13 commented. But I'll see what I can do. For now, tell me everything you know about the centipede, the manticore, and the brain beetle. I can tell you what I know about the centipede, but I won't tell you any information about the manticore, Zed stated. If you want to know more about him, you have to fight him on your own. Then tell me this. Will this manticore accept a one-on-one battle? 13 eyed the Birdman, making sure that he would be able to tell whether he was lying or not. Amos will not be afraid of a one-on-one battle, Zed replied. Even the monsters who obey him only recognize strength as the law of the world. 13 nodded before bidding Zed goodbye. Kamisats glanced at the Birdman once before following behind the boy, who had borrowed his armor from him. It seems that you are up against some weaklings, Kamisats commented. Make sure not to die, okay? 13 scoffed at the words of the shameless death bat. While rank 8 sovereigns might indeed not be a problem for Kamisats, they were truly dangerous creatures in 13's eyes. This was why he decided to get some insurance and asked Metatron for 2 capture spheres. If things took a dark turn, he would then use the spheres to send the kings to the treasury of the apocalypse, trapping them inside forever. However, if possible, 13 didn't want to use his capture spheres. After all, he could only take 1 treasure a year from the treasury. I hope that Gramps can successfully deal with the centipede and the manticore using the Artemian armor, 13 thought. The only problem is the brain beetle. I can't take a gamble and have Gramps fight it. If he falls under its control, all my plans will be ruined. The teenage boy sighed. If only he were fighting against rank 8 sovereigns who solely used brute force, then he had a way of defeating them. Those who specialized in mind control were very difficult opponents. For the time being, he decided to focus his attention on the 2 kings bordering Zed's territory, which was located in the northern region of the Rigel continent. After leaving the Order of the Apocalypse, 13 once again appeared inside his room. Glancing at the clock on the wall, he sighed in relief after seeing that only a little more than an hour had passed. He then approached the door, intending to tell his grandfather that he needed to talk with him. However, When the door opened, he found 3 people facing off against Arthur and Hans, which made the teenage boy narrow his eyes. It was none other than the Grand Marshal and the Field Marshal of the central government. However, there was one more individual accompanying them, Benedict Riggs. By the looks of it, he had come on his own. "Why don't all of you come inside?" 13 asked. "My room is a bit small, but I'm sure that it can accommodate all of us at the same time." Arthur and Hans nodded and entered the room without saying a word. The Grand Marshal and the Field Marshal exchanged a glance with each other before following suit. Benedict was the last to enter the room. Before taking a seat, he made sure that the door was locked properly behind them so that no one would be able to overhear their discussion. The patriarch of the Riggs family, Hugo Riggs, wanted to pass a message to Xylen and asked Benedict to deliver his message to him. He hoped that after the teenage boy heard his message, he would realize that even though there had been some tension between the Dvalin Federation and him earlier, all of them wished that he would succeed in his endeavor. After all, the teenager's success would also allow them to recover what they had lost. It would also give hope to the people who were thinking that their world could only just sit back and wait for annihilation. "Sirs, is there something you wish to talk to me about?" 13 saluted the Grand Marshal and the Field Marshal, who reciprocated his salute before answering his question. "You left the Dvalin Federation before we had the chance to talk," Lawrence replied. "Fortunately, they were kind enough to lend us one of their helicopters, so we can discuss a few things with you. Benedict volunteered to take us here. Also, he said that he wanted to talk to you about the bet you have with Renzelrod." 13 nodded in understanding. "So who wants to go first?" Lawrence glanced at Benedict. Feeling the eyes on him, the latter politely gestured for the Grand Marshal to speak first. After receiving the cue, the head of the central government asked 13 a question, which he didn't expect. "FKUobnavioL.com. Do you want to take command of the Valkyries for the time being?" Lawrence asked. "Marion sent me a letter of resignation. I know that she's feeling guilty and maybe depressed about the death and suffering of her subordinates, but I don't wish for her to leave her post. She's a very competent soldier, and I hope that she'll be able to overcome the shadow of the tragedy that befell upon her division. But I can't possibly force her. So, for the time being, I thought that the Valkyries should have a substitute leader. I want you to help them regain their confidence and their willpower to fight against our enemies. Would you like to lead them for a period of time?" "I don't mind, sir," 13 replied. "But if I'm going to do this, I would like Commander Marion to become my assistant." "Understood." The Grand Marshal nodded. "I will convince her." 13 then shifted his attention to Benedict, who was listening quietly from the side. "Uncle, what do you want from me?" 13 asked. The corner of Arthur's lips twitched after hearing his no-good grandson call his past love rival uncle. Chapter 368 Start of a Night Raid. Chapter 368 Start of a Night Raid. Benedict, who didn't miss Arthur's moment of irritation, smirked before telling his reason for coming to see the teenage boy. "I came here to tell you that the Riggs family is willing to extend our help in your attempt to subjugate one of the kings of the North," Benedict stated. "I know how Renz operates. I'm sure that he will just wait for the 1-month deadline of your competition and play it safe. Frankly, I don't blame him for doing so. After all, we just lost many elite soldiers. The loss was not only from the incident that happened a few days ago, but also from the previous battles that we waged many years ago. The help that the Riggs family can give you might be limited, but as long as we are able to do it, we will offer our assistance. Will this not cause a rift between the Riggs family and the rest of the Dvalin Federation?" 13 asked. "It won't," Benedict replied with confidence. "All of us vowed to reclaim the lands that were taken from us by the Jinns. Renz is not a petty person. I'm sure he will genuinely support you if you can really defeat another king. After all, we would have another serious threat to deal with once we decide to take control of the northern regions." 13 nodded as he motioned for everyone to follow him to the table inside his room. The young man then took off his communicator from his wrist and placed it at the center of the table, after which he clicked a button. A projection of Rigel Continent's map was put into display. "The territory of the Birdman, which we will call Z for the time being, is here." 13 pointed at an area in the north. He dragged his finger over it, giving it a green shade. "These are the territories he used to rule, and this will be the range of our expansion." 13 then lightly tapped the northeast and northwest regions, which bordered the Birdman's territories. Currently, There are two major threats that we need to deal with to gain a firm stronghold in the north, 13 explained. In the northeast, there is a Magian manticore, while in the northwest, there is a Jinn centipede. They are the kings governing these two areas. If we want to make this operation successful, we need to take one or two of them out of the picture. 13 then pointed at the southeast corner of the map, which made Benedict frown. The king governing this area doesn't have any offensive abilities and can be easily killed by a master or grandmaster, but it's a very dangerous creature, 13 stated before giving Benedict, whose face had become pale, a sidelong glance. The Grand Marshal and the Field Marshal wore solemn expressions as the image of the creature who had foiled their previous expedition to regain the Rigel continent appeared before them. The Brain Beetle, 13 stated. This guy is more dangerous than the rank 9 sovereigns when it comes to warfare. Although those rank 9 Earth Dragons are truly powerful, the Brain Beetle has a more horrific ability. It could control monsters and humans. I don't need to explain the specifics, but unless we take this guy out, we won't be able to succeed even if we take out the centipede and the manticore. Everyone inside the room nodded. They wholeheartedly agreed with the teenage boy's declaration. I will find a way to deal with the Brain Beetle, but for now, I need to prioritize winning my bet with Ren's Elrod, 13 said. Only by doing so will I gain the full cooperation of the Dvalin Federation and the central government. So, which king will you be targeting first? Lawrence, who was impressed by the young man's explanation, asked. The Manticore, 13 replied. When will you deal with it? Benedict inquired. Do you need our help? No, 13 shook his head. The Leventis family will deal with him alone. Can we not help you? Lawrence crossed his arms over his chest. I don't think that the Dvalin Federation will mind if I lend my assistance in this matter. Rihanna and Shauna's father, Tristan, nodded in agreement with his grandfather. I know that we declared that the central government will help you if you win the bet, Tristan stated. But we won't be helping you as members of the central government. Our identity will be mere two individuals who wish to give humanity a chance. 13 pondered a bit before nodding his head. Okay, the two of you can come. Then I will also go. Benedict volunteered. The young man shook his head. No, I don't want to make the Dvalin Federation think that I only won the bet because I managed to get a lot of help, 13 stated. I'll only accept the Grand Marshal's and Field Marshal's assistance. Benedict sighed in his heart and reluctantly nodded in understanding. Very well. But when will you start your operation against the Manticore? Benedict asked. In a week, 13 replied. The rest of the naval army of the Leventis family will be arriving at that time. I plan to use our family's entire might to crush that rank 8 Manticore. After laying out his plans, Benedict finally bade goodbye and left to return to the Dvalin Federation. Lawrence and Tristan were about to do the same, but 13 stopped them from leaving. What is it, Xylen? Lawrence asked. Do you still have something to tell us? Yes. 13 smiled. Please prepare yourselves. In an hour, we will be infiltrating Manticore's lair. The Grand Marshal and the Field Marshal looked at him in surprise. Didn't you say that you will only start the operation after the naval forces of the Leventis family arrive? Tristan asked. I lied. 13 then pointed at Arthur and Hans, who hadn't said anything during the discussion. The 5 of us is enough to deal with the Manticore. You're not taking me with you? Michael asked as he fixed the glasses on his face. No, Uncle, 13 answered. I need you to stay in the aircraft carrier. Your role is to make sure that the Dvalin Federation doesn't notice anything amiss, and make them believe that we're doing anything but conducting a night raid in Rigel continent. 13 didn't need to wait for a week to deal with the Manticore because what he needed was an elite group of people who would be able to come and go as they pleased. A team composed of a monarch, 2 thrones, a champion, and a legendary rookie was more than enough to deal with the Manticore. After telling them about the plan in his mind, the group sneaked out of the aircraft carrier during the night. They soon reached the northern regions of the Rigel continent, from where they'd head toward the Magian Manticore, whom 13 believed to be the ideal opponent for their current lineup. Sir, before we start this operation, I would like to share a secret with the two of you. 13 looked at the Grand Marshal and the Field Marshal of the central government, who told him that he didn't need to address them as his superiors. However, 13 still decided to show the two of them the proper respect that they deserved and let them know a few of his secrets. Once his connection with the two top dogs of the central government became firm and unshakable, he would be able to do many things with their assistance. Feel free to tell us anything, Lawrence stated. My granddaughter, Rihanna, never stopped praising you after she returned from Solterra 6 years ago. I swear that even if you just sneeze, she would think that you did it on purpose because she believed that you always have a reason for whatever you do. 13 chuckled awkwardly. It seemed that Rihanna was overpraising and overestimating him too much. However, since this wasn't the time and place to talk about such things, he decided to just get straight to the point. I have a few helpers with me, which the Laplace demon helped me smuggle into Pangea, 13 explained, making Lawrence and Tristan instantly become serious. I'm going to call for him, so make sure to not attack him. He will play an important role in our operation, 13 said. The two military men nodded their heads in understanding. After confirming that his friend was going to be safe, 13 raised his hand and pointed at the ground beside him. Come out, Rocky, 13 ordered. A moment later, the magma Balboa, who had been waiting for them deep underground, emerged to the surface. I see. So this is where your confidence is coming from. Lawrence smiled. Is this the same monster who found the Imperium and Palladium mine? 13 nodded. He wanted to raise Rocky's importance to Lawrence and Tristan so that they would ensure Rocky's safety. A monster who could find precious ores and metals underground was an important military asset. In the two men's point of view, that trait alone made the magma Balboa a treasure that must be protected. 13 didn't mention that Rocky had just turned into a rank 7 sovereign a few days ago after absorbing the cores of the rock, as well as the other flying monsters that the Valkyries and the 69th Battalion had fought. This monster is a magma Balboa, and his name is Rocky, 13 replied. It's a living creature, not an avatar, so don't mistake it for one. There are still a few things that I need to say, but let's talk about it inside Rocky. This place is not safe, and there might be people overhearing our conversation. Rocky, I am going in. Rocky nodded and opened its mouth wide, allowing 13 to walk inside its gaping mouth. Come in, 13 said. Don't worry, and just follow me. Arthur and Hans, who were already aware of Rocky's mobile fortress, followed Xylen without a word. Lawrence and Tristan glanced at each other before following suit. As soon as they entered the magma Balboa's mouth, Rocky immediately dug to the ground, disappearing from sight. It headed toward the northeast direction, where the Majan Manticore was currently resting inside its lair. E/N. I can't count how much point-of-view sneaks I've done for this novel. A/N. I wish that all of you enjoyed the chapters for today. Also, I want to make an announcement. After careful consideration, I decided to release one chapter until the end of this month to fully recover. I wish I could write more, I really do. But I feel like pushing myself too hard will just make my condition worsen. Starting next month, we will return to having 2 chapter updates. Thanks, Chapter 369, Those Who Live to Slaughter, Part 1. Chapter 369, Those Who Live to Slaughter, Part 1. After entering the magma Balboa's body, Lawrence and Tristan couldn't help but be surprised. They didn't think that they would find themselves in a miniature world. Inside that world, there were 5 monsters who were currently sleeping. A blaze skunk, a nightmare blackhound, an adamantine tiger beetle, and 2 ogre juggernauts. The 2 ogres were rank 5 sovereigns, while the remaining 3 monsters were all rank 6 sovereigns. So, these are the monsters that the Laplace demon smuggled from Solterra? Lawrence asked. Freewebnovel.com 13 nodded as he pointed at his friends one by one. This is Giga, Blackie, Hercules, O1, and O2. They are my guardians who ensure that I won't be kicking the bucket anytime soon. Tristan couldn't help but shake his head helplessly now that he had seen the teenage boy's hidden forces. These 5 monsters, excluding the magma Balboa, are enough to keep you safe here in the Rigel continent as long as you won't fight against rank 8 and rank 9 monsters, Tristan commented. Now I understand why you're not so worried about bringing your battalion into this monster-infested land. You have the ability to protect them if the worst-case scenario happens. That's right. 13 nodded. He didn't even bother to deny the field marshal's words because lying wouldn't help build trust between them. My daughter, Rihanna, is right about you. Tristan crossed his arms over his chest. You don't do anything without a reason. It seems that I will have to reevaluate you again. Sir, your daughter overestimates me. 13 smiled faintly. It will be best if you don't think I'm capable of defeating rank 8 and rank 9 sovereigns, because frankly, I can't do that. At least, not now. Not now. Lawrence arched an eyebrow. Does that mean that in the future, you will be able to defeat them? 13 nodded. If I'm given time to grow, then yes. Is that also the reason why you've joined the central government? Lawrence inquired. So you will have time to grow. 13 nodded for the second time, which made the two highest-ranking officers of the central government chuckle. Your grandson is good at using people to his advantage, Lawrence said to Arthur, who had his arms crossed over his chest. You're not wrong, Arthur replied. I can't count the number of times I wish to smack his head out of anger. If not for the fact that I'm worried that he will lose his intelligence if I do that, I wouldn't be holding back. Tristan smirked after hearing Arthur subtly tell them about Xylen's importance to their family. I know that it might look bad on the surface, but I wish that the central government and the Leventis family could form stronger ties after this expedition, 13 stated. Right now, we need the help of dependable people whom we can trust to not strike us from the back when we least expect it the most. Lawrence, who had experienced the first genocide-level battle in Pangaea and lived to see how it ended, fully understood what the boy was implying. Because of this, he glanced at Arthur and gave the latter a brief nod. After this, let's talk about how to strengthen the cooperation between our two factions, Lawrence said. Very well, Arthur replied. Just make sure that this no-good grandson of mine will be able to live for a few more years under your wing. He's a troublemaker, so make sure to plant some competent people to watch over him. Tristan chuckled because he was also thinking along these lines. After some of Xylen's hidden trump cards were revealed, his strategic value within the central government drastically increased. Little did they know that 13 had more, which he didn't plan on sharing at this moment in time. Now that is settled, let's talk about the battle against the Manticore King, 13 said. Gramps, you will be fighting him alone. Make sure not to die. That's it. Oh. The four adults didn't know what to say, having expected that they would be having a detailed strategy meeting on how to deal with the Manticore King and his subordinates. However, Xylen only told them that Arthur would fight against it alone and said nothing else. That's it? Arthur asked as if confirming that he didn't hear his grandson's wording wrongly. That's it, 13 replied. According to the data I gathered, the Manticore is a Magian who believes in the concept of strength supremacy. If you challenge it in a one-on-one duel, it would accept your challenge and order his subordinates to not interfere with your duel. All you need is to beat the crap out of it. Then we escape with its body in tow. Easy, right? Arthur pondered for a bit before nodding. Sounds like a plan. The Grand Marshal and the Field Marshal wanted to say more, but seeing that 13 seemed confident in this strategy, they decided to just watch from the sides. Hans, who had seen for himself the things that 13 could do, chose to remain silent. His duty was to ensure that the boy would remain safe during this night raid, and he would do everything in his power to keep him safe from harm. Suddenly, Rocky sent a mental message to his master, telling him that they were near their destination. 13 then informed everyone to prepare because they would be ejected from Rocky's body at any given moment. A few minutes later, Rocky once again made his report to his master, who immediately told everyone to brace themselves. We're here. Prepare for battle, 13 ordered. As soon as he said those words, he and the rest of the wanderers found themselves being sucked upward toward the sky of the miniature world. A moment later, they found themselves in what seemed to be a wide open space surrounded by cliffs, preventing anyone from leaving the place. I didn't expect that I would be receiving uninvited guests tonight. A voice filled with amusement reached their ears, forcing the wanderers to look to their right side. There, standing on a hill-sized boulder, stood the 5-meter-tall Manticore King, who was staring at them with a devilish grin plastered on its monstrous face. Amos, we have come to challenge you to a one-on-one duel. Tall Manticore King, who was staring at them with a devilish grin plastered on its monstrous face. 13 declared as he pointed at the Manticore, who was gauging the strength of the people who suddenly appeared in his domain. Oh, you know my name? This is quite surprising, Amos commented before raising his clawed paw to point at Lawrence, who it deemed as the strongest human in the group. Is he the one who will fight me? No. Arthur took a step forward and gazed at the Magian Manticore fearlessly. The one who will fight you is me. Amos glanced at the old man and narrowed his eyes. A few seconds later, it laughed and spread its wings wide. You smell of blood and the battlefield. Amos smirked. Very well. You are a worthy opponent. Suddenly, countless monsters appeared above the cliffs, overlooking the battleground that looked like a nature-formed coliseum. The monsters all roared in unison as if wishing to join their king in battle. However, Amos roared back at them, silencing them all. Don't interfere, Amos ordered. This is a duel. Anyone who interrupts my battle will die. The djinns and magians who served Amos quieted down. However, half a minute later, all of them once again roared. This time, they were cheering for their king, who was about to fight a battle to the death with the foolish humans, who had arrived to become its prey. 13 glanced at Arthur before making a gesture for Hans, Lawrence, and Tristan to follow him. He led them to the side of the clearing, where they would observe the battle from afar. When Amos deemed that no one was going to interrupt its battle, it roared before jumping off its stone platform. I am Amos the Slaughterer, Amos declared. And you are? Arthur Leventis. Arthur replied as he summoned his great sword, shield, and the armor that his grandson had handed to him before they went on this expedition. And today, I will take over your title as Slaughterer. Amos laughed out loud after hearing his opponent's declaration. It had been a long time since it had fought to its heart's content, so it was quite excited to find someone who was looking at it with the same battle-hungry eyes that it possessed. Arthur Leventis, make sure that you don't die right away, Amos declared. Entertain me for as long as you can. I didn't come here to chat, Arthur stated. So shut up and fight. Amos grinned before it flapped its wings to propel itself forward. Arthur didn't hesitate to also charge forward to meet his opponent halfway. The patriarch of the Leventis family had always fought at the front of the battlefield and never shied away from a head-on confrontation. After realizing that the Manticore was someone like him, his eagerness to exchange blows with his opponent only fueled the determination in his gaze. The sound of two metallic weapons clashing reverberated in the surroundings, marking the start of one of the greatest battles that Arthur would have had fought in his lifetime. Chapter 370 Those Who Live to Slaughter, Part 2. Chapter 370 Those Who Live to Slaughter, Part 2. Are those mythical armaments? Tristan's eyes widened in shock as he stared at the great sword, shield, and armor that Arthur equipped. Lawrence, who owned one of the supposed only 6 mythical armaments in the world, was just as shocked as his son. He had thought of countless possibilities, but this was something that he didn't think he'd see when he decided to accompany Xylen in his night raid. The 6 monarchs were not only powerful because of their ranks. It was also because they possessed mythical-ranked gears, which greatly boosted their fighting prowess. And now, Arthur Leventis was holding not just 1, not just 2, but 3 of them, which would make the 5 monarch clans mad with greed. They are, 13 replied, which made Tristan's body stiffen. Of course, he didn't bother correcting them. There was no point telling them that the armor wasn't a mythical-ranked equipment, but a pseudo-divine armor, which was 2 levels higher than the gears owned by the monarchs. How? Lawrence, who finally regained his composure, asked. It was during the battle in the Arcadia archipelago, 13 stated. The leaders of the Artemians were carrying those items, so my grandpa just picked them up after they dropped them. You make it sound like your grandfather just casually picked them up from the ground, Tristan said in disbelief. 13 smiled faintly because his excuse was fail-proof. There was no way that he would tell his 2 superiors that the great sword and shield in Arthur's possession were crafted by his father, Gerald, and further enhanced with his rune magic. The Artemians were the perfect scapegoat for his explanation. After all, no one could prove otherwise that he wasn't telling the truth. I'd appreciate it if the Grand Marshal and Field Marshal can keep this as a secret, 13 commented. Right now, the status quo must be maintained. Humanity must unite as one, so we can't have conflicts at this point in time because of greed. Lawrence and Tristan both nodded in understanding and shifted their focus back to the battle that was happening in front of them. Every time Arthur and the Manticore King clashed, a powerful shockwave would be generated, sending gusts of wind flying in every direction. Because of the battle's high intensity, 13 was forced to move behind Lawrence, using the monarch as a shield to prevent himself from getting blown away by the aftermath of the battle between the 2 powerhouses. Judging by the exchange between the 2, Lawrence and Tristan could tell that Arthur and the Manticore King were almost evenly matched. Almost was the most accurate term. given that Arthur had a small advantage over his opponent. He was even able to push the Magian back a few times during their clashes. 2 minutes later, Arthur and the Manticore King distanced themselves from each other. "That armor of yours is interesting," Amos said. "I managed to hit you 5 times, and during those times, I felt that my attack had been completely nullified. It seems that you came prepared to fight me." The Manticore sneered. It already deemed that as long as Arthur was wearing the silver armor, its attacks would not deal any damage to its opponent. "You're right," Arthur replied calmly. But to 13's and the Manticore King's surprise, Arthur unequipped the silver armor from his body and replaced it with a red one. "I don't need it to defeat you," Arthur declared before charging at the Manticore King with his sword and shield glowing in a golden light. Amos snorted and sprinted toward the old man, facing him head-on. This time, the outcome of the clash was quite different from the first. Arthur was now the one who was being pushed back, which made Lawrence and Tristan frown. 13, on the other hand, remained calm as he observed the battle from behind the monarch. "I knew that this would happen," 13 sighed in his heart. Gramps can be too stubborn at times. There was no mistake that if Arthur fought normally wearing the Artemian armor, the Manticore King wouldn't be able to deal damage to him as long as he supplied it with a bit of his life force. The main reason why he chose to challenge the Manticore King was due to the fact that the conditions to emerge victorious were already set in stone. Now that Arthur had chosen to stop using the silver armor, his chances of winning had decreased drastically, making it a 50-50 between him and the Manticore King. A loud explosion spread in the surroundings as Arthur slammed at the wall that prevented anyone from escaping the battleground, where the Manticore King rested. "You know now, don't you?" Amos asked in a teasing tone. "If you don't use that armor, your chance of defeating me is very small." Arthur propped himself up from the ground before spitting a mouthful of blood to his right side. "Using that armor will not make me strong," Arthur replied. "It will only make me weak because I will subconsciously rely on it. Also, let me correct that misunderstanding of yours. My chance of defeating you is not small." The Manticore King laughed because he liked Arthur's answer. "Good," Amos said. "Only weaklings need to rely on cheap tricks to win. The only thing we can believe in is our own power." The Manticore then brandished its scorpion-like tail, sending sharp projectiles in Arthur's direction. The patriarch of the Leventis family blocked and deflected these sharp spikes, then took a step forward, charging with his shield raised in front of him. Amos opened its mouth and unleashed a breath attack, similar to a dragon's breath. Arthur didn't bat an eye and charged at the Manticore King's attack. When the shield and the breath attack collided, Arthur's charge stopped completely in his tracks. The ground under his feet shattered as he did his best to tank the attack that was making his feet skid slowly on the ground. A moment later, Arthur roared as he forced himself to take a step forward, fighting against the momentum of the Manticore King's breath attack. Amos, who also understood what Arthur was trying to do, increased the output of his attack, resulting in an explosion. A mushroom-shaped dust cloud rose up from the point of impact, making Lawrence's and Tristan's expressions turn grim. Suddenly, the two heard a crisp, crackling sound behind them, which made them look at the teenage boy, who was casually eating some potato chips as if he was just watching a TV show. But just as Tristan was about to ask the boy what he was doing, he sensed a movement from the center of the dust cloud. From within that place, 2 glowing objects could be seen, making the Manticore King narrow its eyes. Wanting to take a better look, Amos flapped its wings to blow the dust clouds away, allowing him to see the aftermath of his attack. At the center of a crater, a bloodied Arthur Leventis knelt while panting for breath. His red armor had been reduced to almost nothing, revealing his toned body, which would make any bodybuilder look at him in envy. He was bleeding all over and was using his sword and shield to keep his body from collapsing completely. Although he looked injured and battered, a fearless smile could be seen on his face as he forced himself to stand. "It's hard to fight when I'm giving a strong opponent a handicap," Arthur said after he regained his breath. "Xylen, I think it's fine if I unseal it, right?" "No," 13 replied in a heartbeat. "But if you want to be second-rate for the rest of your life, Gramps, go ahead and do it." Arthur clicked his tongue before wiping the blood that was seeping at the corner of his lips. "Fine," Arthur commented as he raised his sword and pointed it at the Manticore King, who was looking at him with a solemn gaze. I'll end this fight with my next attack. So, if you have any trump cards, make sure to use them now. Amos smirked. Very well. Let's end this battle with a bang. Arthur grinned as he took a fighting stance. Suddenly, the crater where he stood expanded as the ground around him shattered. 13 had given him the divine martial technique, Heaven's Blade, and it had two special moves. The first one was Overdrive. This was the Heaven's Blade Berserk ability that raised its user's strength and speed multiple times for a short period of time. It was a move that should be used as a last resort because once it was used, there was no turning back. Arthur would have to defeat his opponent or die trying because the moment the effect of Overdrive disappears, he would no longer have the strength to lift even a finger on his body. The Manticore King soon realized that Arthur wasn't just all talk, so it decided to also unleash its Berserk ability, Berserker Rage, shattering the ground under its feet as well. I think we should get out of here, 13 proposed. Lawrence didn't hesitate to grab the boy and jump toward one of the cliffs, where a few monsters were cheering on their leader. Tristan followed behind his father, ready to attack the monsters if they made any move against them. Fortunately, none of the monsters attacked them. They even moved back a bit to create a space where Lawrence and Tristan could land. After sensing that the monsters weren't hostile to them, the three shifted their attention back to the battlefield and waited for the final clash between Arthur and the Manticore King. Chapter 371, You Can Stop Acting Tough. Chapter 371, You Can Stop Acting Tough. The Manticore King's entire body was covered in blazing red flames, while Arthur's body glowed in a golden light. The two combatants stared at each other for nearly half a minute before both of them simultaneously disappeared from where they stood. Suddenly, an earth-shaking explosion erupted from the battlefield, sending flames expanding outward. Lawrence and Tristan both used their defensive abilities and protected the teenage boy behind them from the blazing inferno that reached their location. The djinns and magians fled as the infernal flames rose up to engulf them whole. The weaker ones were instantly incinerated by the flames, leaving only the echoes of their dying screeches and screams behind. On the other hand, the stronger monsters were able to prevent themselves from suffering serious injuries and endured the flames that had spread like wildfire. A few minutes later, when the hellish blaze finally subsided, everyone looked at the center of the battlefield. Arthur was once again kneeling on the ground, relying on his greatsword to support his body. A few meters beside him was the Manticore King, who was lying on the ground, its body still covered in flames. Not bad, the Manticore King said. Not bad at all. Its voice sounded tired, but at the same time, it also sounded happy. Arthur groaned as he tried to stand up, but his body couldn't support him anymore. The only thing he could do right now was remain in his current position. That last move was wonderful, the Manticore King stated. But it will not be enough to defeat the Earth Dragons. You still need to get stronger if you want to beat them. Arthur didn't reply and simply focused on staying conscious. The side effect of using Overdrive had already kicked in, and he felt that if he closed his eyes now, he would not be able to open them again. Arthur Leventus, let's fight again. Next time, Amos said softly. It was fun fighting you. Half a minute later, a sigh escaped the Manticore King's lips, and he no longer said anything. His proud eyes that only lusted for battle remained open, and yet, the light in them had disappeared completely. The monsters, who understood that their leader had died, all roared one by one. Lawrence and Tristan thought that the monsters were going to attack them, but none of Amos' subordinates made any move to harm them. Go! A tiger-like monster covered in red scales growled at the three humans, who were standing on top of the cliff. We will honor our king's order this once. But, the next time we see each other, we will go for the kill. The tiger was a rank 7 sovereign and acted as Amos' second-in-command. But before Lawrence could grab Xylen and take him to where his grandfather was, the boy asked a question that made the Grand Marshal and the Field Marshal almost want to leave him behind with the monsters. Can we take Amos' body with us? 13 asked. The tiger narrowed its eyes as he stared down at the human boy, who was talking to him as if they were equals. What are you going to do with his body? The tiger asked. What else? 13 replied. Eat him, of course. That's the least we can do for him. All the monsters in their surroundings quieted down after hearing the boy's words. Lawrence and Tristan, on the other hand, were getting ready to escape if things went south. However, The tiger's and the monster's reactions surprised them. Good. The tiger nodded. That is indeed a way of showing your respect to him. The strong will eat the weak. That is the law of the world. You have earned the right to eat him. Now go before we change our mind. The tiger growled, prompting the other monsters to also growl at the humans who had trespassed in their domain. Lawrence and Tristan no longer wasted any time and jumped toward the still-smoking battlefield. Gramps, are you still alive? 13 asked as soon as they arrived near Arthur, making the latter have the strong urge to spank his no-good grandson. Let's go, Arthur said through gritted teeth. Good work, Gramps. 13 patted the old man's shoulder. I know that you're on your last legs, so you can stop acting tough. Lawrence and Tristan pitted Arthur. If they were in his shoes, they would definitely give Xylen a good spanking. But, as if knowing that enough was enough, 13 smiled faintly before whistling. Rocky rose up from the ground and swallowed Amos' body whole. The magma Balboa then swallowed the humans before burrowing deep underground to escape the domain of the Manticore King. Inside Rocky's body, should we go to the Xylen Federation and tell them that you won the bet? Lawrence asked with a smile on his face. He didn't expect that their mission would end so smoothly. Of course, he knew that there were several factors involved that allowed them to win, like the mythical weapons in Arthur's possession. He and his son, Tristan, were both thinking that it would be in their best interest if they formed a good partnership with the Leventis family. Even though Arthur wasn't a monarch yet, his duel against the rank 8 sovereign, whom even a monarch would have a hard time fighting against, confirmed that he was a very strong and capable individual. They also felt confident that with 13 as the supreme commander of the Allied army, their chances of liberating the northern regions of the Rigel continent would have a higher chance of success. But Xylen's answer to his question made him frown. Not yet, 13 replied. I will wait until the appointed time before I show them Amos' body. Why wait? Tristan asked. If you show it right now, everyone will recognize you as the supreme commander for the counterattack of the Xylen Federation. 13 shook his head firmly. I need time. Informing the Xylen Federation about this matter will only be counterproductive at this point in time. What do you need time for? Tristan asked. The brain beetle, 13 answered. We need to deal with the brain beetle first. If not, it's impossible for us to create a foothold in the Rigel continent. Any attempt to do so will just result in a bad ending. Lawrence nodded, agreeing with the point Xylen had raised. But let's create a record first, Tristan proposed. That way, even if the Xylen Federation were to suddenly defeat another king, we would have proof that you won the competition first. 13 nodded. Okay, let's do that. The Grand Marshal then activated his recording artifact and shot a video of the Manticore King's lifeless body. After making sure that he had gathered enough evidence, he stored it properly to serve as evidence in the future. When they arrived at the aircraft carrier, Michael immediately informed them that the Xylen Federation had detected a battle in the northern regions. Fortunately, when their military drones went to investigate, 13 and his team were already miles away from the site, leaving no traces behind. Since Arthur was in a weakened state, Michael stayed with him for the entire night. 13, on the other hand, returned to his room. But he didn't go there to sleep. He went there to connect with Athena, which was currently hovering above the Rigel continent at this point in time. Using the imagery from space, 13 confirmed the location of one of the cursed artifacts that his host had hidden behind. Its location was dangerously close to the brain beetle, which led him to believe that it might have already been discovered by the brain beetle or by its subordinates. Why are things never easy? 13 sighed in his heart as he looked at the red glowing dot in the projection in front of him. A few minutes later, he closed the projection and finally went to bed. Although he didn't look like it, he was also quite exhausted from the expedition that they had just finished. Good night, Tiona, 13 said as he lightly patted the black snake's head. Tiona nodded and coiled herself up on 13's chest so that she could rest alongside him. He wasn't aware that while he, Arthur, and the rest of the Leventis fleet were resting, the Xylen Federation went on high alert. They noticed that the monsters belonging to the King Manticore's faction were gathering, and that there were signs of battle in their territory. Renz, who was the strategist of the Xylen Federation, immediately took command and ordered the elite members of their organization to remain on standby. Although he didn't see the Manticore King through the lens of their man-made drones, he thought that it was just rallying the rest of its subordinates to launch an attack in their direction. Because of this, the Dvalin Federation had a sleepless night, contrary to 13, who was sleeping soundly while chatting with a beautiful snake lady in his dreams. A/N. The week-long break I had from writing has helped me a lot to recover. And, yes, I am feeling a lot better today. With that, I will return to posting 2 chapters starting tomorrow. However, if something similar happens in the future, I will be kind to myself because I know that you guys always have my back. I'll see you all in the next chapters. Chapter 372, You Still Have the Nerve to Ask Why? 372, You Still Have the Nerve to Ask Why? When 13 woke up the next day, he went to the training grounds of his battalion to check how they were faring. The moment they saw him, all of them lined up and gave him a salute. At ease, 13 replied after returning the salute of his subordinates. I came here to brief you on this month's itinerary. But before that, I've got an important announcement to make. 13 paused to ensure that all his subordinates were paying close attention before he spoke. I made a bet with Xylen, and the winner will assume the role of Supreme Commander in a special operation that would allow the Dvalin Federation to reclaim the northern lands of the Rigel continent. The soldiers, including the spies whom the other families had planted in the 69th Battalion, were surprised by their commander's announcement. The spies were also raring to report this information back to their employers, knowing that this news would fetch them a big reward. Xylen and I agreed to have a competition. 13 continued his explanation. The first of US to defeat one of the kings of the Rigel continent will be the winner of the bet. If I win, I will be the Supreme Commander and call the shots. If I lose, I will become Xylen's subordinate. Looks of disbelief appeared on the soldiers' faces when they heard 13's words. All of them had witnessed the battle between the monarch, the thrones, and the Birdman who ruled the northern regions, where the Dvalin Federation had built their outpost. They had personally seen how desperately Xylen fought against the Birdman, but was unable to land a decisive blow to its body. However, their battalion commander had made the Birdman disappear, allowing them to gain the upper hand in the battle. The spies in the 69th Battalion had already reported that news to their respective superiors within the same day and had received praise and rewards for their efforts. Now that they had gained intel about the competition between Xylen and Xylen, they felt that there was a 50-50 chance that their commander would win, especially since he had also dealt with the Birdman a few days ago. I was the one that started this competition, so I will soon make a move. And now, I will tell you which king I wish to defeat. 13 stated, it will be none other than the brain beetle, Evavug. The success of reclaiming the Rigel continent hinges on defeating this monster. Until then, all our efforts will not bear any fruit. I need each and every one of you to be mentally prepared to face it. Any questions? Sir, I have a question. Alexis raised his hand. Ask. 13 gave his captain a brief nod. Isn't the brain beetle the monster with mind-controlling powers? Alexis inquired. Wouldn't it be dangerous for us to fight it? Good question, 13 replied. The answer to that question is yes. Evavug is a rank 8 sovereign that can mind control others. It has terrorized the expedition force several years ago by pitting wanderers against each other. And we are going to fight that monster, sir? Not directly. You will only be fighting its subordinates. Alexis breathed a sigh of relief. He had already accepted that his commander was an exceptional leader and was no longer hesitant to follow the latter's orders. But the threat of the brain beetle left a lasting impression on him. His parents had been part of the expedition to reclaim the Rigel continent several years ago, and they had seen how horrifying this monster was. You don't have to worry about the brain beetle. My grandfather will be the one dealing with it, 13 explained. All I need you to do is massacre the brain beetle's subordinates, grab their cores, and get the hell out of its nest. Simple, right? The corner of Al Capone's lips twitched. None of what their commander had said was simple at all, but he was confident that Xylen would never order them to their deaths. Still, he clenched his fists and thought about taking a sick leave on that day. Fight against a rank 8 sovereign that specialized in mind control? No, thank you. He hadn't lived enough and hadn't clapped enough cheeks to participate in such a daring mission. Al Capone was a man who understood his limits. Even if he had to fake being terribly sick on that day, he would do it without hesitation. Before I forget, those who wouldn't join this expedition for whatever reasons will be expelled from the 69th Battalion, 13 declared. It doesn't matter if you are sick or injured. When I ask you to mobilize, you will mobilize. Period. The leader of the 69th Battalion's Mafia almost coughed out blood then and there after hearing his commander's declaration. He almost asked Xylen if he could read minds because that was what he was thinking of doing. freewebnovel.com. Currently, the Leventis family fleet will head to the southeastern borders of the Rigel continent. 13 said. It will take us 3 to 4 days to reach our destination. Until then, I want all of you to physically and mentally prepare yourselves. The Valkyries will also be accompanying us in this mission, so keep that in mind as well. Any more questions? This time, it was Christopher who raised his hand. Sir, since the Valkyries will be coming with us, will they take orders from you as well? Christopher asked. They will be taking orders from me. 13 answered. If they don't want to, then they will not be allowed to participate in this operation. This is a special mission, so everyone must listen to my orders without question. Before parting ways, the Grand Marshal told 13 that he would talk to Marion and tell her that she would become 13's temporary vice commander. Lawrence didn't want Marion to resign from her position as the commander of the Valkyries, so he decided to give her some time off by letting Xylen take command of her forces. In fact, while 13 was talking to his subordinates, the Grand Marshal and Field Marshal were talking to Marion, informing her of their decision. 13 believed that the Valkyries would play a pivotal role against the Brain Beetle because its mind control abilities only affected a certain range. If they fly high enough from the ground, Evavug's mind control would not reach them, allowing them to deal with his subordinates better. In fact, 13 planned to make the most of the Valkyries for this mission. This way, his battalion could fight without the risk of being put under the Brain Beetle's mind control. Sir, can we really defeat the Brain Beetle? Pietro asked. I know that your grandfather, Arthur Leventis, is strong, but is he immune to mind control? My grandfather is a henpecked husband, 13 replied. As long as I make him wear earphones with my grandmother nagging at him on loop, I'm sure that even the Brain Beetle's mind control won't work on high. Ouch. 13 wasn't able to finish his words because his grandfather, Arthur, suddenly appeared from behind and gave his head a good smack. The members of the 69th Battalion did their best to hold back their laughter, knowing that if they laughed, the patriarch of the Leventis family might take offense and deal with them accordingly. Gramps, what? 13 asked as he rubbed his head. He didn't notice that his grandfather had sneaked behind him because he was too focused on talking sh*t about the latter in front of his subordinates. You still have the nerve to ask why? Arthur replied in an icy tone. He was no doubt tempted to spank his no-good grandson in front of his subordinates and make the teenager lose face. But he reined in this thought. After all, he profited greatly from his battle against Amos, which the teenage boy had set up for him. 13 clicked his tongue before once again shifting his gaze to his subordinates. We will end this talk now. But like I said earlier, make sure to prepare yourselves for the upcoming battle, 13 stated. This will probably be one of your most memorable battles here in the Rigel continent. So, remember this, no matter what happens. I order all of you not to die. Did I make myself clear? The members of the 69th Battalion all saluted at the same time before giving their thunderous reply. Sir, yes, sir. 13 nodded before dismissing all of them to return to their tasks. While some members decided to clean and inspect their weaponry in preparation for the upcoming battle, several of 13's subordinates returned to their room to report to their employers about the news. They believed that this information was something that their employers would appreciate, leading to some benefits for the effort they put into their work. Little did they know that they were pawns in someone's scheme. Of course, all of this was part of 13's plan. He wanted to let the monarch clans and the prestigious families, as well as the other influential organizations in the world, know about his competition with Renz Elrod. This way, once he won their bet, all of them would rethink his strategic value for the human race, giving him another layer of protection. Right now, they needed all the help they could get to ensure that the Signy continent would not suffer the same fate as the Rigel continent. 13 wanted to capture the attention of the monarch, Douglas Griffin, so that he could secure a favorable post once he and his battalion arrived in the Signy continent for the upcoming Jinn invasion. He needed authority and power to move freely because 2 of the cursed artifacts his former host had hidden were in the Signy continent. 13 believed that these locations had restricted entry. Only with the proper rank or position could he access these locations and retrieve the hidden trump cards for his own benefit. Chapter 373 Adding Salt to the Wound, Part 1. 373 Adding Salt to the Wound, Part 1. The Brain Beetle Evavug? Hugo Riggs' eyes widened in shock after hearing Colbert's report. Are you sure he's going to deal with Evavug? Yes, sir, Colbert replied. He made this declaration just a few minutes ago. I made sure to get in touch with you as soon as I can so that you will not hear this news from other sources. Good work, Colbert. Hugo nodded. You have served the Riggs family well. Colbert smiled and looked very happy after receiving the praise of the patriarch of the Riggs family. A few minutes later, he ended the call and stored the communication crystal safely inside his closet. He then glanced at his communicator and whistled after seeing the money that was transferred directly to his bank account. Having a side hustle sure is nice. Colbert smirked. The young master sure knows how to keep his subordinates happy. It was not just Colbert smiling for the same reason at this moment. The other spies were also being rewarded by their employers after they had passed this news to them. Everyone was sending their forces to the Cygni continent. Yet the events that had been making waves everywhere in Pangea were the ones in the Rigel continent. In fact, Douglas Griffin, the monarch ruling the Cygni continent, was paying close attention to Xylen Leventis' movements, for the teenager's feats were giving him hope. Good job, Alexis, Douglas said with a smile. Continue to monitor Xylen's movements and inform me about everything he does, no matter how small it is. Also, make sure to follow his orders well. The brain beetle is a very nasty critter. It played an important role in our defeat several years ago. I will be sending you some artifacts that can resist mind-controlling abilities to a certain extent. However, there's no guarantee that it can defend against the ability of the brain beetle. Make sure to stay away from its range of mind control. I don't want to lose an important agent like you because of an oversized bug. Prioritize your safety and report back to me after you receive the package that I will send you. Thank you, Your Excellency. Alexis bowed his head respectfully. Douglas nodded. It's a well-deserved reward for your services. Expect it to arrive in a few days. If anything else happens, make sure to contact me at once. Yes, Your Excellency, Alexis replied. A minute later, the monarch cut off the connection, making the crystal in front of him stop shining. Alexis breathed a sigh of relief before storing the crystal properly. Truth be told, he was really worried about being taken over by the power of the brain beetle. Fortunately, his employer was a smart, generous man and didn't hesitate to offer his assistance to his cause. Alexis' parents had told him the horrifying stories of the battlefield, and the one that they talked about the most was Evavug, the brain beetle. In fact, the brain beetle was such a horrifying enemy that it was given a nickname, and that was the Death Beetle. It had killed more wanderers than any monsters in the Rigel continent, especially during the early days of their invasion. He didn't know what made Xylen Leventis choose Evavug as his opponent. Perhaps it would give him the most fame. But no matter the reason, one thing was clear. If Xylen Leventis said that he would target the brain beetle, he would definitely target it without fail. The only question was how? While Alexis and the rest of 13th Battalion was thinking the answer to this question, the young man was heading to the Grand Marshal of the central government's temporary lodging inside the aircraft carrier. When 13 opened the door, he saw two other people inside the room. The first one was none other than the Field Marshal, Tristan. The second one was the commander of the Valkyries, Marion. Xylen Leventis, effective today, you will become the temporary commander of the Valkyries Special Forces, Lawrence stated. Marion will become your vice commander. Do you have any questions? No, sir, 13 replied. Lawrence nodded. Good. Marion, make sure to listen to Xylen's orders. I know that you and your division are suffering right now, but it is also the perfect opportunity for redemption. Do not let this opportunity go to waste. Do I make myself clear? Yes, sir, Marion answered. Make sure to work together, Tristan said. A victory against Evavug is a victory for the human race. Also, it will bring closure to those who had fallen victim to that insect's sadistic orders. Tristan wanted nothing more than to personally crush the brain beetle into meat paste. But he wasn't confident that he would be able to resist its mind control ability. Xylen, have you already made a plan on how to kill Evavug? Lawrence asked out of curiosity. He was very impressed when the teenage boy defeated the Manticore King on the same night he made a bet with Renz Elrod. Ever since that time, the Grand Marshal had started to look at him more favorably in comparison with the past. Not yet, 13 replied. Before we start the operation, I need to know where Evavug is exactly. The brain beetle hides deep underground because it doesn't have any strong fighting and defensive ability. Even someone with the rank of initiate or master would be able to kill it. However, the real challenge is finding its exact location underground. Currently, I am still thinking of a way to do that. Once I come up with a foolproof plan, I might ask the Grand Marshal and the Field Marshal to lend their assistance. And you shall have it, Lawrence replied in a heartbeat. Just tell me when, where, and what role I would need to play. The same goes for me, Tristan commented. Marion, who was just listening to the side, was very surprised about this turn of events. The two highest-ranking officers of the central government were actually willing to obey the order of a 13-year-old. For a moment, she wondered if she was mishearing things. Freewebnoul.c Sigmum, however, she knew that there was nothing wrong with her ears, and the declaration that Lawrence and Tristan made was true. This brought one question to Marion's mind. What did the young man do to make the two pillars of the central government trust him to this extent? Half an hour later, 13 and Marion left the Grand Marshal's quarters together and met up with the Valkyries, who were all staying at their own aircraft carrier. Chapter 374 Adding Salt to the Wound, Part 2. 374 Adding Salt to the Wound, Part 2. When they arrived at the aircraft carrier where the members of the Valkyries were staying, Marion immediately called them all to gather for an important announcement. The moment she told them about the news that they would become 13's temporary subordinates, the Valkyries looked at the teenage boy with conflicted expressions on their faces. They recognized 13's leadership, as well as his contribution in the battle that happened a few days ago. However, they still believed that their commander, Marion, whom they had fought several campaigns with, should continue to be their commanding officer. Viola, who had finally made her appearance, looked at 13 with a calm expression on her face. She was no longer as confident as she used to be. In fact, she was even relieved that someone else would have to take responsibility for giving orders to their division. After all, if something bad happens, the one who would be at fault wouldn't be her anymore. While she was thinking along these lines, Xylen's calm, yet firm voice reached her ears. I know what you girls are thinking, 13 stated. And frankly, I don't really care. However, since I am now your commanding officer, all of you will take orders from me. I'll only ask you to not defy my orders. Even if you do, the one who will suffer will not be me, but your sisters who might die a dog's death, thanks to your stupidity. Immediately, all the girls glared at the boy for mentioning their division's fresh wound that has yet to heal. Shauna looked at Xylen anxiously because she could tell that her sisters were now starting to hate him. 13 didn't bat an eye after seeing their reaction. What he needed were soldiers that would listen to his orders. He didn't mind adding salt to their wounds if it would remind them that insubordination would lead to the deaths of their comrades. I don't care what you think of me behind closed doors or whenever I am not around, 13 declared. But if you follow me, I will give you one thing that you need the most, and that is redemption. 13 scanned the faces of the girls standing in front of him before sneering. Do you know how many people died a few days ago? 13 asked. Over 1,000 people died, and hundreds of your sisters were part of them. And it all happened because some of you cannot follow the simplest of orders. Viola lowered her head as her body shook from time to time. She could feel the stares that were being directed in her direction by her sisters. Viola bore the greatest sin of all because she was their commanding officer. She didn't plan to shy away from her sin, but being called out like this made her feel like breaking down into tears. Viola Anderson, raise your head, 13 ordered. This is an order. Viola's eyes were already moist, but she still raised her head and looked at the teenage boy with gritted teeth. Do you want to atonement? 13 asked. Yes, Viola replied firmly. Then, I will give you a mission, 13 stated. The one who would kill the brain beetle will be none other than you. Marion and the rest of the Valkyries looked at the teenage boy as if he was mad. However, Viola, who had been told that she would be the one to kill the rank 8 sovereign, only gritted her teeth before nodding her head. Yes, sir, Viola replied. If this was the only way to atone for her sins, then she would gladly do it. She didn't care if she would have to face the brain beetle alone. Viola would not hesitate to lay down her life if it meant redeeming herself from the mistake, one that led to the incident a few days ago, resulting in the loss of the lives of over 1,000 people. 13 looked at the young lady who was looking at him through her tears. He had thought of ways on how to counter the brain beetle's mind control abilities, and it all boiled one to one thing. He would need an individual or individuals who weren't afraid of dying. They would be the key to defeat the brain beetle who specialized in manipulating the emotions of others. However, what Evavug didn't know was that 13 was also an excellent manipulator. Although he didn't have mind-controlling abilities, he excelled in another field, and that was brainwashing. He would brainwash the team he was planning to form into solely focusing on one thing and one thing only: kill the death beetle. With that, no matter how many times that bug attempted to take over their minds, it would be useless. But 13 would not send these individuals alone to fight the death beetle on their own. No, he was going to come with them and make sure that the only one his suicide squad would listen to would be no one else but him and him alone. Of course, in order to deal with the brain beetle, he would need the power of his 69th Battalion, the Valkyries Division, his two superiors, and the Leventis family's elite forces. He was sure that the brain beetle would be hiding behind a horde of monsters, so he needed reinforcements to thin the wall of monsters first. Only then would he tackle the most dangerous monster in the Rigel continent head-on. Bring it on, Evavug, 13 smiled internally. Let's see which is more effective, your mind control or my brainwashing. I can't wait to see which of us will emerge victorious at the end. This wasn't the first time that 13 had faced beings with mind control powers. Several of his hosts had fallen into the hands of such individuals and had been ordered to do things that broke their hearts. This time, he would use that knowledge to counter the brain beetle's abilities and make it understand that no matter how weak and fragile human minds were, they still had the potential to overcome anything as long as they put their mind to it. Chapter 375. It's a hassle, but I can live without it. 375. It's a hassle, but I can live without it. A week after the battle against the Manticore King, the 69th Battalion and the Valkyries were gearing up for another night raid as they waited for their commander to arrive. 13 spent most of his time in one of the off-limits areas of the aircraft carrier, so only those with high-level clearance could meet him. The only ones who were allowed to disturb him were Arthur, Michael, Christopher, and Colbert. It was very obvious that the teenage boy was busy with something that he didn't want others to know. 13 knew that not many could understand the reasons behind what he was doing. Inside his special laboratory, 3 naked ladies lay on the bed, with several tubes sticking to their bodies. One of these ladies was Viola, and the other 2 ladies were the survivors of her squad. They were the trigger of why the Valkyrie division lost over 200 members, and were, in turn, responsible for the deaths of over 1,000 more. Their guilt was immense, and their desire for atonement was greater. Because of this, they didn't hesitate to agree to 13's invitation to redeem themselves by battling against the brain beetle. The teenage boy told them that they would never be the same again once they agreed to become his lab rats. He didn't lie and directly told them that they would become experimental subjects, even disclosing that there was a high chance of them losing their individuality and humanity. Nonetheless, these girls didn't bat an eye and still agreed, putting their unconditional trust in the teenage boy who promised them only one thing: the defeat of the brain beetle and a chance for humanity to regain a foothold in the Rigel continent. 13 glanced at the machines currently monitoring the changes in the bodies of the Valkyries. Viola was a grandmaster, while the 2 other ladies were masters. They were strong for their ages, early and mid-20s. Especially Viola. Being a grandmaster at her age, although not rare, was something that branded her as a promising wanderer with a bright future. Unfortunately, that once bright future had become bleak, and she was now reduced to a guinea pig in exchange for atonement. 13 jotted down the numbers that appeared on the machines for each of the ladies who were currently staring blankly at the ceiling. These are within acceptable parameters, 13 muttered. Any more than this will be bad. The teenage boy didn't plan on destroying the future of the 3, so he made sure that they would not go past the point of no return. Although he warned them about potentially losing their individuality and humanity, he only said those to measure their determination. He would not really do something like that. After all, these girls were cannon fodders as well. A few minutes later, 13 picked up a handbell and rang it a few times. The Valkyries, who had been blankly staring at the ceiling, suddenly stirred and regained focus in their eyes. Viola groaned, feeling weak all over. 13 approached her first and slowly removed the tubes that were sticking to her body one by one. "How are you feeling?" 13 asked. Wasted, Viola replied. I can't even lift a finger. 13 smiled faintly. This was indeed the side effect of the special serum he had injected inside their bodies. After making sure that all the tubes had been removed, he took out a clean white blanket from his storage ring and covered Viola's body with it. Rest for now, 13 replied as he moved to do the same to the two other girls, whose names were Sharon and Louise. The two also looked very exhausted and very tired. Even so, their eyes were much more alive now, for they could tell that their bodies had become stronger. Much stronger. After covering their bodies with a blanket and asking a few questions, 13 bid the three of them good night and left the room. After passing through several checkpoints, 13 saw Christopher and Colbert, who were waiting for him. Is everyone ready? 13 asked as he removed his lab coat and placed it inside his storage ring. Yes, young master, Christopher replied. They are only waiting for you to arrive. How are the Valkyries liking their new uniform? 13 inquired. They hate it, Colbert replied with a smile. 13 nodded in understanding. The Valkyries were currently wearing the same light green military gear that the 69th Battalion was wearing. Back then, they made fun of 13's troops because of the armor. Now, they were wearing the same thing, which was like a slap to their face. Even Shauna was not exempted from the rule. However, unlike her sisters, she didn't mind wearing the light green armor because she already knew how practical it was to use against the djinns and magians. When 13 arrived at the hangar, everyone stood in attention and saluted him. The Valkyries did the same, albeit reluctantly. There was a saying in the military, "We salute the rank," not the man. 13 didn't mind what they thought in their hearts. They were now under his command, and he only needed them to show him the respect that matched his current rank. Marion, who was now his vice commander, stood in front of everyone and waited for her superior officer to brief them about their mission. Exactly an hour from now, we will commence our operation, 13 stated. All of you are equipped with flying avatars, so make sure to stay in the air and bombard your enemies from that height. This operation will be training for the 69th Battalion to fight aerial battles. The Valkyries' role would be to safeguard all of you because they have more experience in dogfights in the sky. I will be riding alongside Vice Commander Marion to give orders in real time. When I say retreat, you will retreat immediately. Of course, if you wish to die, feel free to ignore my orders. 13 scanned the determined faces of his subordinates before nodding his head. The Leventis Naval Fleet will provide cover for your retreat, 13 said. We will continue this training until all of you have reached an acceptable proficiency level in aerial battles. Remember, beetles with glowing blue patterns on their bodies have a self-destruct ability. Make sure to take them out first when you see them. Do I make myself clear? Sir, yes, sir. Good. Prepare to sortie. 13 had purchased 300 Gerfalcon avatars from the Dvalin Federation, which almost emptied the funds he had gathered for his battalion. Fortunately, his very loyal captain, Colbert, shared half of his side hustle earnings with him. Thanks to that, he was able to retain a few million gold coins, which would be distributed to his troops as their salary. Of course, his avatar food business had also taken off, helping him replenish his coffers. Right now, 13 knew that he needed to invest in his battalion. After all, they would become his money-making machine in the future. All of their achievements would also be his achievements, and he could use the fame gained from it to sign brand deals with big companies who would want to use his influence to promote their products. 13 was a simple teenage boy. When people gave him free money, he would accept it with a smile on his face. The Gerfalcons weren't the fastest flying avatars. However, they were fast enough to outfly and outmaneuver the majority of the flying monsters in the Rigel continent. They were also very good for long-distance and endurance flying, which was very important when it came to fighting in a monster-infested continent like the Rigel continent. In order to save money, 13 only bought rank 3 Gerfalcons for his battalion. However, he planned to make them evolve into alpha monsters so that their combat abilities would reach the middle stages of a rank 4 monster. The Pegasus of the Valkyries were rank 4 monsters, so they were quite powerful in their own right. They were ideal for flying and running on the ground, making them very versatile avatars. These monsters also specialized in burst speeds, allowing them to momentarily increase their pace during battle. This made it easier for them to evade, attack, and perform maneuvers that other flying monsters couldn't imitate. 13 sat in Marion's Pegasus, and the beautiful lady sat behind him. It's really inconvenient when you can't have an avatar of your own, isn't it? Marion asked, pitying the boy for his restrictions. It's a hassle, but I can live without it, 13 replied. After all, I wouldn't get the chance to ride with a beautiful lady like you, Vice Commander, if I could use an avatar. Smooth, very smooth, Marion commented. I'm sure the girls will love you when you grow older. 13 smiled faintly because he was just lightening the mood a bit. While he knew what romance was, he still didn't understand it fully. Although he had lived as a system for a long time, most of his hosts didn't have a happy love life because of their fate. It made 13 believe that falling in love wasn't worth it. There was no such thing as happy endings, especially for his hosts whose fates had been sealed the moment they were born in the world. Setting aside these thoughts, 13 focused his attention on the task at hand. Green lanterns, let's roll out, 13 ordered. Immediately, Marion urged her Pegasus to run on the aircraft carrier's runway to gain momentum. The other Valkyries imitated their captain. Soon, they all rose toward the sky in a V formation. The Gerfalcon didn't need to do that. They simply waited for their owners to sit on the custom-made saddles meant for Gerfalcons before taking off to the skies. Soon, hundreds of flying monsters headed toward the direction of the southeastern region of the Rigel continent to conduct their first aerial night raid, which would play a role in fighting against the brain beetle in the future. Chapter 376. Do you think I'm stupid? 376. Do you think I'm stupid? The Grand Marshal and the Field Marshal gazed at the small green glowing figures in the sky. Since the 69th Battalions and the Valkyries' military gears glowed in the dark, it was very easy for them to monitor their movements. Let's go as well, Lawrence ordered before summoning a silver dragon. We need to make sure that none of the kids get hurt. Okay. Tristan agreed as he, too, summoned his flying mount, an arch griffin. It was one of the biggest griffin variants, and they were known as very powerful monsters who would not hesitate to fight against dragons if provoked. When they arrived at the scene, they saw the members of the 69th Battalion struggling to adapt to their new mounts. Some even looked like they were about to fall off from them, which was something that 13 paid extra close attention to. Christopher, who was riding on his rank 6 rock, was very comfortable as he flew in the skies. He never thought that there would come a day when he would own such a powerful flying monster, which was an overlord. The teenage boy had named his new avatar, Gray, because it had gray eyes. On the contrary, Colbert was having a hard time adjusting to flying in the sky. The only silver lining was that he wasn't one of the few people who were feeling nauseous and terrified due to fear of heights. 13 had already taken this matter into account. He asked the Valkyries to escort these people back to the aircraft carrier to make sure that they wouldn't fall off from their mounts. 30 people, 13 thought. Although I expected that there would be many of them unsuited to fly in the sky, I didn't think that they'd be this many. I guess I'll make them the ground support in the future. 13 ordered his troops to circle the skies twice to let them get used to flying. They were conducting their test flight a mile away from land, so there were no reactions from the beetles, who had built their nests in the region. Okay, we will do a quick sweep first, 13 ordered. Valkyries Squad 1 and Squad 2, play the vanguard role. Squad 3 and Squad 4, take the rear guard. Squad 5 and Squad 6, flank the left side of the 69th Battalion. Squad 7 and Squad 8, take the right flank. 1159, 13, and Marion were flying separately from the raiding teams because their role was to monitor the surroundings. As soon as their flying avatars flew over the land, the flying beetles immediately took to the skies. Attack them the same way you do with your enemies on the ground, 13 ordered. As soon as he gave the order, the 69th Battalion took into a snake-like formation, with their Gerfalcons lined up back to back. Their assault rifles then roared to life as they made a sweep at the flying beetles, who had decided to intercept them. After the first barrage, Alexis, who was in the lead, maneuvered his Gerfalcon to circle back to the sea in preparation for their next aerial barrage. This was the strategy they used whenever they fought using their night wolves on land. The 69th Battalion strategy could be summed up into 3 words: hit and run. They would hit their enemies and swiftly move away, ensuring that their enemies couldn't hit them back. Since they had done this numerous times on land, they already knew the drill even if they were flying in the air. The only problem was that fighting in the air was very different from fighting on land. There were different factors they had to keep in mind during the battle. On land, they would have to take note of the terrain. In the air, they were subjected to strong gusts of winds and turbulence, which could make flying difficult. Right now, they were fighting in calm weather, so everything was fine. But 13 planned to train them in harsh weather so that they could still fight even if the conditions were not in their favor. The Valkyries, who had already seen this strategy numerous times, couldn't help but be impressed by how simple and effective it was. Whenever the Valkyries fought, they would overwhelm their enemies using superior power and numbers, allowing them to gain the upper hand. However, this also forced them to fight monsters in close combat. Unlike the 69th Battalion, they didn't have assault rifles powered by Imperium. However, all of them had long-ranged abilities, which they acquired from Solterra. Some of them specialized in bows, and a handful of them used sniper rifles. There were also Valkyries who could cast spells like fireballs, while some specialized in throwing weapons like spears and javelins. Of course, there were also those who liked to get up close and personal like Marion, who wielded a giant war axe, which she could swing easily, as if it was as light as a feather. There were a few others like her in the unit, and they were referred to as the hard hitters of the Valkyries. They give the finishing blows to big monsters, knocking them off from the sky using sheer might. Xylen, your strategy is effective. But what will they do if the enemies get too close for comfort? Marion inquired. What else should they do? 13 asked back. They should just run away. So, will they always run if they face a strong opponent? Marion asked. Of course, 13 replied. If you were facing a rank 9 monster, are you going to fight it? No, Marion replied. Do you think I'm stupid? Of course not. 13 shook his head. That's why they should just run. If my battalion ever comes across a threat that they are unable to defeat, it just means that they are up against a rank 6 sovereign or above. If they were facing that kind of threat, they should just run. After all, it's simply above their current ability to fight them. Marion sighed. So, does that mean that whenever we face a threat beyond humanity's bottom line, like rank 9 monsters, we should just run away and let them invade our lands? You don't have to worry about those kinds of threats, Vice Commander, 13 replied. There will be individuals who will face them for you. Right now, you just focus on the monsters that you can fight. Leave the rank 9 monsters to the thrones and monarchs. They are the ones who should fight against those threats. But the monarchs don't want to fight rank 9 sovereigns. You already saw it, didn't you? They were struggling to fight even rank 8 sovereigns. Do we really stand a chance of beating the Jinns and Magents? 13 chuckled. I didn't know that you were a pessimist, Vice Commander. I wasn't a pessimist 2 weeks ago, Marion replied. But after seeing what I saw during that battle at the port, I'm starting to think that humanity is just on borrowed time. 13 didn't say anything for nearly a minute, which made Marion think that the boy agreed with her. But as the 69th Battalion circled for another bombardment, 13 spoke up, which made Marion wonder if she misheard him due to the gunfire that reverberated in the surroundings. Vice Commander, I know that mere words will not convince you, so just wait until this month is over, 13 said. I'll prove to you that humanity still has a chance to regain what they have lost. So, until then, don't be a pessimist, okay? Marion chuckled because Xylen's words sounded convincing for some reason. Very well. I will wait, Marion replied. If you prove me wrong, then I will grant you a single wish. Can I wish to have 100 more wishes? 13 inquired. Of course not. Too bad then. The two then chuckled at the same time, while the assault rifles of the 69th Battalion roared in the night, killing as many flying beetles as they could before returning to the aircraft carrier as they completed their mission. Chapter 377 Jinns and Magents were a savage race. 377 Jinns and Magents were a savage race as Tiona moved deep underground. She made sure to closely pay attention to her surroundings. The skill set she currently possessed had been carefully handpicked by her master for this special reconnaissance mission. 13 had tasked her to find the brain beetle's location. Tiona was immune to mind-affecting abilities, so there was no danger of her falling under the enemy's control. Just like always, the teenage boy was accompanying her through their connection, allowing him to sense what she was sensing. It's not here, Tiona, 13 said. Maybe we should go deeper. The black snake nodded in agreement and moved deeper under the ground. Tiona was currently a mile deep into the brain beetle's nest, and the monsters that she had come across were only rank 1 to rank 3 monsters. She sensed their presence through their life signatures, which allowed her to measure their strength at a safe distance. When she was finally 2 miles deep underground, the readings she got became stronger. This time, she could sense rank 4 up to rank 5 monsters, so she made sure to move even more carefully. After circling the surrounding areas, Tiona still didn't sense the monster they were searching for, which made her think that she needed to dig deeper. 3 miles. 4 miles. 5 miles. When Tiona reached 6 miles deep underground, she felt the presence of rank 6 overlords. Staying as far away as she could from them, she once again conducted her reconnaissance mission. An hour later, Tiona decided to rest. She had come across a rank 6 sovereign, and it was giving a particularly powerful life signature. Fortunately, it didn't pay any attention to her, giving her some peace of mind. 13, on the other hand, couldn't help but frown. Although he had expectations, he didn't think that the brain beetle's nest would be this deep and vast. Even if he used Nautilus main cannons to bombard them, their attacks would not be able to reach the place where Tiona was currently at. After resting for nearly half an hour, Tiona once again dug down. The ground was starting to heat up, which he could feel through their shared senses. Finally, after reaching 7 miles deep underground, they sensed the brain beetle's life force, which was like a miniature sun. But just as Tiona was about to leave after completing her mission, someone spoke inside her head. "Well, hello there, little one. I've never seen you around here before. Why don't you come and chat with me for a while?" 13, who also heard the voice in his head, didn't hesitate to order Tiona to leave right away. The black snake didn't need to be told twice, and left the location as fast as she could. "What's the hurry? Don't be afraid, little one. I won't bite you." The brain beetle spoke in a calm and friendly voice, which sounded like it was spoken by a very dear friend whom one trusted very much. Of course, Tiona knew better than to reply to this monster and continued to make its escape. Even after escaping for nearly 3 miles from the brain beetle, its voice still reached them, making the frown on 13's face deepen. When they reached the 4-mile mark, the voice finally came to a stop, making the two finally breathe a sigh of relief. 4 miles, 13 thought. That is the range of the brain beetle's mind control. This rank 8 sovereign is really scary. FreeWBNVL.com, he knew that the closer the brain beetle was to its target, the stronger the mind control would be. Wanderers might still be able to resist the brain beetle's power within the 4-mile range. However, if it were to move closer and cut the distance between them into 2 miles, then its power would certainly become too powerful to resist. If the brain beetle was only a mile away, 13 reckoned that even monarchs and thrones would have a hard time resisting its control. An hour later, Tiona returned to her master's side, and the latter made sure to pamper her for safely completing her mission. The data 13 had gathered in this expedition was enough to help him formulate a plan which would give him the highest chance of success. Even so, he understood that it wouldn't be as easy as it looked on paper. He would need to get up close and personal with the brain beetle in order to give it the killing blow. This meant that he and the 3 Valkyries, whom he planned to take with him, would be subjected to the greatest danger in this mission. "I will need to prepare suits that can withstand extreme heat for them," 13 thought. Fortunately, Giga and Rocky can swim even in molten lava. When Tiona had sensed the brain beetle, she had also sensed one more strong monster with it, which was probably its bodyguard. Unfortunately, she had been in a hurry to escape, so she and 13 didn't get to properly gauge its rank. However, 13 believed that it was definitely a rank 6 sovereign at the minimum. In the worst-case scenario, it might be a rank 7 sovereign, which would make approaching the brain beetle harder. 13 still had 2 weeks left before his competition with Wrens ended. Although Arthur had already defeated the Manticore King, he didn't plan to announce it right away. He would only do that as a last resort if he failed to take down the brain beetle during the promised time. While the teenage boy was busy thinking of ways to increase his chances of defeating the brain beetle, the monster in question was currently in the process of giving birth to an egg. If Tiona had not hurried to escape and decided to take a closer look, she would have discovered that the most threatening monster in the Rigel continent was actually pregnant and not in a good condition to fight. This was also the reason why it had decided to hide 7 miles underground, preventing anyone from knowing that it was at a crucial phase of its life. It was not really hiding from the Wanderers because it believed that they would not be able to do anything to it. The brain beetle was specifically hiding from the jinns and magians who might use this opportunity to take him down. If the other kings were to know its condition, all of them would not hesitate to eat it and its egg, which would guarantee them to break through to become rank 9 sovereigns. The jinns and magians were savage races. They not only fought against Wanderers, but also fought against each other. This was the reason why Kamisats had attacked his neighbors, who were trying to annex his territory and make him their subordinate. Evavug and the other kings didn't really get along well either. If not for the fact that it was afraid that all of them would gang up against it, it would have already subjugated its neighbors and put them under its control. Evavug could only dominate the minds of 2 monsters of the same rank at a time. The rank 9 Earth dragons were immune to its abilities, so they had never been its target. The dragons were the deterrents that their original master from Gamara had sent alongside them to make sure that all of them behaved and would not kill each other. Unfortunately, even those rank 9 sovereigns might be tempted if they were to know the brain beetle's current condition. Although it wasn't guaranteed, there was a chance for them to evolve into a Magian prince if they were to consume its body right now. This was why Evavug was hoping that no one would disturb its peace for the next few weeks, allowing it to regain its strength after giving birth to its child, whose potential could easily surpass it. Chapter 378 The Great Escape, Part 1. 378 The Great Escape, Part 1. A week had passed since Tiona's scouting mission, and it was now time for 13 to implement the strategy he devised once and for all. Gathered on the deck of the aircraft carrier was none other than his 69th Battalion, as well as the Valkyries, who would create the distraction while he dealt with Evavug up close and personal. Once again, you will be facing a horde of monsters numbering in the tens of thousands, 13 stated. But it will be very different compared to what happened in the port near the Rigel continent. Back then, we weren't prepared for it, but now, we are. The teenage boy scanned the faces of everyone, and he could sense that some of them were feeling very anxious. Their anxiety was valid, especially since what they were about to do today was something that no one in their right mind would do. Attacking the territory of the brain beetle Evavug and doing their best to survive. I want everyone to remain calm, 13 stated. You will face countless flying insects, but none of them are fast enough to catch up to the Gerfalcons, so your safety is ensured. Also, fly high and stay at that altitude. As long as you do that, you will not be affected by Evavug's mind control. Lastly, pay close attention to my orders. If I tell you to retreat, all of you will retreat. I don't want to lose anyone in this expedition. Enough lives have been spilled during the battle at the Dvalin port. 13 then glanced at his 6 captains, who would be leading the 69th Battalion to battle. Lead them well, 13 ordered. Our training for the past week should have been enough to make you understand what you need to do and what you shouldn't do. Yes, sir. 13 then glanced at the Rigel continent, which was barely visible from where he was. The battleships were currently 12 miles away from the nearest land to prevent the brain beetle from targeting them. They would stay there to provide support fire and help the Wanderers escape as soon as they were to receive the signal from 13. Currently, there were a total of 50 battleships and 4 aircraft carriers participating in this mission. The central government had decided to lend their hand, and the Grand Marshal would even personally mobilize to assist the Wanderers in battle. Arthur would also join the battle, but he would not be coming with his grandson to fight the brain beetle. His purpose on the battlefield this time was luring the stronger insects away from their master. Only 13, Tiona, Hans, Rocky, Giga, Blackie, Hercules, and the 3 Valkyries would join him in this mission. Aside from the 3 Valkyries, the teenage boy had already shared a martial ability with Hans and the others, so they wouldn't be too affected by the power of the brain beetle. At most, they would feel an extreme headache if the brain beetle were to try to force its control over them. However, 13 already got this covered. He would momentarily disable their pain receptors so that they wouldn't feel any pain. As for the Valkyries, they would fall under a type of hypnosis once the brain beetle targeted them. In that state, they would only listen to 13's orders, rendering the giant bug's ability useless. After giving the order to sortie, hundreds of Gerfalcons and Pegasi flew from the carriers and took formation. Lawrence rode on his silver dragon, while Arthur rode on a flying serpent. Hans rode on a giant hawk with 13, while the 3 Valkyries flew beside them. Although the mount of Lawrence and Arthur were eye-catching, everyone's eyes were captured by Christopher's mount. When they saw it, they simply didn't know what to say. The chubby boy was currently riding on top of a blaze skunk, which was on top of his rock. The blaze skunk was holding onto the custom-made handles on the rock's back, which 13 had asked the engineers of the Leventis family to make. If something unexpected were to happen, Christopher was ordered to deal with it, which was the reason why he had the most unique setup among the Wanderers. When they finally flew over land, Hans' giant hawk dived down from the sky and flew just a few meters above ground. They were the ones who would tell everyone to retreat once they felt the effects of the brain beetle's mind control. Release the payload, 13 ordered through his communicator. After giving out his orders, the Wanderers all dropped metallic cylindrical objects from the sky. This was their gift for the bugs, who were currently hiding deep underground. The moment the cylindrical objects hit the ground, they detonated, releasing powerful sound waves that traveled a mile deep underground. A few seconds later, countless bugs rose to the surface from the ground and angrily screeched toward the sky. These sound waves might not have dealt any damage to them physically, but it felt like being suddenly subjected to a rock song played in a loudspeaker with full volume. As if stirring the hornet's nest, the beetles, who resembled giant ladybugs, all rose toward the sky in an angry fit. Their numbers were so numerous that the sky darkened the moment they reached their maximum flying altitude. The 69th Battalion all aimed their assault rifles and fired at will. The enemies were too concentrated and countless, so even if they blindly aimed in front of them, their attacks would hit something. The brain beetles were fast, but they were not fast enough to outspeed the Gerfalcons and the Pegasus, who were fast-flying monsters. The metallic spheres kept on releasing powerful sound waves, which was increasing in intensity with each passing minute. Soon, the sound waves were able to reach 2 miles deep, which was its limit. But that was enough. The activity had already alarmed the entire nest, and soon enough, Rank 4 and Rank 6 beetles appeared. While the Wanderers were doing their best to fight their enemies at a safe distance, 13, Arthur, and Lawrence frowned. It had already been 5 minutes since the fight started, yet there was still no sign of the brain beetle. Rank 6 sovereign beetles had already appeared to join the battle, but the presence of their king was nowhere to be felt. 5 more minutes passed, and 13 came to a realization. The brain beetle didn't plan to join the battle, which made him feel conflicted. Rocky, let's go, 13 ordered, and the magma Balboa swallowed his master, alongside Hans and the 3 Valkyries who were seeing Rocky for the first time. 13 wasn't worried about them knowing about Rocky's existence because he had already made them drink a serum that would make them forget everything that they had seen since the operation started. Right now, his priority was to deal with the brain beetle while everyone was fighting in the skies. As Rocky dug deeper, the people who were currently inside his mobile fortress had already dressed in their heat-resistant suits. Tiona was digging in front of Rocky and leading him to the place where she had last sensed the brain beetle. 13 was sharing Tiona's senses, and through their connection, he confirmed that the brain beetle was still deep underground, not moving from its location. However, aside from the brain beetle, Tiona had also sensed the presence of 5 strong monsters, and they seemed to be guarding their leader. He had already prepared for such a scenario, which was why he brought Giga, Hans, Blackie, and Hercules with him. Rocky was now a rank 7 sovereign, so he believed that they had enough strength to face the brain beetle and its guardians. A few minutes later, Rocky broke through the underground cavern where the brain beetle was staying. As soon as he appeared, 5 monsters who looked like giant larvae all raised their heads and faced Rocky at the same time. The magma Balboa didn't flinch and ejected everyone from his mobile fortress. 13's gaze landed on the giant beetle, who was at the very corner of the cavern and making minimal movements. Kill them. A psychic order echoed across the cavern, and the giant larvae all attacked at the same time, intending to kill the intruders to protect their leader, who was still recovering from laying a golden egg a few days ago. Everyone, I'll leave them to you, 13 ordered. Hans, Giga, Rocky, Blackie, and Hercules all attacked one of the larvae and fought them individually. 13, on the other hand, ran with the Valkyries toward the brain beetle, whose body glowed faintly.